The cloud feather raiment suddenly burst with azure radiance. When the peculiar energy reached little Yuaner, it was completely negated by the azure radiance. Cloud feather raiment? Although it negated more than half of the energy, it still sent little Yuaner reeling back. She staggered a few steps backward before she managed to regain her footing on the roof. Initially, Li Jingyi thought the energy blast would heavily injure the little girl. However, she did not expect the cloud feather raiment would be so miraculous. Just who is this little girl? At this moment, the servants in the CI mansion's courtyard, who were looking at the sky, cried out, "Young lady!" When little Yuaner reeled back, she had let go of her nirvana sash. She looked at the sky with an extremely shocked expression on her face. "I'm all right." When CI Yuan saw the situation was dire, he rushed toward Lu Zhou's room. Although he was rather courageous, he was still shocked by what he had seen. "Yuaner is in danger. Please do something, old mister." He leaned on the door hopefully as he waited for a reply. Lu Zhou was still sitting cross-legged in the room with his eyes shut. Indeed, he had heard the commotion outside. However, he made no reply. There seemed to be a power inside his mind itching to launch into action. It was growing stronger. Lu Zhou had never felt this before. When he comprehended the heavenly writing in the past, all he felt was his mental state becoming clearer and clearer. When he faced the Brahmin lullaby and witchcraft attacks, the extraordinary power was activated passively. This time it was different. A mysterious sensation made him feel as if he could control this amazing power. He sensed that he could not stop. If he stopped, it would be difficult for him to get into this state again. Meanwhile, Li Jingyi drew level with the flying chariot. She kept flipping her hands. Thousands upon thousands of energy seals were formed. Too late! A thunderous voice boomed from the flying chariot. The numerous energy seals were shattered by the terrifying sound technique before they could even take shape. They burst in the air like bubbles. Bam! Li Jingyi was hit and she fell. Mingshi shouted at Duanmusheng, "Third senior brother, don't hold back anymore." Avatar. 200 tribulations insight avatars appeared in midair. The separation hook and the overlord spear seemed to penetrate the masked cultivators' chests at the same time. Little Yuaner ran along the roof and launched herself into the air. The nirvana sash left the two cultivators and flew toward little Yuaner like a dragon. She moved toward Li Jingyi. Senior brother. Little Yuaner's 7 stars cloud treading steps were the perfect match for the nirvana sash. Coming! Mingshi and Duanmusheng's avatars moved swiftly. They planted themselves before the 2 remaining masked cultivators. These 2 had much weaker cultivation bases. They were a far cry from the previous 2. They were not even in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Little Yuaner could defeat them on her own. But time was running short. The nirvana sash extended and reached under Li Jingyi like petals from a rose. Supported Li Jingyi to break her fall. Little Yuaner approached Li Jingyi. The nirvana sash wrapped itself around the 2 of them as they slowly descended. Just what I wanted. The huge sword appeared in the skies again. The great dark heaven memorial. The sword had grown gigantic. Li Jingyi looked up with a frightened expression on her face. Move away! She quickly pushed little Yuaner aside. The moment she broke free of the nirvana sash, she turned around in midair. Little Yuaner raised her eyebrows. What are you doing? She was determined not to fail her master's mission for them. I must accomplish what master has asked me to do. The nirvana sash unfurled again. Supreme purity jade slip. With nimble movements and 100 tribulations insight avatar with no leaves, little Yuaner appeared next to Li Jingyi. The nirvana sash shielded them from above. Little girl. A terrifying energy surged from Li Jingyi's body. Boom! Energies collided above them. Little Yuaner and Li Jingyi retreated again. I'm all right. Little Yuaner pulled her nirvana sash back. Mingshi and Duanmusheng took care of their opponents at this moment. They prepared to rush to their aid. Swoosh! At this moment, a cluster of gray clouds drifted toward them from the northwest of Anyang. They were moving at great speed. Li Jingyi grabbed little Yuaner's hand and descended. Get ready to retreat. A powerful enemy has arrived. The huge flying chariot in the sky sensed the coming of a stronger enemy as well. Mingshi looked at the gray clouds as he hovered in the air. The clouds were merely a blur from afar. When they got closer, he noticed that they were not clouds, it was a brown flying chariot. A huge flag was displayed on the huge flying chariot. A jasper saber could be seen on the flag that had spiral patterns. The huge characters of the Nether sect were displayed on the flag as well. Master Yu Zhenghai, the sect master of Nether sect master, is here. There was an obvious fluctuation in the impostor's flying chariot's primal chi. The black-robed cultivator who sat in the flying chariot opened his eyes. Yu Zhenghai is here? His hands that were on his chest were visibly shaking at this point. His primal chi's circulation began to slacken. He wanted to condense his chi into energy again, but he found that he could not. The Nether sect's flying chariot was getting closer, and his hand shook even more violently as time passed. Prepare to retreat. Understood. He looked at the little girl in the cloud feather raiment and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, you foiled my plans. You won't get away with this." A purple blast of energy shot out from the flying chariot again. It formed a huge claw that shot toward little Yuan. Trying to attack my little junior sister? You'll have to go through me. Mingshi Yin's separation hook and scabbard spun as they swept toward the energy blast. The Overlord spear made a move as well. 1,000 waves. Swoosh. However, the separation hook and scabbard and the Overlord spear passed through the huge purple claw. It's no use. This is witchcraft. Li Jingyi pulled on little Yuan and ran. The huge claw was closing in on them. A burst of dense energy shot out from the Nether sect's flying chariot, and it was aimed at little Yuan as well. At the same time, 4 figures leaped out of the flying chariot. They moved at lightning speed. Li Jingyi and Wei Zhuoyan were still unaware of the imposters. They thought the incoming flying chariot was just reinforcement from the Nether sect. This was a truly confusing situation. Li Jingyi sighed and said, "Little girl, since you've saved me once, I'll return the favor now. Take Wei Zhuoyan with you and leave. He mustn't die." Just as she was about to unleash her grand technique, above the roof of the CI mansion where Lu Zhou was at, a sound wave formed a vortex and erupted with a faint bluish radiance. It shot through the roof into the air. Scram. The word scram was projected upwards as if the vortex was an oversized loudspeaker. Mingshi Yin descended. Duanmu Shang descended. Li Jingyi descended. Little Yuan descended as well after being pulled by Li Jingyi. The sound wave was moving upward. It was best to stay close to the ground. Those who were in the skies would have the rough. To gain the power of speech recognition, even about the unspeakable truths, and understand the words spoken by the tongues of the beings in the different worlds. This was the human scroll of the heavenly writings power of speech. Lu Zhou felt danger creeping up on him, and his extraordinary power erupted instinctively. The word scram sounded like a clap of thunder in every cultivator's ears. The huge purple claw faded away. The energy shot that was shot from the Nether sect's flying chariot dissipated before it could even take form as well. Cultivators dropped like flies in the wake of the sound wave. The 4 great protectors of the Nether sect retreated in the air with fearful looks on their faces. On the ground, the sound wave spread for several miles with the CI mansion at the center. Every citizen of Anyang City heard the word scram. The rebel army and the soldiers from the divine capital heard it as well. Li Jingyi and the others looked up the instant they touched down. The flying chariot above the southern gate teetered and creaked. The flying chariot in the northwest managed to defend itself against this sound technique with the 4 great protectors defending it. However, they still wore a fearful expression on their faces. Whoosh! The flying chariot above the southern gate seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It was fleeing the scene quickly. After a long pause, the streets of Anyang were finally silent. The sun was shining at just the right intensity. Nobody was moving, nobody made a sound. The people looked around. Some in confusion, some in fear, and some in concern. Creak. The CI mansion's main doors swung open slowly at this moment, and Lu Zhou emerged with his hands on his back. Master! Greetings, Master! Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng fell to one knee. Little Yuaner kneeled as well. Master! It was not that Lu Zhou did not want to make a flashier appearance, but he did not have much primal qi left. In fact, he did not even know how he managed to unleash such extraordinary power. It practically depleted his divine court realm's primal qi. His mind was not as rested as it was after he comprehended the heavenly writing as well. For this reason, he could only slowly walk out. As he walked, he thought about the ways he could utilize this extraordinary power. Even then, nobody dared to underestimate this wizened old man. After all, he was the master of the three elites. Only, the three disciples were still on their knees. Lu Zhou was at the intersection now, which was ideal for him. He gazed in all four directions. The rebel army was to his left. To his right were Wei Zhuoyan and Li Jingyi. All eyes were on Lu Zhou at this moment. Li Jingyi fell to one knee, cupped her fists and said, "Thank you for repelling the Nether Sect's four great protectors, old senior." In the sky, the genuine Nether Sect's four great protectors hovered in the air and looked at the ground with fear. Li Jingyi. Lu Zhou looked at Li Jingyi, who was next to little Yuaner. Li Jingyi knew this old man was powerful. There were many strange things in this wide world. There were many peerless elites who had withdrawn from the secular world and did not interfere with its matters. These elites were usually humble since they knew there was always someone stronger than them in this wide world. This was something she had known since she was young. She quickly bowed and said, "My name's Li Jingyi." Lu Zhou's expression was calm. He did not have to display his might to make the four great protectors retreat in the air despite their profound cultivation bases. They seemed to have forgotten their reason for being here. For a time, they remained in the air, stunned. They did not dare to descend. This unassuming old man is sect master's master? The four of them exchanged glances. They were still shaken by the lingering scram. Their sect master had said that the evil sky pavilion's patriarch's life was almost up. His strength and cultivation base would deteriorate rapidly in these 10 years. If that was true, how did the old man unleash such a shocking and thunderous grand technique? Li Jingyi looked at the sky. She discovered the Nether Sect's four great protectors were hovering in the air, seemingly too afraid to descend. It seemed like they were intimidated by the old man. She looked in the direction of the southern city gates again. The rebel army was shaking. Some of them were sitting on the ground. It was clear they were no longer able to battle. The men on Wei Zhuoyan's side were in no better shape either. They were huddled together and could hardly be called an army. They were like a pile of loose sand. They were in no condition to fight. Lu Zhou looked up slowly. He glanced at the four great protectors hovering in the sky. With just glance, the four grand protectors retreated again. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Rascal! Rascal!" Li Jingyi was slightly stunned. Although Lu Zhou was only in the divine court realm, he could still project his voice. He spoke in a slightly irritable tone. "Well, are you going to come down?" There was no other person who dared to address the sect master of the Nether Sect in such a manner. The Evil Sky Pavilion's master was the only one who could reprimand Yu Zhenghai like this. He must be the Fiend Path's Patriarch who dominated the lands, Ji Tiandao. Everything was clear now. The old man who had slowly walked out of the CI mansion was the current greatest villain in the world. The four great protectors' faces were etched with shock. They did not dare to descend. They simply kneeled in the air. The junior, Hua Chongyang of Nether Sect's Azure Dragon Hall, pays homage to old senior. This junior, Bai Yuqing of Nether Sect's White Tiger Hall, pays homage to old senior. The junior, Yang Yen of Nether Sect's Vermilion Bird Hall, pays homage to old senior. The junior, Di Qing of Nether Sect's Black Tortoise Hall, pays homage to old senior. Li Jingyi regarded Lu Zhou with a complicated gaze. Who else could make his enemies submit without a fight apart from the great villain? It should be known that the individuals who were kneeling were the Nether Sect's four great protectors. They were the first seats of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise halls. However, they seemed afraid of this old man. Mingshi crossed his arms and said, "Eldest senior brother, stop hiding. Come on down." Li Jingyi took a step back. Her mind went blank. Her gaze swiftly swept past little Yuaner, Mingshi, Duanmushang, and before it settled on the nether sex flying chariot, she took another step back again. There's no need to be afraid. Wei Zhuyen had appeared behind her at some point. Li Jingyi remembered the incident at the center of Blue Sun Lake. The Evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot flew past them, and the general was never the same since then. The old Wei Zhuyen would go on and on about how he did not fear the Evil Sky Pavilion. But fear was actually deeply ingrained in his bones. Wei Zhuyen looked at Lu Zhou. As he got closer, he recognized the old man as the person he met in the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Azure Dragon Hall's first seat, Hua Chongyang, said loudly, "My apologies, old senior. The sect master isn't on the flying chariot." "He's not. The sect master knows you're here, old senior. Hence, he sent the four of us in his stead." When Mingshi heard this, he said with a smile, "I heard your sect master inspires awe throughout the nation and is invincible. I didn't take him as a coward. Is he worried that master will eat him alive?" "Ah!" Mingshi Yin's words gave Hua Chongyang no grounds to retort. It was the truth after all. Yu Zhenghai felt the same way as Yu Shangrong. They were informed by Old Seventh that their master was here. There was no way that he would dare to personally come here. It did not matter if he was the master of the greatest cult in the world. Hence, sending his subordinates here was the perfect move. The four great protectors' combined strength and cultivation bases were almost equivalent to their sect master. This was showing Lu Zhou enough consideration. Before they arrived, they were filled with confidence. It was a coincidence that they ran into the disturbance in Anyang City and the fake nether sex flying chariot. However, they did not expect that the four of them combined were less powerful than a scram from Jitiandao. Not even their sect master was capable of this. Realization dawned on them. They finally understood why their sect master chose not to come. They hovered in the air cautiously and obediently. Worst case scenario, they could just turn tail and run. In front of such an elite, running away was nothing to be ashamed of. Hua Chongyang said, "Please believe me, old senior. The sect master heard that it was Miss Ninth's birthday, so he sent us here to deliver a gift. That's all." Mingshi and Duanmushang looked at little Yuaner at the same time. Little Yuaner appeared innocent. After Hua Chongyang spoke, he mustered up his courage and descended. When he reached a certain altitude, he waved his arm and an embroidered box floated down. The box was wrapped in energy as it made its way toward little Yuaner. Mingshi flashed a faint smile and said, "I'll get it." He moved at lightning speed and grabbed the box in the air before landing on the ground again. He lifted the box and said, "Little junior sister, if there's something bad inside this box, I'll be able to shield you." Little Yuaner nodded. Thank you, senior brother." This embroidered box was similar in size to the one Yu Shangrong had given her. Mingshi opened the box and conjured up a layer of protective energy at the same time. The box did not contain any dangerous poison or trap. Instead, it contained a pair of light green boots. The name of this item is the Cloud Treading Boots. Miss Ninth's movements and footwork are among the best in the world. With these boots, she'll certainly be like a tiger that's given wings. Little Yuaner beamed when she heard this. She kept looking at the boots within the embroidered box. She said softly, Senior brother, my, Mingshi gave her a meaningful look. Little Yuaner immediately quieted down. With an indifferent expression, she said, Master, I don't want these boots. Lu Zhou appraised the cloud-treading boots. The cloud-treading boots and the cloud feather raiment were the same. They were not ordinary items. It was rumored that the cloud-treading boots were made specifically for the celestials in the heavens. The wearer would be as light as a feather and could soar the skies with the boots. These boots were made from extremely precious twin plumes and asbestos. After the materials were refined, a grandmaster had worked on them. Lu Zhou said, "Tell Yu Zhenghai to come if he wants to apologize." The four great protectors sighed in relief when they heard this. They stood up and cupped their fists at Lu Zhou as they said, "We'll certainly convey your message." The four of them retreated and returned to the flying chariot. Up until now, the four great protectors maintained the air of an elite. Their movements were neither hurried nor slow. However, when the flying chariot turned around, it resembled a frightened fish as it shot toward the distance like it was running away from a predator. Wei Zhuoyan sighed in relief as well. He cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said solemnly, "Thank you, old senior." He no longer put on the air and the might of a supreme general. Li Jingyi bowed as well. "Thank you, old senior." Lu Zhou looked at Li Jingyi and asked, "Where's Jiang Aijian?" Li Jingyi was taken aback by this question. She suddenly remembered the little girl had mentioned her name before this. She announced that nobody was to touch her or Wei Zhuoyan. Clearly, the old man knew who she was. In that case, it was meaningless to lie. She bowed and said, "Skylark Pagoda." Mingshi frowned slightly. "This Jiang Aijian, he has left the imperial family. Is he going to make master travel there to meet him?" He asked. "What's he doing there?" "Fishing. He says he likes fishing, and has been fishing at Skylark Pagoda for the past few days. I don't know any further details," Li Jingyi answered honestly. Lu Zhou nodded before he said, "Let's head to Skylark Pagoda then." The streets of Anyang were deserted as Lu Zhou left with his hands on his back. Mingshi looked at Wei Zhuoyan's soldiers and said, "Don't tell me you can't handle this group of trash." By trash, he meant the rebel army. When he passed by Li Jingyi, Mingshi slowed down and said, "Will you consider joining the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Li Jingyi merely bowed without giving a reply. Mingshi had to leave it at that to catch up with the rest. Little Yuaner did not leave immediately. She bade the people of the Ci family farewell before she left. When she passed by Li Jingyi, she said in a hushed tone, "Big sister, listen to me. You must cut ties with Jiang Aijian. He's too shameless." Thank you, little sister. I'm not exactly close to him," Li Jingyi replied with a nod. "That's great. Goodbye. By the way, you're the first stranger whom I don't dislike," little Yuaner said with a giggle before she skipped off to find the others. Duan Mushang was curt with his words. He cupped his fists and said, "Farewell." Little Yuaner was the only one who believed Li Jingyi when Li Jingyi said that she was not close to Jiang Aijian. How could it be true since Jiang Aijian was willing to ask them to help her? When Lu Zhou and the others left, Wei Zhuoyan's soldiers slumped to the ground. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They had been immobilized by that sound technique earlier. Then, they had been in close quarters with those villains. It was good enough that they did not die from shock. Wei Zhuoyan chided them with a tone that was laced with anger. "Get up!" His sudden shout shook everyone. Nobody knew why he was angry. Li Jingyi's gaze turned cold as she said, "Only a powerless person would take his anger out on the people around him." Wei Zhuoyan fell silent. After a moment of muttering to himself, he asked, "You know Jiang Aijian?" "I do." Wei Zhuoyan's expression turned unnatural as he said, "He's one of the three great sword freaks. He values the sword as much as his life, and his love for swords is ingrained in his bones. I've heard nothing but bad things about this man. What does it have to do with you? Don't forget, I may be an imposter, but I'm still the commander-in-chief of 3 armies." Wei Zhuoyan said as he walked ahead and surveyed the chaotic rebel army and masked cultivators. He seemed more confident now as he waved his arm and said, "Those who caused this disturbance will be executed." Meanwhile, the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors steered their flying chariot back to Pingdu Mountain at top speed. When the flying chariot arrived above the mountain, a figure suddenly appeared before the flying chariot. The man walked on air and onto the stern. His hands were placed on his back, and he had a proud air about him. The 4 great protectors stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master. How did it go?" Yu Zhenghai seemed to be very interested in their answers. After all, he had never sent all 4 of his great protectors on a single mission. The Azure Dragon Hall's first seat Hua Chongyang bowed and said, "In reply to your question, Sect Master, the gift has been delivered. I've also met the old senior." "Oh, the old senior is tremendously strong. Even the four of us aren't a match for him," Hua Chongyang said. When Yu Zhenghai heard this, he said in a low voice, "Tell me everything. Don't spare the details." The four great protectors did not dare dally. This was the first time they had seen Yu Zhenghai looking so solemn. Hua Chongyang cupped his fists. He recounted the series events, starting from them riding the flying chariot to Anyang, encountering the rebellion, attacking the rebels, and being pushed back by the word scram. He spared no details. He described the grand technique scram in greater detail, especially about the power it packed. He was very close to reenacting the scene where countless cultivators were pushed back by that technique. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenghai mumbled, "A grand sound technique." There were many who were skilled in sound techniques. However, those capable of unleashing a grand sound technique were few and far between. Yu Zhenghai was the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple. He knew his master better than anyone else. He could not recall his master ever unleashing a grand sound technique. He paced back and forth as he contemplated this before he suddenly remembered the information that he obtained from Si Wuya. Is it really possible that the old man is cultivating techniques from different sects? If it had been anyone else, Yu Zhenghai would not believe he or she would be capable of cultivating techniques from other sects to perfection. However, Ji Tiandao was different. Perhaps it's one of Master's friends? Yu Zhenghai asked, "Are you sure you saw my master?" We were slightly far away and didn't have a clear look of his face. However, we're certain he's old Senior Ji. How so? We saw Miss Ninth wearing the cloud feather raiment. Cloud feather raiment. It was not that Yu Zhenghai did not believe his trusted subordinates. He merely did not want to miss out on any details. He nodded. He chuckled before he said, "Second junior brother, I've truly underestimated you. Sect Master, we didn't see Mr. Second when we were at Anyang. Second junior brother has always preferred to operate alone. With your strength, you must never provoke him," Yu Zhenghai said. "We'll remember your words, Sect Master." When he thought about Yu Shangrong, Yu Zhenghai shook his head and sighed softly. The Azure Dragon Hall's first seat suddenly realized that he should not have brought this topic up. He hastily bowed and changed the topic. "Miss Ninth likes the cloud-treading boots very much. Only, really, I dare not lie." Hua Chongyang saw the barely concealable look of delight in little Yuaner's eyes when the gift was presented. Yu Zhenghai smiled widely and said, "The cloud feather raiment is but a protective gear that does nothing but takes blows. It's only natural for little junior sister to like the cloud-treading boots better." "You're extremely wise, Sect Master." The four great protectors bowed in unison. Yu Zhenghai asked again, "Where are they now?" "We did not dare follow them. However, when I returned, I received word from the Azure Dragon Hall that Mr. Seventh is on his way to the Skylark Pagoda," Hua Chongyang said. Bai Yuqing said, "It's rumored that the Skylark Pagoda has 9 floors, with each successive floor taller than the one before. There are formations everywhere. The person who manages to climb to the top floor will apparently receive a treasure. I wonder if it's true." Yu Zhenghai turned around and walked to the edge of the flying chariot and looked down at Pingdu Mountain. When they saw their sect master was quiet, the four great protectors dared not continue the topic regarding Ji Tiandao. They had never spoken to their sect master about the Evil Sky Pavilion until now. They knew their sect master was the first disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion and possessed unfathomable strength. If they had not been dispatched to Anyang for this matter, they would not have the opportunity to discuss the Evil Sky Pavilion with their sect master. After all, their sect master had never talked about the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Azure Dragon Hall's first seat, Hua Chongyang, recalled something and said, "Sect Master, the old senior has a message for you." "What is it?" "If you want to apologize, you'd better personally come." Hua Chongyang repeated the words he heard. At the same time, his heart thumped wildly in his chest. He was not sure if Yu Zhenghai would be angered by these words. Yu Zhenghai's expression was as calm as his emotions. he said loudly. How can I give up before accomplishing my grand ideals? We'll follow you until death, Yu Zhenghai's 4 subordinates said in unison. Yu Zhenghai nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, Do you know who it was that impersonated the Nether sect? Hua Chongyang replied. They were only there for a brief moment. Their flying chariot and methods are similar to ours. Other than the mysterious expert on board the flying chariot, the others are weak. Bai Yuqing said, They're skilled in mimicry. Even the dark heaven starlight was similar to yours, sect master. When we arrived, we discovered them using witchcraft spells as well. It's most probably a powerful witchcraft practitioner. Yu Zhenghai asked, Is it Mo Qi, the sect master of Clarity Sect? It's true that Clarity Sect's Mo Qi has the advantages of 100 sects. However, he doesn't seem to be skilled in witchcraft. I heard there's a powerful witchcraft practitioner in Great Yan's palace, Hua Chongyang said. There's another possibility? Bai Yuqing chimed in. The Clarity Sect's Mo Qi might have aligned himself with the palace, and there was more than one expert on the flying chariot. The speculations were logical. However, they were just speculations. They needed evidence. If they were off in their calculation even by the slightest bit, it would most certainly affect Nether Sect's subsequent plans. The Nether Sect had planned each step carefully to reach where it was right now. They played it safe and eventually grew to their current scale. They could not afford to stumble over such trivial details. Hua Chongyang proposed, Give me 3 days. I'll get to the bottom of this. Very well. After Yu Zhenghai finished speaking, he turned around to look at the mountain terrain before his eyes finally shifted to the direction of Skylark Pagoda. He naturally knew about this place. Hua Chongyang's words were not wrong. Each of the 9 floors had its own formations. Cultivators would frequently visit the pagoda to try their luck at obtaining the treasure. The Skylark Pagoda was not located in Anyang City. Instead, it was located northeast of Anyang City. It was a paradise for cultivation near Nine Tune River's mouth, and it was not protected by the city. The scenery of Skylark Pagoda near Nine Tune River was captivating. It was a utopia that was reminiscent of the Immortal's dwelling place. When Lu Zhou and his 3 disciples were fast approaching Skylark Pagoda in the air, their attention was caught by the scenery. The mountains, the tranquil forests, the river, there were all kinds of insects, fishes, and birds. Ming Shirin asked in confusion. The waters of Nine Tune River are muddy with no fish all year round. Is Zhang Aijin pulling our legs? Duan Mushang said, You think he has the courage for that? Ming Shirin nodded and said, Zhang Aijin is an intelligent person. He doesn't seem like the type to do something so foolish. Skylark Pagoda is a peculiar place. We should proceed with utmost caution. At the same time, he thought to himself, Since Master is here, what is there to fear? Look, it's Skylark Pagoda. The towering Skylark Pagoda appeared within their sight at this moment. As expected of Skylark Pagoda, it's so tall. Ming Shirin had never been here. When he laid eyes on Skylark Pagoda, he was awed by its height. Lu Zhou had been here several times before. To be more precise, Ji Tiandao had been here several times before. However, his recollections of this place were blurry at best. He descended, and his 3 disciples followed suit. Ming Shirin looked at his master in confusion. They had flown here at a very slow pace. It was almost unbefitting of a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. However, he did not dare to question his master. He had thought, perhaps, his master was getting old and preferred to travel at a steadier and more comfortable pace. His master was probably also being considerate to them since he could have left them in the dust if he had ridden on Witzard. Swoosh! A figure flew overhead. It shot toward a branch and perched on it. A chuckle could be heard as the figure's voice rang in the air. It's been a while. I miss everyone so much. The distinguished, elegant, handsome, and confident Zhang Aijin, at your service. Zhang Aijin carried his sword as he stood on the branch in a lazy manner. Lu Zhou regarded him calmly. With his hands on his back, he said, My patience is limited. Upon hearing this, Zhang Aijin shuddered and hastily said, All right, I'll be down in a second. See? I'm really obedient. He leaped down and pointed to a nearby pavilion and said, Old senior, shall we? They made their way to the pavilion as Jiang Aijin busied himself with wiping the bench with his sleeve. Then he said, Have a seat, old senior. Lu Zhou did not hesitate and sat down. Initially, Jiang Aijin had intended to sit across Lu Zhou, but when he saw Lu Zhou's glare, he chose to stand instead. He did not even have anything to lean on. All the pillars had been taken by Mingshi Yin, Duanmu Shang, and Little Yuaner. Lu Zhou did not bother himself with the scenery beyond the pavilion. His eyes were trained on Jiang Aijin. Jiang Aijin felt goosebumps rising on his skin, and he quickly said, Old senior, please don't stare at me like this. It's kind of embarrassing. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Say what you have to say. Jiang Aijin put away his frivolous attitude and mustered up some courage. He sat before Lu Zhou and said, Firstly, I want to thank you for helping Li Jingyi, old senior. Is Li Jingyi your woman? She's a friend. So, how do you plan on repaying the favor? Lu Zhou narrowed his eyes, looking like a predator that was eyeing its prey. Jiang Aijin gulped. He felt goosebumps rising on his skin again. He produced a brocade box from his chest pocket and placed it on the table. Everyone shifted their gaze toward the box. What a strange day. It seemed like everyone was gifting brocade boxes. Jiang Aijin's brocade box was exquisite and fine. Open it, old senior. Lu Zhou waved his arm, and the brocade box opened. A sky fragment. The content of the box was an item that he was looking for, one of the 8 sky fragments. It was curved and more battered than the one in his possession. Lu Zhou glanced at the mission list on the system dashboard. Search for sky fragments, February 8th. When Mingshi Yin, Duanmu Shang, and Little Yuaner saw the sky fragment, they were slightly surprised that Jiang Aijin was capable of such a feat. This is what I obtained from the palace's warehouse. When I first visited, I discovered there was a sky fragment there, but I paid no mind to it. I heard you're looking for sky fragments, so I visited the warehouse again. Although the sky fragment is a fragment, it's a unique weapon as well. It can easily pierce through energy and can be used to harm your enemy when their guard is down, Jiang Aijin said. Lu Zhou nodded and put the fragment away. Ding! Retrieved sky fragment. Reward: 100 merit points. It was a surprise to find a fragment in the palace's warehouse. This is a windfall. In addition to the targets Mingshi Yin and Duanmu Shang killed in the Anyang Rebellion, I've earned 1,900 merit points so far. Lu Zhou asked, Is Yun San in Skylark Pagoda? Lu Zhou asked. Jiang Aijin said with a smile, I'll have to ask you the same question, old senior. Everyone says that the Evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciples, Si Wuya, has an information network that extends to every corner of Great Yen. He let slip that a certain treasure will appear in Skylark Pagoda, the giant silkworm gloves. Coincidentally, the giant silkworm gloves are what Yun San likes the most. The gloves were initially in the possession of the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects. Yun San prides himself on being the only descendant of the pickpocket sect, but he couldn't steal this item. However, now it's suddenly made known that the giant silkworm gloves are in Si Wuya's hands. Old senior, you're not the one behind this, are you? Lu Zhou did not deny it. He nodded frankly. Jiang Aijin scratched his head, speechless. Lu Zhou stared at Jiang Aijin and said, Is this why you called me here? No, of course not. Jiang Aijin straightened his back and cleared his throat. Mingshi Yin and the others were speechless. Jiang Aijin had gone on and on for half a day, and he was only going into the main topic now. Jiang Aijin said, Old senior, I want to know which side will you choose? Jiang Aijin waved his arm casually. A few pebbles flew toward him and landed on the stone table before him. This is the first prince, the second prince, and the third prince. Oh no, this doesn't count. This is the fourth prince, the fifth prince, and Lady Jade. As he looked at the 5 pebbles on the table, Lu Zhou said indifferently, Continue. Jiang Aijin said, I don't think you'll pick the first prince since you've never met him. The second prince's subordinate, Emily, views you as a thorn in the flesh. The fourth prince is exiled to a border garrison post and doesn't have much support in the palace. The fifth prince is meek and won't amount to anything great. And Lady Jade despises the evil sky pavilion. You don't have a choice, old senior. Just as well. So long as you don't meddle in the palace's affairs, I'll feel relieved, old senior. Jiang Aijin had taken the liberty to analyze the choices and answered his own question for Lu Zhou. This rendered everyone speechless. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and finally said, "Is the palace already in chaos?" Jiang Aijin sighed before he said helplessly, "The power struggles in the palace will surely spread outside one day. Anyang is a good example of this. Since you've left the palace, why did you meddle in Anyang's affairs?" Lu Zhou asked. "Well," Jiang Aijin scratched his head and said, "As I said, Li Jingyi is my friend. I can't possibly watch her die. If Li Jingyi dies, Wei Zhuoyan will die. The three armies will have no leader. The second prince will act out of anger. The imperial family will be in ruins, and the world will be plunged into chaos. I think you're suited for the throne for having such considerations," Lu Zhou said. When Jiang Aijin heard this, he hastily waved his hands and said, "I'm not that ambitious. What I yearn for is simple. I want to be alive and to wield the sword." Ming Shirin and little Yuaner could no longer refrain from laughing out loud. This fellow was indeed cheap. Lu Zhou looked at the sword in Jiang Aijin's arms and said, "Dragon Song." Jiang Aijin shrunk back instinctively even though he knew it was useless. He placed Dragon Song on the table. The scabbard was wrapped in a layer of cloth. When the cloth was removed, the most striking dragon carving could be seen on Dragon Song's scabbard. Zing! The sword was drawn, and it gleamed in the light. Jiang Aijin often admired the sword in this manner. His glazed eyes told the others that he was infatuated and mesmerized. A sword freak was a sword freak after all. A good sword. Lu Zhou nodded. Jiang Aijin said, "I think so too. I have never seen such a nice sword in my life." "Is it sharp?" Lu Zhou asked. "It is." Jiang Aijin seemed proud. "To test its sharpness, I've lost weapons that were almost close to heaven grade. Weapons that are earth grade or lower were like tofu." "That's good." Lu Zhou raised his hand. An exquisite and delicate sword materialized above his palm. Unnamed spun and glowed faintly, shrouded by energy. Jiang Aijin hastily sheathed Dragon Song, wrapped it with the cloth, and closely hugged it against his chest. He chuckled and said, "There's no need for you to do this, old senior. If both swords are broken, it won't be worth it. Forget it." Lu Zhou did not force Jiang Aijin when he saw Jiang Aijin seemed to genuinely care for the sword. He recalled Unnamed. Lu Zhou stood up slowly, placed his hands on his back, and looked at Skylark Pagoda. A group of cultivators appeared in the air. They were flying toward Skylark Pagoda from the other side of the Nine Tunes River. Jiang Aijin stood up and looked at the cultivators in the air as he said, "They're here, let's go have a look." Ming Shirin saw the cultivators as well. "Master, there are so many of them, things might get messy. Should I go ahead first?" "It's all right." Lu Zhou shook his head. Yanzi Yunsan was a cunning person. Ming Shirin might not be able to catch him with his abilities. Back then, Yunsan had managed to escape after being surrounded by the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects. Yunsan's cultivation base was not profound, but he was a renowned master thief and a troublesome opponent. Lu Zhou turned around and left the pavilion. He walked toward Skylark Pagoda along the path. When Ming Shirin saw Jiang Aijin nonchalantly crossing his arms, he calmed down as well. At this moment, many cultivators were gathered in front of Skylark Pagoda. There were cultivators from the mystic enlightening realm to the divine court realm. From the ground, the top of the towering Skylark Pagoda could not be seen. It took up a wide area of land, and the higher floors were shrouded by clouds. It's rumored that a short sword is kept on Skylark Pagoda's 9th floor. I wonder who'll be able to obtain it. Let the best man win. Brains are more important than bronze to bypass the 9 formations. I heard that a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert from the divine capital was ejected from the 7th floor. On the contrary, a Brahmin Sea realm cultivator made it to the 9th floor and obtained a treasure. The cultivators looked up at Skylark Pagoda. At this moment, a cultivator was sent flying out from the 3rd floor of the pagoda. He threw out a mouthful of blood as he fell. The cultivators backed away. They showed no signs of sympathy for the challenger. They only watched as he fell on the ground. Jiang Aijian shook his head and straightened 2 fingers as he said, "Old senior, let me tell you a secret. There's no short sword at the top of Skylark Pavilion. Instead, they're sky fragments. And there are 2 of them. Although sky fragments are no match for heaven-grade weapons, 2 fragments brought together can be reforged. If the forging is done right, it'll surely be a heaven-grade weapon." Ming-Shi frowned slightly. He looked around and said, "No wonder there are so many people here who would throw their lives away just to climb the pagoda." At this time, another few cultivators were sent flying out of the 6th and 7th floor of the pagoda. Only, the observers on the ground shook their heads and sighed. "I'm afraid nobody will make it to the 9th floor this year." A sly expression could be seen on Jiang Aijian's face as he said, "Old senior, why don't you give it a try? I'm sure it'll be a piece of cake for you to pass the 9 formations." Lu Zhou turned to look at Jiang Aijian and said, "Are you here for the short sword?" No, you misunderstand me. We're talking about the 9 formations of Skylark Pagoda after all. In any case, 2 sky fragments are what awaits you at the top of the pagoda. They can be a heaven grade. Jiang Aijian stopped speaking mid-sentence when he felt the eyes of the other cultivators on him. I got carried away and spoke too loudly. Carry on. A commotion broke out at the entrance of Skylark Pagoda immediately. It's sky fragments. This time, the treasures are sky fragments. The cultivators began discussing among themselves at the mention of sky fragments. The evil sky pavilion might disdain the sky fragments since they were merely earth-grade items. They were not even weapons. Yunsan had only managed to obtain them because Ji Tiandao had discarded them back then. However, to others, the sky fragments were extremely precious. They might not be weapons, but they were excellent for forging weapons. Even a weapon forged from the Millennium Frost Iron might not be able to compare with one forged from sky fragments. Moreover, everyone coveted its ability that could slice through energy. However, the forging process was too tedious. Therefore, it was more likely that the cultivators at the base of Skylark Pagoda would sell the sky fragments or trade them for something else. Lu Zhou looked at Jiang Aijian knowingly. Jiang Aijian shrugged and said, "All right, I deliberately did that." He pointed at the group of cultivators in front and said, "They have the numbers. The 9 formations of Skylark Pagoda can't be breached by brute force." Ming-Shi said with a smile. "So, when they get to the top and retrieve the sky fragments, we'll swoop in, kill them, and take the fragments for ourselves? Is that it?" "You're truly wise, Mr. Fourth." Jiang Aijian gave Ming-Shi a thumbs up. Ming-Shi did not accept the compliment. Instead, he asked, "How do you know there are sky fragments at the top?" "The master of Skylark Pagoda is a friend of mine." Jiang Aijian spread his arms. Ming-Shi resisted the urge to charge at Jiang Aijian and beat him up. "If he's truly your friend, can't you just head to the top floor and retrieve the fragments?" Jiang Aijian seemed to know the thoughts running through Ming-Shi's mind. He said, "The 9 formations of Skylark Pagoda are always activated. They'll only vanish after a certain period of time. It's only then that we can head up and retrieve it. Look at Nine Tune River. When it's spring tide, the formations will vanish." Ming-Shi nodded and said, "I'm surprised by how knowledgeable you are. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Fourth." The cultivators at the bottom of Skylark Pagoda were eager to make a move. Many of them were already gathering at the entrance. It did not take long before cultivators began to make their way into the pagoda. At the same time, there were also many cultivators who were sent flying out. Many of them had too many distracting thoughts in their minds due to their eagerness to obtain the treasures and were ejected on the 1st floor. All of them crashed heavily to the ground. The news about the sky fragments spread fast. Some cultivators who were in the vicinity rushed over when they heard about it. Zhang Aijin was slightly speechless. He nodded and bowed as he said, "It's an accident. I didn't think that there would be so many people." "It doesn't matter," Lu Zhou said with his hands on his back. Indeed, the size of the crowd did not matter to him. They were merely a bunch of small fries. He might not even have to make a move himself. Moreover, he was not in a hurry. After all, he was waiting for the pickpocket sex Yanzi Yunsan. Will he come with all the fanfare here? Lu Zhou was now a hunter. A good hunter needed the patience to wait for the appearance of his prey. "You've got to be kidding me. The 9 formations are tougher than last year's. I made it all the way to the 3rd floor last year, but I only got to the 2nd floor this year." Some cultivators began to complain. That's a matter of course. If the formations didn't improve, there would be many people who make it to the top floor. Do you think there is someone so generous in this world that they would give away treasures for free? Someone sighed. "I guess I'm not fated to obtain this treasure. I'm leaving." "Wait." Those who failed, either pay up or leave an item behind. There was a cultivator at the base of Skylark Pagoda who managed the people entering the pagoda. He was also tasked with collecting payments and items from the challengers. Mingshi said to Zhang Aijian, "Your friend is quite the businessman. He's one of the richest men in the divine capital. Where do you think his wealth comes from?" Zhang Aijian replied. Zhang Aijian was the 3rd prince. It was not strange that he knew such a person from the divine capital. Mingshi looked at the cultivators who sent flying out. He sneered and said, "What's the use of having numbers on their sides? None of them made it." Zhang Aijian scratched his head. He could not say anything. It was a fact after all. He could only blame the cultivators for not being diligent enough. "Old senior, what do you think?" Zhang Aijian turned to look at Lu Zhou. The young cultivators who challenged the pagoda were not as experienced as Lu Zhou. It was possible for him to have some sort of plan. Lu Zhou looked at Skylark Pagoda and said, "Clear your heart of distracting thoughts. That's all." Zhang Aijian was puzzled. Lu Zhou said nothing else. He was not here to be a teacher. Bam! Bam! 2 thunderous sounds rang from above, attracting everyone's attention. 2 cultivators were sent flying out from the 8th floor of Skylark Pagoda. At the same time, energy rippled out into the surroundings. Many people exclaimed in shock before they retreated. When the 2 individuals were sent flying out, they flipped in the air and sent waves of energy out from their palms before they slowly descended on the ground. Amazing! The crowd erupted in applause. They managed to climb to the 8th floor and had the energy to preserve themselves when they were ejected. Clearly, these 2 were elites. When the 2 individuals landed, they staggered slightly before they managed to stabilize their footings. "How was it?" someone asked. "Yeah. Tell us about your experience and thoughts." Some cultivators walked up to them, wanting to know more. One of them wiped the sweat from his forehead. He gulped before he said, "Tough. It was tough. That's all. I advise all of you to give up." The man sighed and shook his head. "I've never seen such a difficult formation in my life." Based on the fact he made it up to the 8th floor, it was clear he was more knowledgeable about formations compared to the others. "Aren't you going to give it another try?" "There's no need for that. It's impossible for anyone to make it to the 9th floor. I'll say this now, it's up to you to believe me or not." He had failed and thought it was a waste of breath to say anything else. He turned around and walked to a nearby pavilion. The cultivators exchanged glances. The person's words were disheartening, and it affected them somewhat. After all, someone who made it all the way to the 8th floor was convinced he could not proceed further. One could imagine how difficult the formation must be. "Master, can I give it a try?" Little Yuaner leaped forward. Lu Zhou nodded calmly. Little Yuaner was playful in nature. She could hardly restrain herself. Since she had been behaving recently, Lu Zhou would not be unreasonable. "Thank you, master. I'll show them." "Good luck, little girl," Zhang Aijian said with a smile. "Shut up. Who are you calling little girl?" Little Yuaner glared at him. Jiang Aijin shrunk back instinctively. My, she didn't change at all. I shouldn't cross her. Little Yuaner walked toward Skylark Pagoda. Jiang Aijin said, Old senior, this little girl. Before Lu Zhou could even reply, Ming Shirin said, I advise you against provoking her. You might not be a match for her now. Jiang Aijin changed his words and waved his hands as he said, All the best, great aunt. Ming Shirin was baffled by Jiang Aijin. Was Jiang Aijin truly Great Yan's third prince? Was he really one of the three sword freaks? When little Yuaner approached the entrance of Skylark Pagoda, many people were gathered there. Most of them were burly men. Initially, she wanted to scare these men away by displaying her strength. However, she remembered her master's words, so she said, Excuse me. Jiang Aijin was speechless. She's the very embodiment of a person who's meek and polite in public but a tyrant at home. The cultivators were smart enough to make way for her. Little Yuaner stood out in her cloud feather raiment. She was 16 and acted natural and unrestrained. This young lady looks valiant. Judging by her clothes and looks, it seems like she has an extraordinary background. Perhaps, she's the young miss of a wealthy family in Anyang City. It's quite rare to see a young lady who's as well-balanced and educated as her. Little Yuaner walked into Skylark Pagoda without paying any attention to the people around her. The sentry at the entrance glanced at her before lifting his halberd and said, Welcome. Most of the cultivators were gracious enough to let her enter first and did not make a fuss. Everyone watched as little Yuaner entered the pagoda. The only thing left was to wait for the result. Jiang Aijin crossed his arms and asked, Old senior, aren't you worried at all? Why should I be worried? If she doesn't make it, she'll just be sent flying out. Best case scenario, her primal chi might be disturbed for a few days. Worst case, she'll be injured for half a year. It'll be fine, Lu Zhou said as he continued to wait for his prey. To begin with, he was not bothered with the formations. Jiang Aijin was slightly puzzled by Lu Zhou's nonchalance. Aren't you looking for the sky fragments? Lu Zhou did not deign to reply to Jiang Aijin. Master? An excited voice rang from one of the floors of the Skylark Pagoda's floors. The voice caught Lu Zhou's attention. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw little Yuaner was already on the 5th floor. She was standing on the edge and seemed to be hopping around, clearly having the time of her life. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes before looking at her again. They thought they had seen wrongly. However, upon looking again, indeed, they saw the young lady on the 5th floor. Moreover, based on her condition, she did not seem exhausted at all. In fact, she seemed unaffected. How's this possible? The other cultivators were perplexed. Jiang Aijin regarded little Yuaner, who was on the 5th floor, with shock as well. Only a short time had passed from the moment little Yuaner entered the pagoda until now. It seemed like she did not stop at all as she climbed up. Ming Shirin said indifferently, Among the Skylark Pagoda's 9 formations, the first 3 are illusions, the 4th and 5th are confusion, the 6th and 7th are inner demons, and the 8th is hallucination. There's no way little junior sister will be impeded by the first few floors. Jiang Aijin nodded and said, Very well. Little Yuaner was naive and pure. There were no distracting thoughts in her heart. If the challenger purged his heart of all distracting thoughts, he would not be disturbed as he made his way to the 8th floor. This was all within Lu Zhou's expectations. I think the 9th floor won't be easy. The trial on the 9th floor is a test of intelligence. Even I had a hard time passing, smart as I am, Jiang Aijin said. His voice had barely faded when a sound rang from above. Everyone looked up. The sound was accompanied by a ripple of energy that spread into the surroundings. The cultivators looked disappointed. Usually, this meant that the challenger had failed. There were consequences for failing. Judging by the sound, it's the 8th floor. It can be considered as a great achievement to climb to the 8th floor. The other guy made it to the 8th floor as well. Perhaps there's a new formation on the 9th floor. Let's ask the young lady when she's here. Many people felt pity for little Yuaner. At this moment, A green figure suddenly appeared at the top of Skylark Pagoda, shocking everyone. Their eyes widened in shock as they looked at little Yuaner standing on the 9th floor. Little Yuaner clapped her hands excitedly. The bottom of the Skylark Pagoda was silent. After a brief moment, someone exclaimed in surprise, "She's up there! She made it!" She was holding a brocade box as she waved her arms. The other cultivator who sat in the pavilion stood up with an incredulous expression on his face. His face slowly turned red from embarrassment. He hastened over and stood behind Lu Zhou and the others. He wanted to know how this young lady made it all the way up to the top floor. The other cultivators had the same thought in mind. They were ashamed that a young lady had beaten them. Zhang Aijin clicked his tongue in wonder when he saw this. He clapped his hands and said, "What do you know? You have a question? The 9th floor's trial is a test of wit. My friend told me that only 3 individuals are able to solve it in the divine capital. Is the little girl so smart?" Zhang Aijin stroked his chin. He could not understand this. "You're overthinking," Mingshi said. "Do enlighten me, Mr. Fourth. All you need is a kick." Zhang Aijin was speechless. "Pooh!" The cultivator who previously made it to the 8th floor spat out a mouthful of blood. "Eh? What's wrong, brother?" Zhang Aijin turned to look at him. It was impossible for him to not feel infuriated. He had been so close. Most of the challengers were stuck on the 8th floor. Only a handful managed to make it to the 9th floor. Everyone thought the 9th floor's trial was the hardest, but in truth, the 9th floor was the simplest. All it needed was a kick. After the brief exclamation of surprise, "The formations are broken, and the item has been claimed. Skylark Pagoda will see you again next year." After this announcement was made, some cultivators charged forward, intending to surround little Yuaner who was on the Skylark Pagoda's 9th floor. The remaining cultivators were taken aback by this development and quickly retreated. An innocent person would get into trouble for possessing a treasure. "Little girl, you shouldn't take the sky fragments." There were more than 10 cultivators who had charged at her. Clearly, they had planned this beforehand. This was a common scene at Skylark Pagoda. Usually, the challengers with no background or strength who passed the 9th trial would be forced to give the treasure to others. Duan Mushang and Mingshi did not move. Cultivators of this level did not warrant their involvement. Nirvana Sash. Above Skylark Pagoda, the Nirvana Sash unfurled like blooming red flowers. Bam! 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 The Nirvana Sash made a circle. With a flurry of movements, all of the cultivators were hit. They reeled back and spat out blood. Little Yuaner was walking and dancing in the air with the Nirvana Sash wrapped around her at this moment. A heaven-grade weapon. Those with sharp eyes immediately recognized the Nirvana Sash's grade. Little Yuaner laughed. "You dare to try and snatch something away from me? I'll kill you." The Nirvana Sash retracted and shot out rapidly. As the cultivators reeled back, they were hit by the Nirvana Sash in the chest. Zhang Aijin took a step back, seemingly afraid. When did the little girl grow so strong? She was covered in heaven-grade items and had achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation base. She was much more powerful than when he had first met her. Little Yuaner's display of strength was so powerful that she intimidated the others. The remaining cultivators stood aside passively. BZZT. At this moment, above the Nine-Tune River, a flying chariot that resembled a phantom appeared in everyone's sight. It passed through the sea of clouds, the forests, the mountains, and the Nine-Tune River before it came to a stop several hundred meters above Skylark Pagoda. The cultivators at the bottom of Skylark Pagoda held their breaths as they looked up at the flying chariot in the sky. At this moment, a gray-robed cultivator emerged from the flying chariot with a brocade box in his hands. He walked on air and slowly descended. Little Yuaner was currently at the top of Skylark Pagoda. She had the best vantage point. For a time, she was also attracted by this phantom-like flying chariot. The mysterious cultivator exuded a peculiar aura. His head was covered in a hood. With his back to the sun, his appearance was hidden. The cultivators at the base of Skylark Pagoda had weak cultivation bases. All they knew was that the newcomer was an elite. They did not know what his actual cultivation base was. Smart and strong cultivators would usually conceal their auras and would not easily expose their own cultivation bases. In any case, this scene was enough to intimidate the people here. Little Yuaner held the brocade box in one hand and held onto the nirvana sash with the other. She looked at the cultivator who was slowly making his way toward her with a curious expression. Mingshi said, "Master, I'll go and give junior sister a hand." "There's no need for that," Lu Zhou said. His instinct told him Yanzi Yunsan was about to make an appearance. He was most probably hiding in the shadows while keeping an eye on the happenings. He might even be among this group of cultivators. Yanzi Yunsan was only an alias. Nobody knew his real name, nor did anyone know how profound his cultivation base was. He might be in the Brahman Sea realm or the nascent divinity realm. The mysterious cultivator stopped when he was dozens of meters above Skylark Pagoda. He bowed slightly. After he straightened his back, he waved his hand lightly. "Congratulations on the anniversary of your birth, Miss Ninth. As ordered by my sect master, I'm here to present you with a gift." A wave of gentle energy carried the brocade box toward Skylark Pagoda. The cultivators at the bottom of Skylark Pagoda observed this scene in shock. Who is this young lady? Why is the mysterious cultivator so respectful toward her? Jiang Aijin smiled faintly. The evil sky pavilion Si Wuya truly lives up to his name. The treasure contained within that brocade box must be the giant silkworm gloves. Everyone looked on as the brocade box floated slowly toward Little Yuaner. Little Yuaner looked on expectantly as the brocade box made its way toward her. Her eldest senior brother gifted her the cloud treading boots, and her second senior brother gifted her the cloud feather raiment. What would her seventh senior brother give her? The brocade box was close at hand. Whoosh! A hook shot toward the box from a small boat on Nine-Tune River. The line of the hook resembled a fishing line as it sailed through the skies toward the brocade box. Jiang Aijin smiled as he said, "The fish has taken the bait." With a tap of his feet, he shot toward Nine-Tune River at lightning speed. Naturally, Mingshi and Duanmushang would never allow themselves to lag behind. The two of them flew up as well. Like dragonflies tapping on the water's surface, they sped across the river toward the small boat on Nine-Tune River. Everyone exclaimed in shock. 3 nascent divinity tribulation realm elites. Lu Zhou was not interested in the brocade box. Instead, he regarded Jiang Aijin curiously. Ever since he met Jiang Aijin, he had never seen him attack. He was slightly surprised to discover Jiang Aijin was not inferior to Mingshi. Bam! Jiang Aijin was the first person to reach the small boat. The hook that went straight for the brocade box was suddenly retracted. Whoosh! 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 Several hooks from the pavilion, Skylark Pagoda, and the bottom of Nine-Tune River shot toward the brocade box at the same time. They were too quick for the others to react. "There's no one on the boat," Jiang Aijin said. Mingshi switched directions. 100 Tribulations Insight. Mingshi unleashed his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar without any hesitation. At the same time, he unleashed his grand technique and shot toward his little junior sister. He had a feeling that if Yanzi Yunsan wanted to get his hands on the giant silkworm gloves, he would not have just prepared simple hooks. It was possible that Yanzi Yunsan might target his little junior sister as well. Meanwhile, Jiang Aijin flew toward the pavilion. Duanmushang brandished his overlord spear in one hand as he plunged into the river. Bam! The hook latched onto the brocade box. Little Yuaner looked around herself. She saw her fourth senior brother flying toward herself and said, "Yunsan's not here." Mingshi frowned slightly. "If he's not in Skylark Pagoda, where's he?" The nirvana sash flew toward the brocade box. Little Yuaner would never let her gift be stolen under her nose. The nirvana sash was a heaven-grade weapon after all. It reached the brocade box and wrapped around it in just an instant. Little Yuaner leaped into the air. Meanwhile, the others saw a man-sized kite flying toward her. "Yunsan, you won't get away." Jiang Aijin unsheathed his sword. Zing! When the sword was unsheathed, a majestic dragon's roar rang in the air. Dragon Song moved at lightning speed and slashed at the kite. Lu Zhou's gaze remained on the kite. Bam! The sword hit the kite. The cord was severed, and the kite fell. Nobody. Dragon Song returned to Jiang Aijin under his control. Yunsan's cunningness exceeded his imaginations. The brocade box was pulled back into little Yuaner's arms by the Nirvana sash. The cultivators at the bottom of Skylark Pagoda watched with their mouths agape. The cultivators on the flying chariot did not want to get dragged into this. They returned to the flying chariot with swift movements. In just a blink of an eye, it vanished before everyone's sight. When little Yuaner saw the flying chariot making a run for it, she stomped her feet instead of feeling happy that her 7th senior brother had given her a gift. Humph! You may run now, but I'll catch you on Master's behalf one day. Splash! The Overlord's spear that was shrouded in energy spun before it broke the surface of Nine-Tune River. Duanmu Sheng followed from behind and shot into the air, creating a huge wave. He returned to his master's side as he said, "He's not underwater as well." Dragon Song returned to its sheath as well. Meanwhile, Mingshi landed at the base of Skylark Pagoda. With the addition of little Yuaner, there were 4 elites. The surroundings of Skylark Pavilion were deathly quiet. The kite fluttered as it fell on the ground as though nothing had happened. Jiang Aijin carried Dragon Song and walked toward Lu Zhou. He cupped his fists and said, "I'm sorry. I couldn't catch him." Mingshi returned as well and shook his head. Duanmu Sheng was completely drenched. His hair was wet. His muscular build and the Overlord's spear made the other cultivators retreat. He snorted and primal chi surged out. The scalding heat waves instantly evaporated the water on him. He's cunning indeed. Lu Zhou shook his head. Little Yuaner returned to the top of Skypark Pagoda. She eagerly opened the brocade box and saw a pair of delicate, exquisite, and pristine gloves. Bam! A black arrow shot out of Nine-Tune River. The tip of the arrow was wrapped in shining golden energy. An energy seal that resembled a rounded 8 trigrams revolved around the black arrow. Look out! It was too sudden. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "He's skilled with contraptions?" Yanzu Yunsan did not have any other way of accomplishing this aside from setting up contraptions. With Mingshi, Duanmu Sheng, and Jiang Aijin's cultivation bases, it was impossible for them to miss any signs of living things. Duanmu Sheng had even investigated the river. Little Yuaner turned around and wrapped herself with the Nirvana sash that shielded her like a red barrier. Lu Zhou was not worried that little Yuaner might get hurt. With the Nirvana sash, cloud feather raiment, and her nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivation base, she could instantly put up a defense on par with the 6 compatible seal. However, this scene was too shocking. The cultivators at the base of Skylark Pagoda thought the black arrow was going to take the young lady's life. However, another shocking thing happened. Whoosh! In a forest path more than 100 meters away, a scarlet arrow shot toward her at a greater speed. Bam! The feathered arrow was also wrapped in energy. When it hit the black arrow, a loud explosion rang in the air. The 2 energies collided and erupted. The black arrow snapped in half and fell. Everyone else was attracted by the scarlet arrow. They looked in the direction from where it was fired on the forest path. The cultivators were silent. They did not breathe loudly. Creak, creak, creak. Creaking sounds could be heard from the forest path. Little Yuaner was puzzled when she did not feel the impact from the black arrow, so she unwrapped the Nirvana sash. She put an arm around the brocade box and leaped off the pagoda. "Master, I'm glad I didn't let you down. I have successfully retrieved the sky fragments," Little Yuaner said. "Very good," Lu Zhou said calmly. Little Yuaner was delighted when she heard her master's praise. On the other hand, Lu Zhou was not particularly happy. Ding! Recovered sky fragments x2. Reward, 200 merit points. He had obtained the sky fragments but did not catch Yunsan. Where was he going to find the remaining 4 fragments? Creak, creak. The creaking from the forest path was getting louder. There were also sounds of deliberate footsteps. All of a sudden, a deep and firm voice rang loudly in the surroundings. "Lady Jade has arrived. Those who have no business here should leave." At the edge of the forest, an extravagant palanquin marched into sight. The golden curtains, ornaments, and the choice of colors seemed exotic. A beautiful girl dressed in white garments walked next to the extravagant palanquin. She held a dainty bough in her hand. The palanquin continued creaking. The 2 rows of soldiers marched before it. They marched up to Skylark Pagoda and crossed their halberds. Those who have no business here should leave. The cultivators at the base of the pagoda shook their heads and left in the direction of the pavilion. They gathered there and observed from afar. Lu Zhou and the others did not move. The area before Skylark Pagoda was now empty. The 2 rows of soldiers lifted their halberds. The creaking palanquin arrived at the pagoda. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on the girl beside the palanquin. Name Hua Yueshing. Race human. Cultivation base. Nascent divinity tribulation realm. Halt! The palanquin was lowered. The curtains parted. Graceful and poised with a golden crown on her head, Lady Jade slowly emerged. She placed her hands in front of herself and walked with a straight back. She was elegant and dignified. The dark marks on her eyes that were similar to eyeshadow were her most striking feature as an other tribesman. 2 maidservants hastily walked up to her and supported her from the sides. Lady Jade walked up to Lu Zhou. With a smile on her face, she nodded and said, "Greetings." Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings through his peripheral vision and discovered Jiang Aijian had disappeared. Forget it. He must be worried that his identity will be exposed. Let him be. You recognize me? Lu Zhou said calmly. He was not affected by the aura of Lady Jade and her company at all. When she greeted him, an audible gasp could be heard from the nearby pavilion. Who is this old man? Even Lady Jade is treating him politely. Lady Jade smiled and said, "Shall we talk in the pagoda?" At this moment, the people manning the pagoda bowed and said, "This way, please." Lu Zhou glanced at Hua Yueshing before he walked into Skylark Pagoda. Since the formations had been broken, the group did not meet with any resistance when they entered the pagoda. They easily made their way up to the 9th floor. They were facing Nine-Tune River with their backs toward the mountains. Indeed, this was a good place to have a conversation. The 2 of them sat down. Mingshi Yin, Duan Mushang, and Little Yuaner sat behind their master. On Lady Jade's side, there were only a handful of soldiers, the 2 maidservants, and the archer Hua Yueshing. One of the divine capital's 3 godly archers, Hua Yueshing, Lu Zhou said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a shocked expression appeared on Mingshi Yin and the others' faces. That shocking arrow that had intercepted the black arrow that was fired from Nine-Tune River was breathtaking. When Hua Yueshing heard Lu Zhou's words, she was slightly stunned. Then, she cupped her fists while standing and said, "I'm surprised you know my name, senior." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you're originally from the Luo sect." Hua Yueshing's beautiful face reddened. She took a step back. Betraying one's sect was not something to boast about after all. Lady Jade covered her face and chuckled. She said, "Old Pavilion Master, there's no need to make fun of a junior. Hua Yueshing is a skilled archer, and she's a woman. She can't possibly roam the lands on her own. Serving the imperial court with her skills is her destiny." Lu Zhou nodded. To each their own. There was no need to force someone onto another path. "Speak then. What are you here for?" "I'm here to explain several misunderstandings to you, Old Pavilion Master. First, the assassin sent to Anyang Xinzhou under the alias Wang Fugue isn't one of mine. Someone's trying to make me take the blame and sow dissent among our ranks." She paused slightly before continuing. "It's true I'm from the western regions and that my sisters have died under Mr. Second's hands. However, I do not hold it against the evil Sky Pavilion. You're a good judge of character, old senior. I would never dare lie to you. When Lu Zhou killed Wang Fugue back then, he did wonder if someone was trying to sow dissent. However, he had no way of proving it. A dead man could not come back to life. However, he naturally would not believe her just because she said she was telling the truth." Lady Jade continued, "Second, after Shen Yuan's death, the evil Sky Pavilion has had a few conflicts with the palace. All that has nothing to do with me. Regarding this, Hua Yuexing can vouch for me. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said calmly, Why would I believe Hua Yuexing? Well, Lady Jade said awkwardly, I speak the truth. Old Pavilion Master, you have fought with the elite from the palace before. It's easy to tell the truth from the lie. There were no signs of witchcraft on Lady Jade. If she truly dared to go against the evil Sky Pavilion, she would not have shown up at Skylark Pagoda. However, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, How did you know I'd be here? Not many knew he was coming here. Lady Jade said, I've heard about the unrest in Anyang City. Apart from the evil Sky Pavilion's master, I cannot think of any other person capable of making the Nethersex 4 great protectors submit. Lu Zhou stood up slowly and looked at everyone. He placed his hands on his back and walked to the edge of the pagoda. He looked down at Nine Tune River. Skylark Pagoda's 9th floor was only surrounded by low railings. The scenery was practically unobstructed here. Lu Zhou said, In that case, do you know why I'm here? Lady Jade shook her head and said, I'm merely here to clear up the misunderstandings. I don't know about anything else. Yun-san stole something of mine. Yun-san? The only descendant of the pickpocket sect, skilled user of cloud-picking hand technique? Yanzi Yun-san. That's right. I've heard that he's sly. The Luo sect, where Hua Yuexing was from, couldn't catch him. I'm afraid it won't be an easy task to capture him, old senior, Lady Jade said. He's only a rat in the shadows. If I make a move, he won't be able to escape. Lu Zhou's last words were enunciated slowly and clearly. His expression remained indifferent as he raised his hand. A glowing item card appeared in his hand. He looked at the pavilion at the base of the pagoda. A vortex appeared and swirled in an anti-clockwise direction. It glowed with a golden radiance. A square cage instantly took shape and flew toward the pavilion. Ming Shirin, Duan Mushang, and Little Yuaner walked up to the edge as well. They were surprised at their master's sudden attack. At the same time, they looked at the palm strike in shock. Hua Yuexing and the handful of soldiers were stunned as well. When the square cage descended from the skies, the primal chi shockwave rippled outward. BZZT. In the pavilion, the cultivator who made it to the 8th floor previously wore a shocked expression on his face before he moved away swiftly. Drat! I'm exposed. He shot toward the forest. The cage grew in size. This person was none other than the only successor of the pickpocket sect, Yanzi Yun-san. Yun-san laughed out loud. He ran as he said, I'm sorry, old Senior G. This technique can't do anything to me. From this day on, the name Yanzi Yun-san will spread across Great Yen. What a feat it was to escape from the hands of the greatest villain in the world. The cultivators in the pavilion scattered. They looked at the incoming cage and exchanged glances among themselves. Run! That's the Evil Sky Pavilion's great villain. The Evil Sky Pavilion's villain is here? What are you still standing there for? You good-for-nothing, you wet your pants. At this moment, the cultivators finally realized who the young lady who had easily made it to the 9th floor was. Young lady of a rich family, well-educated and well-rounded girl. Nonsense. Nothing was more terrifying than a polite villain. The cowardly cultivators' knees buckled. It was difficult for them to move. At this moment, more than half of the cultivators had disappeared. Only a brave few remained hidden behind the pillars. Meanwhile, Yanzi Yun-san took off, shooting through the forest. Lu Zhou stood on top of Skylark Pagoda. His range of sight was widened due to his high vantage point. Even so, Yun-san's speed truly exceeded his expectations. To be safe, he swung his arm again and threw another 2 binding cage cards into the air. In addition to the first one, there were now 3 activated binding cage cards. Lady Jade and Hua Yuexing were stunned. What sort of techniques is this? It has such a long range of attack. Witchcraft? Some sort of arcane art? Perhaps. It's a secret technique only godly archers know. Hua Yuexing, one of the Divine Capital's 3 godly archers, racked her brains but still could not think of any godly archer skills that were like this. Although there were many techniques she had yet to master, She had studied many books when she was in the Luo sect, so she was privy to many godly archers' techniques. This was unprecedented and never seen before. Mingshi seemed to have read Hua Yuexing's mind. He said, "Since you want to clear the misunderstandings with the evil sky pavilion, why didn't you make a move earlier?" Upon hearing this, Hua Yuexing's heart skipped a beat. Lady Jade was taken aback as well. Hua Yuexing hastily bowed. "I was distracted. Please forgive me, senior." Lu Zhou waved his arm and said, "Forget it. Even if Hua Yuexing made a move, she might not be able to hit Yunsan." Yunsan's cunning had far exceeded his expectations. The binding cage cards had locked onto their targets. It would depend on luck whether they would land true. As Lu Zhou looked at the binding cages that were flying further and further away, he said indifferently, "Can you get away?" He waved his arm. A deep roar rang from the pagoda's vicinity. In just a moment, Baiyan charged toward him from the clouds. A legendary mount. Lady Jade, Han Yuexing, and the soldiers at the bottom of the pagoda stared at Baiyan with their mouths agape. Baiyan's appearance and speed were nothing like anything they had ever seen. On the contrary, Lu Zhou's disciples were already used to this. Lu Zhou leaped to the side, and Baiyan obediently caught him on its back before it chased after Yunsan. "We'll wait for your good news, master," Lu Zhou's 3 disciples shouted in unison. Even with 3 binding cage cards, Lu Zhou was not certain they would hit Yunsan. After all, probability could never explain the fate and experience of a person with the most rotten luck. Initially, he had thought he would let Yunsan go if the cards did not hit their target. However, he changed his mind when he heard Yunsan's words. The great master of the evil sky pavilion, the greatest villain in the world, would never let Yunsan go. With Baiyan here, it would be easy to deal with this matter. All Lu Zhou had to do was follow the binding cages. After all, they had already locked onto Yunsan. Yunsan might be cunning, but could he outrun Baiyan? Lu Zhou rode on Baiyan as it pursued the 3 binding cages like the wind. The first binding cage was now 10 meters wide, and it was still expanding. The binding cages continued to fly after their target. Baiyan had moved so quickly that it caught up to the cages in just a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou surveyed the mountain terrain as he sat atop Baiyan. The forest was too dense. The canopies obstructed his view. Fortunately, Lu Zhou was now in the divine court realm. It seemed that Baiyan's wildness effect was negligible and did not affect him much. Lu Zhou lowered his altitude. At this moment, the 3 binding cages could no longer be seen from Skylark Pagoda. Everyone waited silently. Meanwhile, Yunsan flitted in and out of trees. He chuckled. Even when the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects joined forces, they couldn't catch me. You think you can catch me from that distance? It had to be said that Yunsan's speed was shocking. After sprinting for about 20 miles, Yunsan finally slowed down. His cultivation base was only in the divine court realm. However, in terms of speed, he was on par with a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert. He made no stops along the way. His pursuer would need to use a grand technique to catch up to him. The deeper parts of the forest laid further north. It would be much easier for him to find a place to hide there. After a while, he relaxed and decided to stop. Evil Sky Pavilion, Patriarch of the Fiend Path. Wait, what is that? He was still crowing about his triumph when he sensed something falling from above. He looked up and saw a massive square cage descending from the skies. Regardless of how profound one's cultivation base was, they would still be shocked by this sight. Yuan-san had never seen such a thing before. BZZT. The binding cage was about to land on Yun-san when it suddenly rippled and vanished into thin air. Yun-san was puzzled. It disappeared? He was still mulling over the cage's disappearance when a second cage shining with golden light appeared. Yun-san trembled before he began to move again. This was too strange. He recalled the scene back at Skylark Pagoda. At that time, the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch had casually cast a technique similar to this golden cage. Yun-san? A voice rang from behind Yun-san. He turned around instinctively and was greeted by the sight of Baiyan baring its fangs and claws as it charged at him. Lu Zhou stood on Bai En's back. His energy shield was streamlined. Shit! Primal chi surged out of Yunsan's body, and he ran even faster. Bai En lunged as it roared loudly. Bam! 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 Several trees crashed in Bai En's wake. In just a second, it knocked into Yunsan's back. Bam! Yunsan grunted in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell forward. Then he suddenly vanished into thin air. A ground escape technique? Lu Zhou ordered Bai En to stop. He was in no hurry at all. The second and third cages reached Yunsan at this moment as well. Lu Zhou understood ground escape techniques very well. When the cultivator was underground, his speed would decrease tremendously, and the consumption of his primal chi would increase. With Bai En here, Yunsan would be hard-pressed to escape even if he sprouted wings. The second cage dropped down 20 meters before Lu Zhou. Then it vanished. The hit was not triggered. The third cage arrived. It was like a net that covered heaven and earth. Web-like lines appeared on the ground and zeroed in on the target from all directions. Clearly, the hit rate had been triggered this time. This was extremely reminiscent of the situation back in the Evil Sky Pavilion when the binding cage captured Fan Shouwen. It was as impressive, if not more. Although the Evil Sky Pavilion was spacious, it could not compare to nature itself. Lu Zhou saw that the landing spot of the third cage was different from the second cage even though it was not by much. It moved about 20 meters forward before it dropped down. From the skies, it was like a net was dropped onto the dense forest. Hundreds of trees were instantly felled by the web. The fallen trees and debris were caught in the net until the net suddenly transformed into a square cage, and they were all ejected. Soon enough, a square patch of barren land was formed in the middle of the forest. Bzzzt. The golden shining cage seemed to be electrified as it sank into the ground. Ah! A loud wail rang from below ground. The binding cage had captured its mark. Lu Zhou ordered Bai En to descend. After he dismounted, Bai En obediently trotted to the side and sat down. Lu Zhou walked over to where the cage had landed with his hands on his back. Cultivators who were imprisoned by the binding cage would have their cultivation bases sealed. It was the same for Fan Shouwen. Therefore, Lu Zhou was not afraid of Yunsan escaping. He waited patiently as he stroked his beard. It did not take long before Yunsan's deep and muffled cries rang from beneath the ground. He seemed to be crying. Lu Zhou projected his voice. Yunsan, are you still trying to run away? Yunsan did not seem capable of talking apart from crying. Lu Zhou waved his arm. Bai En gave a guttural growl as though it was excited. Then it ran over and began clawing at the ground. In no time at all, Bai En dug Yunsan out of the ground. Yunsan was so frightened that he called for his parents when Bai En bared its fangs at him. No, no, no. Old senior. Have mercy. Please spare me, old senior. Yunsan kept begging for mercy. When he saw the greatest villain standing beside him, he could not help but tremble. He had never been this afraid in his entire life. He wanted to move, but he could not. He was firmly bound by a shackle that seemed to be molded to his body. Take him away. With that, Bai En carried Yunsan between its jaws. Meanwhile, everyone, apart from Mingshi, Duanmushang, and Little Yuaner, waited anxiously in Skylark Pagoda. After a while, Lady Jade finally said, "The old senior is advanced in age. Isn't it a bit too much for him to personally capture Yunsan?" Mingshi said confidently, "You don't have to worry. Master's abilities can shock the heavens. I'd be damned if Yunsan can escape from this. I meant no offense. Please forgive me." Lu Zhou rode on Bai En and returned to Skylark Pagoda from the north. Bai En could be seen carrying a person in its jaws. It was the only successor of the pickpocket sect who was running away just moments ago, Yanzi Yunsan. The cultivators who did not run away witnessed this scene. Yunsan is caught. The only successor of the pickpocket sect is caught. Somehow, the Evil Sky Pavilion earned the respect of these cultivators. The sole successor of the pickpocket sect was renowned for his cunning. He was even capable of escaping the joint pursuit of the elites from the Yun Tian and luosex after he stole from them. In terms of cunning, he was much more cunning than the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen. Fan Shouwen had strength on his side, and he could deal with various situations easily. Yunsan, on the other hand, was in the divine court realm. He could be regarded as peerless for being able to achieve this. Lady Jade stood up suddenly. Hua Yueshing tightened her grip on her bow instinctively. Her knuckles whitened. Bian flew into Skylark Pagoda and spat Yunsan out. It did not care about Yunsan's life. Lady Jade was in awe. Your amazing powers know no bounds throughout the ages. It's one thing to say that his powers know no bounds, but what's with throughout the ages? While they waited on the pagoda, Lady Jade felt that Duanmushang and Little Yuaner were normal. However, Mingshi was unpredictable with his scathing remarks that were capable of sowing discord. Duanmushang and Little Yuaner merely bowed. Lady Jade bowed and said, "That's a shocking display of strength, old senior. It's a breathtaking sight to witness." Hua Yueshing cupped her fists without saying anything. Lu Zhou walked up to the stone table, stroked his beard, and sat down. His gaze fell on Yunsan, who was lying on the floor. "Yunsan, I'll be asking you questions. All you have to do is to answer them." "Yes, yes." Yunsan got up with great difficulty and kneeled on the floor. He did not even dare to breathe heavily. "Where are the remaining sky fragments?" Lu Zhou asked. Yunsan gulped. He lowered his head and answered, "3 of them are in the palace, but 2 of them were placed in Skylark Pagoda. One of them is in the Clarity Sex Mochi's hands. The other one is with the Temple of Great Emptiness. The Temple of Great Emptiness's sky fragment must have been the one that was given to the Heaven Choice Temple's monk, Su Liao. As for the 3 fragments in the palace, Little Yuaner had obtained 2 of them, and Jiang Aijin had removed 1 from the warehouse. There were still 3 fragments unaccounted for. Lu Zhou remained silent. He waited for Yunsan to continue. Yunsan looked up and stole a glance at Lady Jade, who was sitting at the side. He spoke again, "The other 3. He stammered and could not string a full sentence together. Mingshi went up and kicked him. "Stop dallying. Spit it out." Yunsan muttered, I should I say it or not?" He did not know if he should reveal what he knew. At this moment, Lady Jade, who sat at the opposite side of the stone table, said coldly, "Don't you even know what you should and shouldn't say?" Lu Zhou shifted his gaze from Yunsan to Lady Jade. "Do you know how I know he's Yunsan?" Lady Jade's heart skipped a beat. However, the smile on her face did not falter as she said, "I'm only a woman who knows nothing about cultivation. I have no idea." Realization dawned on Mingshi at this moment. He smiled as he said, "I get it. Explain it to them." Lu Zhou was feeling lazy to speak at length. The hooks, kite, and the contraptions in the river had to be set up beforehand. Since Skylark Pagoda's master is from the divine capital, he could easily be involved with the people from the palace. Yunsan alone couldn't have done that. "This means there's someone else backing Yunsan," Mingshi said. Lady Jade applauded and said, "That makes sense. If that's the case, who could it be? Someone who holds a grudge against the evil Sky Pavilion. Someone who knows Skylark Pagoda well," Mingshi said. At this moment, Yunsan suddenly leaped out of the window. Exclamations of shock could be heard at the bottom of the pagoda. Hua Yueshing said angrily, "Running away? Not so fast." She pulled on her bowstring. Energy surged and formed a shining golden arrow. Twang! Han Yueshing did all this in a breath. Bam! The Overlord spear's thousands of shadows blocked the arrow. Duanmushang did a somersault in the air and shattered Hua Yueshing's energy arrow. Meanwhile, the scarlet Nirvana sash shot out and caught Yunsan in midair. Little Yuaner pulled the sash tautly as though Yunsan was a kite she was flying. She said with a smile, "Master, isn't that amazing?" Yunsan's cultivation base had been sealed. He could not run away even if he leaped out of the window like this. In that case, why did he try to run? Lu Zhou looked at Hua Yueshing and said, "Were you trying to silence him?" Hua Yueshing took a step back. She trembled. "I dare not. I merely wanted to help you, old senior. Indeed, she was a godly archer. But in close quarters, Duanmushang could take her life away at any moment. Skylark Pagoda was now eerily silent, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Even Lady Jade found it difficult to breathe. She did not expect things to turn out his way. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and walked to the edge of the pagoda with his hands on his back. He looked at Yun San, who was suspended in midair, and said, "Do you think I won't know just because you don't say it?" Only, after Lu Zhou finished speaking, he raised a hand and condensed energy on his palm. At this moment, Hua Yueshing's bow began to shake. "BZZT. Old senior." Hua Yueshing was shocked. Bam! A green figure flashed before Hua Yueshing. Mingshi Yin's sudden palm strike landed on her. Hua Yueshing grunted and reeled back as her bow flew toward Lu Zhou. This development exceeded everyone's expectations. The two maidservants were so frightened that they had fallen to the ground, trembling. Meanwhile, the soldiers were flustered, unsure if they should charge forward. Hua Yueshing was one of the divine capital's 3 godly archers. She was of the same status as Li Qing, a black knight, and Chen Zhu, Mo Li's subordinate. Both Li Qing and Chen Zhu were dead. Hua Yueshing was the only one left, but she had just been hit in close range by Mingshi Yin. Mingshi Yin said with a smile, "You dare play tricks? I'll have your life for this." The separation hook and scabbard appeared in his hands and gleamed coldly. Lady Jade was ghastly pale at this moment. She hastily bowed and said, "Old senior, wait." Lu Zhou placed Hua Yueshing's bow on the stone table and said indifferently, "Let her come." Mingshi Yin and Duanmushang retreated to the side obediently. Hua Yueshing staggered. She was almost mortally wounded by this hit. Fortunately, Mingshi Yin had held back. Lady Jade's voice rang in the air. "Come here." Although Hua Yueshing was slightly reluctant, she flew up and returned to the pagoda. She looked at Lu Zhou, Mingshi Yin, and the others nervously. Lady Jade stood before Lu Zhou. She bowed again and said, "I had no choice but to do what I had to do." "Oh, you're confessing?" Lu Zhou asked. Lady Jade said with a sigh, "Indeed, Yun San is one of mine." With her admission, everything became clear. Since Yun San was Lady Jade's subordinate, he, naturally, did not dare to say anything. Moreover, it was clear Hua Yueshing planned to silence him. Lu Zhou gave Little Yuaner a signal. Little Yuaner swung her arm and tugged on the Nirvana sash, yanking Yun San back into the pagoda. She asked with a grin, "Master, should I break his legs so that he can't run anymore?" Yun San shuddered. Little Yuaner did not push the matter when she saw Lu Zhou remaining silent. She pulled a face at Yun San before she moved to the side. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Yun San again. He said, "Speak." Yun San shuddered. He kowtowed at Lady Jade before saying, "The remaining 3 fragments are with Lady Jade. Please forgive me, Lady Jade. Forgive me, Lady Jade." If they did the math, there were 4 sky fragments in the palace. Lu Zhou had already obtained the fragment that Zhang Aijin retrieved from the warehouse and did not have to consider that. Lady Jade sighed and said, "Old senior, Hua Yueshing's bow was forged from the sky fragments. I kept this a secret because I didn't want to deepen the misunderstanding between us. I was unaware that Yun San would exploit his association with me to set up various contraptions in the vicinity to get his hands on the giant silkworm gloves." The disciples looked at the bow on the stone table and were slightly shocked. They now understood why their master attacked Hua Yueshing. He had noticed this from the start. Lu Zhou remained silent. Lady Jade hastily continued, "If I wanted to make an enemy out of the evil Sky Pavilion, why would I come to Skylark Pagoda? Isn't that tantamount to seeking death?" Skylark Pagoda was silent again. Even the simple act of breathing seemed difficult. Hua Yueshing cupped her fists and said, "If that weren't the case, I wouldn't have acted against Yun San as well." When they arrived, they saw the huge arrow wrapped in energy shooting toward Little Yuaner. It was Hua Yueshing's arrow that stopped the attack. Hua Yueshing spoke again. "I'll return the bow to the evil Sky Pavilion immediately." Mingshi Yin mumbled, That's more like it. If the forging was done correctly, 2 sky fragments could form a heaven-grade weapon. However, the supplementary materials needed were extremely rare as well. Lu Zhou did not expect the 3 sky fragments to produce a mere earth-grade bow. It was truly a waste. He waved his arm and put the bow away. Ding! Recovered sky bow. Re-refinement needed. May obtain sky fragments X3. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou glanced at the progress of this mission. Recovering sky fragments, 7/8. This went much smoother than he expected. He initially thought that the sky fragments would be scattered all over the world, and it would cause him great pains to find them. He did not expect the people of the outside world would view items that he discarded as rare treasures. If the others had thought it was trash as well and tossed them aside, it would have been much more difficult to locate them. There was one final fragment left. Lu Zhou looked at Yunsan and said, "Yunsan, I'll give you a chance to live." When Yunsan heard he would be given a chance to live, he hastily kowtowed at Lu Zhou. His forehead knocked loudly on the floor as he said, "Kindly give your instruction, old senior. I'll do anything to stay alive. I admire those who are courteous the most," Lu Zhou said slowly. "Since you gave the sky fragment to the Clarity sect, you'll be the one to retrieve it." Yunsan was taken aback. When he saw that Yunsan had fallen into a daze, Mingxirin said, "If you're not going, just as well. It's been a long time since I've smelled fresh blood." As he spoke, he stretched his limbs. Upon seeing this, Yunsan shuddered. He, naturally, did not dare to refuse and said, I'll go. There were many elites in the Clarity sect. It would not be easy to retrieve the final sky fragment from the sect. Yunsan was skilled in theft. Even if he could not ask for it, he could still steal it and bring it back. If it were not for the binding cage cards, Lu Zhou would have to expend more effort and time to catch a master thief like Yunsan. Yunsan spoke fearfully. Old senior, I can go to the Clarity sect. But, can you unseal my cultivation base? Mingxirin hastily said. Master, I have something to say. When would he be able to show off if not now? Speak. Yunsan is skilled in stealing techniques. If we unseal his cultivation base, it might not be easy to capture him again. He was even bold enough to brag in your face. A despicable man like him is capable of anything, Mingxirin said. However, he won't be able to use his skills if his cultivation base remains sealed. I can place a primal chi seal on him so that he won't be able to run away. Lu Zhou nodded. It was an approval of Mingxirin's suggestion. Mingxirin cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and went to Yunsan's side. He raised a hand, and a beam of primal chi appeared. The green primal chi formed a unique seal. Bam! He slammed it into Yunsan's body. Pooh! Yunsan spat out a mouthful of blood. This seal was unlike ordinary seals. Ordinary seals could be forcibly shattered by cultivators who were stronger than the seal user. However, Mingxirin's seal was etched on the target's marrow and meridians. It was impossible to remove. However, this unique seal's effect had a time limit. This was its flaw. Lady Jade was taken aback when she saw Mingxirin use the special seal on Yunsan. This meant she would not be able to use Yunsan for the time being. As long as the seal existed, Yunsan was the Evil Sky Pavilion's pawn. However, she could not do anything about this. Her current priority was to resolve the misunderstanding with the Evil Sky Pavilion. If there was a need, she would rather sacrifice Yunsan. Hence, her expression remained indifferent throughout the process. Master, it's done. However, this seal will only last for 3 months, Mingxirin said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He looked at Yunsan and said, I'll give you 7 days. Yunsan was taken aback. He stammered, Isn't it 3 months? So 7 days. Isn't it too short? Mingxirin said, You have no right to haggle. If you don't bring back the sky fragment in 7 days, I'll track you down. I'll find you no matter where you are. I'll dig a hole that's 3 feet deep, flay you alive, and pull out your tendons before I cut you up into 8 chunks. Yunsan had never been caught before. Now that he was captured by the Evil Sky Pavilion, His confidence was heavily impacted. There was only one emotion left in him at this moment. Fear. He said, 7 days. Fine. 7 days it is. Lu Zhou waved his arm. The cords of binding cage dissolved into spots of light like fireflies and eventually vanished. Lady Jade looked at the unique technique and exclaimed in wonder. You truly have amazing abilities, old senior. It's no wonder the Evil Sky Pavilion stands tall to this day. Lu Zhou was naturally unmoved. He had become immune to flattery after listening to too much of it. When binding cage disappeared, Yun San was delighted to find his primal chi returning to him. He hastily kowtowed and said, I'll go to the Clarity Sect right immediately. Time was short. Yun San was only a divine court realm cultivator. It would be near impossible for him to retrieve an item from the Clarity Sect without a plan. Get lost then. Mingshi waved him off. Yun San leaped off Skylark Pagoda and sped into the forest. Soon after, he vanished from sight. Lady Jade forced a smile on her face before she said, Old senior, I have something else to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Wait. Lu Zhou stood up slowly. Lady Jade was slightly stunned. She forced a smile and said, Is there something else, old senior? It seems like you're not very sincere. Since earlier, Lu Zhou had felt something was amiss, based on his conversation with Lady Jade. But he could not quite put his finger on it. Not very sincere? Lady Jade appeared confused. She did not know what he meant. Have you met Emily before? Lu Zhou asked. Naturally, I've met the second prince's consort. However, Emily has always kept to herself. She rarely interacts with other people. Lady Jade. She seemed to have noticed something as she added, Don't worry, old senior. My heart is with the emperor. I'll never collude with the likes of them. Lu Zhou remained silent as he looked at Nine Tune River with his hands on his back. Her words were clear, but her sincerity was not. At this moment, someone said mockingly from the 8th floor of the pagoda, Wow! I never thought I'd see the day where Lady Jade is so submissive. Zhang Aijian's voice was too unique to miss. His very voice invited others to give him a good beating. Unfortunately, they could not see through the floor. Zhang Aijian continued, Old senior, Yun San is one of Lady Jade's subordinates. If Lady Jade didn't support him, he wouldn't dare to covet the giant silkworm gloves. If she goes unpunished, I'm afraid that it'll tarnish the Evil Sky Pavilion's reputation. Lu Zhou looked calm. Mingshi nodded when he heard this and said, I'm surprised you're capable of saying such sensible words. The Evil Sky Pavilion has always paid its debts. I mean, we've always clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Lady Jade understood what he meant. She took a step back. Her maidservants and soldiers planted themselves before her. Hua Yueshing moved next to her as well. The comfortable atmosphere turned tense again. Zhang Aijian continued, The old senior has already seen through your act. Are you going to keep this up? The others were puzzled by this statement. Suddenly, Lady Jade's expression darkened. She began to emit a purple smoke. A familiar-looking red lotus appeared on her forehead. However, she did not attack. She merely had a murderous expression on her face. The purple smoke spread into the surroundings. Lady Jade. The others conjured their protective energies to keep the purple smoke at bay. They were worried it was poisonous. As the purple smoke spread, the golden lotus on Lady Jade's forehead faded. The murderous expression faded from her face as well. Hua Yueshing was perplexed by this. This is... At this moment, Zhang Aijian walked up from the 8th floor with a smile on his face. The purple smoke dissipated in the air, and Lady Jade fell. The two maidservants quickly caught her. Lu Zhou appeared calm. His disciples, on the other hand, were shocked. When the purple smoke appeared, they thought she was some powerful witchcraft practitioner and had prepared themselves for a fierce battle. They did not expect that Lady Jade would faint as soon as the red lotus on her forehead faded away. Zhang Aijian, you knew she was being controlled all along? Mingshi asked, feeling slightly speechless. Of course, I had to keep a low profile. She could see everything through Lady Jade's eyes. Zhang Aijin flipped his hair and said, "After all, I do stand out. It won't do for me to be recognized." He did not say anything about him being the third prince. The maidservants, soldiers, and Hua Yueshing did not recognize Zhang Aijin. They merely looked at him indifferently. They thought this newcomer must be someone from the Evil Sky Pavilion as well. It would certainly explain his shamelessness. Hua Yueshing exclaimed in shock. "You're saying that Lady Jade was being controlled?" "Of course." Zhang Aijin rolled his eyes at her. "Lady Jade isn't a cultivator. She's a mere mortal. She can roam the palace without restriction and serves the most powerful man under the heavens. If I were Immortal, I wouldn't let this opportunity slip past my fingers." Hua Yueshing staggered backward. She quickly touched her face and hair. She was worried that she was being controlled as well. Mingxirin said, "Since she was being controlled, why didn't she attack us through Lady Jade? After all, she's only a puppet." Zhang Aijin raised his fingers and said, "First, I think Emoli is injured. Second, witchcraft spells only have 60% of its efficacy when unleashed through a puppet. She has no choice but to retreat in the face of an expert like Old Senior. Hence, she proposed a truce through Lady Jade to buy herself some time to recuperate. In a way, Lady Jade is a victim as well. With such ruthlessness, it's a shame that Mo. didn't join the Evil Sky Pavilion." Several pairs of eyes instantly landed on Zhang Aijin. Such heavy killing intent. Zhang Aijin hastily said, she's only treading the small path which is evil. The great path is the fiend path." That was more like it. Although the Evil Sky Pavilion was of the fiend path, they would never do something as despicable as this. Zhang Aijin glanced at the unconscious Lady Jade and said, "Well, what are you standing there for? Take your Lady Jade with you and leave." The two maidservants hastily propped Lady Jade up and went down the stairs. Lu Zhou did not stop them. Instead, he sat down slowly and looked on as the maidservants brought Lady Jade away. Hua Yueshing wanted to leave as well, but Zhang Aijin said, "You can't leave." "Huh? What? Do you want to return to Emoli and become one of her talons?" Zhang Aijin asked. Hua Yueshing was stunned. Lu Zhou stared at Zhang Aijin as if he was looking at his prey. He spoke slowly, "Lu Chun." Zhang Aijin shuddered. He started when Lu Zhou called him by his real name. Zhang Aijin did not like to put on airs. However, he was usually forced to. This time it was the same. After putting on airs, he immediately regretted it. Why did he have such a big mouth? Why must he meddle? This did not suit him. The great villain must have seen through this farce. Even if he stayed out of this, things would have still ended the same way. Moreover, the person before him was the greatest villain in the world. There were 3 little villains as well. Any one of them could have easily taken his life. Zhang Aijin chuckled sheepishly as he stood before Lu Zhou and bowed slightly. He licked his lips before he said, "Old Senior, I'm Zhang Aijin of the pugilistic world. You're quite the schemer." Lu Zhou sat before the stone table, staring at Zhang Aijin. "Old Senior, this is a collaboration. Don't you think things worked out for both of us?" Zhang Aijin asked. "I don't think so." When Lu Zhou returned to Skylark Pagoda, he did some calculations. He used 3 binding cage cards to capture Yunsan. Although they were his old stock, the prices of the item cards had gone up. Yunsan's cultivation base was only in the Divine Court realm. Capturing him did not award Lu Zhou with any merit points. In a situation where accumulating merit points was becoming more difficult, this was a huge loss for him. Zhang Aijin forced a smile and said, "I can't be blamed for what happened today. If you want to blame someone, you should blame your 7th disciple, Si Wuya. He's the one setting the stage from the shadows. All I know is you were the one who summoned me here," Lu Zhou said. Zhang Aijin was rendered speechless. Alright, he was wrong. He glanced at Hua Yueshing, who was standing there in fear and trepidation. He suddenly had an inspiration and said, "I have something that'll make you feel better, Old Senior." "What is it?" Zhang Aijin walked to Hua Yueshing and said, Hua Yueshing, I initially planned to bring you out of the palace and restore your freedom, but now, let me direct you to a brighter path. Ha! Join the evil sky pavilion, Jiang Aijin said. Mingshi Yin said disapprovingly. I'm not trying to belittle her, but with her skills, she's just like the general workers in Evil Sky Pavilion. Even Zhou Jifeng's more powerful than her. Hua Yueshing felt offended that they were talking about her as though she was not there. She had cultivated in the Luo sect since she was young. She did not like swords, blades, or fists. She could not help but fall in love with the bow and arrows. From the moment she picked it up, she could not stop herself. She ended up becoming Luo sect's godly archer. She joined the palace after leaving the Luo sect and had served in the palace since. She eventually made a name for herself and became one of the divine capital's 3 godly archers. However, she was young and did not have much experience in killing enemies on the front lines. That was why she was ranked 3rd among the 3 godly archers of the divine capital. General worker? No way, Hua Yueshing said. What? Do you want to spar with me? Bring it on. I don't discriminate between males and females. Don't cry when you're hit. Mingshi Yin raised his hand. The separation hook materialized and spun above his hand. When she saw the heaven-grade weapon, Hua Yueshing took a step back. She was clearly frightened. After all, she had been attacked by Mingshi Yin earlier. This was a case of once bitten, twice shy. Jiang Aijin said, Don't underestimate her. Hua Yueshing is highly talented in archery. It's a shame that she followed the wrong person. He turned and said to Hua Yueshing, If you want to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, show them some moves. I won't join the Evil Sky Pavilion. Hua Yueshing rejected the proposal directly. Why? I'd rather be punished in the palace than join the fiend path. Jiang Aijin sighed and shook his head. He said in a brotherly manner, Trust me, the conflicts within the palace are much more complicated than the affairs of the outside world. Besides, Lady Jade's witchcraft spell has been lifted. Mo Li is a dangerous person. Don't tell me you're thinking of going back to the Luo sect. Hua Yueshing regarded Jiang Aijin with a complicated look. She felt as if this man knew everything. She said, Who are you? That's not important. Jiang Aijin placed his hands on his back and began to pace back and forth. After a while, Mingshi Yin could not stand it and sent a kick his way. Cut the crap. You're only a prince. Get to the point. Jiang Aijin patted his buttocks and said, I'm a prince. Give me some face, will you? All right, I'll settle this now. You're a prince. Hua Yueshing's eyes widened. Who keeps a low profile? Jiang Aijin pulled her to the side and whispered something to her. Perhaps Hua Yueshing was too young. After listening to him, she nodded and walked toward Lu Zhou. She said respectfully, I, Hua Yueshing, am willing to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. Please accept me, old senior. Lu Zhou looked at Hua Yueshing. Then he stood up and said, You don't have the rights yet. Hua Yueshing was speechless. She flipped her right hand and raised her left hand. A bow and arrow formed by energy appeared in her hands. An energy arrow appeared between her index and middle fingers. BZZT. She turned around and fired the arrow at a bird on a tall tree outside the pagoda. Twang. The arrow sailed through the air and landed true. The bird fell into the forest. Mingshi Yin, Duanmushang, and Little Yuaner were inwardly shocked by this display. This was their first time witnessing someone forming energy without the need for a weapon. Lu Zhou glanced at Hua Yueshing and said, Too weak. Hua Yueshing was not willing to give up. She bowed and said, Please lend me a weapon. Condensing qi into energy without a weapon would always be weaker. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and the sky bow appeared on the stone table. Hua Yueshing took the sky bow and walked to the edge of the pagoda. She searched for a target. When she held the bow, her eyes were set, and her expression was calm. She felt her confidence returning. This time, she pulled on the bowstring with her right hand. She condensed qi into energy. An energy arrow that was sharper, thinner, and clearer was knocked on the bow. She adjusted her breathing. As a godly archer, aim was not everything that was required of her. She needed good eyesight as well. Everything in her sight was targets. She loosened her grip. Twang. The first arrow was fired into the forest. This arrow was loud and startled dozens of birds in the forest. Hua Yueshing pulled on her bowstring again. Dozens of energy arrows hit the flying birds. Nice shot! Jiang Aijin clapped his hands despite himself. Pa! 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 Except for Jiang Aijin's applause, it was quiet in Skylark Pagoda. His monotonic claps sounded exceptionally awkward. Mingshi, Duanmu Shang, and Little Yuaner looked at him in unison. They looked at him as though he was a madman. Come on, you have to admit it was a nice shot, Jiang Aijin said. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Real archery is honed on the battlefield. You have the talent, but you're not sharp enough. You're still some ways from being qualified to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Zhou waved his arm and recalled the sky bow. Jiang Aijin, I won't hold this against you since you helped me recover a sky fragment. Don't forget our promise. Safe journey, old senior. At this moment, his mount, Witsard, flew in from the clouds. Lu Zhou leaped onto its back nimbly. Little Yuaner ran over as well. Mingshi and Duanmu Shang shook their heads helplessly. Judging by the looks of things, they would have to fly again. This was too tiring. Witsard traveled through the air in the direction of Anyang City. Mingshi and Duanmu Shang followed closely behind it. Hua Yueshing was stunned. For a time, she did not know how she should react. Jiang Aijin said, Go after them. You don't have anywhere else to go. Remember what I said, the palace has no place for you nor does the Luo sect. The noble path won't take you in as well. You have no choice besides the Evil Sky Pavilion. Oh! Hua Yueshing flew after them. She was an archer to begin with. She was no stranger to speed. Perhaps, she wanted to prove herself, so she chased after them earnestly. Mingshi and Duanmu Shang looked behind and saw her. Mingshi came to a halt in midair as he said, Master has said that you're unqualified to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. I want to prove that I am, Hua Yueshing said resolutely. Aren't you worried that I'll kill you? Mingshi threatened. Hua Yueshing was startled. She did not dare to get too close, that was why she had followed them from a distance. Meanwhile, Witsard moved at breakneck speed. It left them in the dust in just a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou stood on Witsard's back as he looked down at the terrain. Master, what's that? Little Yuaner pointed at a flying chariot that hovered above the forest on the other side of Nine Tune River. Lu Zhou ordered Witsard to slow down. Little Yuaner, who had a keen eye, said, That's the flying chariot of the person who gave me the gift earlier in Skylark Pagoda. Was that not old 7th Si Wuya's flying chariot? Is 7th senior brother here? Little Yuaner wondered. Lu Zhou remembered what happened during these few days. He said in a deep voice, Rascal! Witsard switched directions and proceeded toward Nine Tune River. Bathed in auspicious qi, Witsard shot through the skies at an amazing speed. When Mingshi and Duanmu Shang saw this from afar, they stopped to look. Hua Yueshing did the same. Witsard was too flashy after all. When it got closer, the cultivators on the flying chariot were scared witless. Oh no! The old senior has noticed us. Run! The flying chariot turned around quickly. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou said, Running away? He flipped his hand. A thunderblast card appeared, and he tossed it out. His target was, naturally, the flying chariot. A vortex appeared and charged toward the flying chariot. A lightning bolt descended from the heavens. Rumble! The lightning bolt was wrapped in energy as it struck down at the flying chariot. The flying chariot's movements stopped, creaked and teetered perilously in the air. Crack! The flying chariot shattered and dropped from the sky. Hua Yueshing was rooted to the spot in shock when she saw this. She knew she was inexperienced when she witnessed Lu Zhou capture the master thief, Yunsan, with his techniques. However, she did not personally see how Yunsan was captured. Currently, She acutely felt her inexperience as she watched this thunderblast that could shock the heavens and the earth and make devils and deities cry. Moreover, this attack was launched from afar. Compared to this, her multiple arrow shots seemed insignificant. Mingshi exclaimed in awe. Nobody can stop Master when he's on a roll. Seventh junior brother is going to lose some important assets today. Duanmu crossed his arms and said, if seventh junior brother is on the flying chariot, I don't think he'll be able to escape. With Wuxia here, even if Wuxia had an extra pair of wings, he would not have been able to escape. Under such circumstances, Wuxia might not even have as much of a chance as Yunsan had. Old Seventh is risking a lot this time. To think he's bold enough to keep an eye on Skylark Pagoda from here. Mingshi seemed to be enjoying himself. Wuxia flew through the air. Many of the cultivators leaped off the flying chariot when it fell. The low-level cultivators could only conjure up simple energy shields and fall. Those with Brahman Sea realm cultivation bases and above could move in the air and control the pace of their descent. Rascal, show yourself. Lu Zhou's voice resounded in the air. He did not earn much merit points at Skylark Pagoda this time. However, if he could capture Wuxia, it would not be too much of a loss. The cultivators were shaking in fear and shock as they scurried away in all directions. Their sect master had reminded them over and over again to stay away from Tiandao. They were not to put up any resistance. This had become a rule of the Darknet. Currently, there was only a single thought in their heads, and that was to run away as quickly as possible. They ran for their lives. Nobody replied to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou glanced at fleeing the cultivators. None of them had cultivation bases greater than the Divine Court realm. Since Wuxia, Old Seventh, obtained the Peacock Plume and cultivated the complete Great Compassion poem, his cultivation base should be in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm now. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to keep his position as sect master with a mere Divine Court realm cultivation base. This meant that Wuxia was not among these people. Yuaner. All right. Little Yuaner had been itching to jump into action. She leaped off Wuxia's back. She was like a wolf that was let loose among a herd of sheep. The Nirvana sash danced in the air as it unfurled. The cultivators who could not run quickly enough were bound by the Nirvana sash. There were those who put up a fight as well. Little Yuaner simply knocked them out cold. The terrifying qualities of a heaven-grade weapon were fully displayed at this moment. Little Yuaner loved the feeling of trampling on the weak. Moreover, since she had gotten her master's approval, she did not hold back. However, she did not kill. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He was pleased. Now there's a promising disciple. If this had happened in the past, these people might not be so lucky. A short while later, Mingshi and Duanmu caught up to Lu Zhou. When Mingshi saw the scene, he gulped before asking, Third senior brother, do you think little junior sister will torture us in the future? Duanmu remembered the scene when little Yuaner first got the Nirvana sash. He scratched his head and said, I don't think so. Little junior sister has grown up. I hope so. At this moment, the sounds of wailing rang from all directions. Many of the cultivators were captured by little Yuaner. She tossed them into a pile. All of them were bound by the Nirvana sash. Lu Zhou descended slowly. He gave Wuxia a pat. Wittard growled and waited in its spot. Master, should I beat them up? I guarantee they'll reveal 7th senior brother's location. Little Yuaner said. Lu Zhou waved his hand to signal her to stand back. Little Yuaner retreated to the side. With his hands on his back, Lu Zhou said, I'll only ask each question once. If there's one wrong answer, you'll have to pay the price. The group of cultivators shuddered. They were facing the greatest villain under the heavens. This person was also their sect master's master. Their sect master had told them to cooperate and not to put up any resistance. Where is Wuxia now? Old senior. We're only here on orders. The sect master has always been mysterious. We don't know where he is. I'm being honest. Why were you hiding here? The sect master has ordered us to observe the situation after presenting the gift to Miss Ninth. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and contemplated this. This meant Si Wuya had planned all of this. What was his true objective? Mingshi bowed and said, Master, Old Seventh has gone too far this time. How dare he use the Evil Sky Pavilion as his pawn? I'm willing to stay here and track him down. I swear that I'll capture him. I'm afraid that you might not be a match for Old Seventh, Lu Zhou said with his hands on his back. It was not only a problem of cultivation base. In terms of schemes, Mingshi had always been sharp, but he was petty. Mingshi said indignantly, We don't know who's stronger. Duanmu Shang said, You're different from before, fourth junior brother. During our recent sparring sessions, I noticed you're able to endure much more compared to before. Mingshi turned and glanced at Duanmu Shang. That sounded wrong somehow. Lu Zhou ignored the duo. He looked at the bound Darknet members and said, Go and tell your sect master that if he knows he has done wrong, come and see me personally. After he finished speaking, he leaped onto Witzard's back. Mingshi found this strange. He bowed and said, Master, is this it? Do you have a good plan? I feel it's better to tie them all up on the mountain and kill one of them each day. If seventh junior brother values them, he might show up, Mingshi said. Lu Zhou ignored him. If things were so simple, he would have disciplined his disciples long ago. Would there be a need for him to drag it out until today? The Darknet members fell to their knees in fear and cried out for their parents. Mingshi was annoyed to no end by the noises they made. Have mercy. We're only paid to do this. We've never even seen the sect master's face. Please spare us, old senior. You're paid. Duanmu Shang was puzzled. Mingshi nodded and said, The real Darknet isn't a group of set individuals. They're people spread out in all sects and corners of the world. They might be fishermen, mess cooks, or some grand official in the palace. The Darknet has offended many people since its founding. They would not gather all their members in a place. It'll only make it easier for their enemies to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Seventh senior brother is truly smart. I mean, cunning, little Yuaner exclaimed. Lu Zhou leaped onto Witzard's back. When little Yuaner saw this, she recalled her Nirvana sash and leaped onto Witzard's back as well. In that case, I'll leave this to you. Lu Zhou looked at Mingshi. He ordered Wizard to leave the forest, and they continued on their way to Anyang. Ha! Mingshi was perplexed. Duanmu Shang walked over and patted his shoulder before sincerely saying, Old Fourth, it's all up to you now. I believe in you. After that, he flew away as well. The moment Duanmu Shang left, Mingshi immediately gave himself a slap. Me and my big mouth. Mingshi looked at the Darknet members. I'm in a bad mood today. I can only vent my frustrations on you. There was a flurry of movements. Bluewood grew and wails were heard. Hua Yueshing, who was observing from a distance, frowned and mumbled. Is His Highness the Third Prince lying to me? Didn't His Highness say the villains of the Evil Sky Pavilion aren't terrifying? She did not dare to go any closer. After her experience in Skylark Temple, she had become wary of Mingshi. Not only did he have mood swings, but he had a tendency of losing his temper as well. After giving it some thought, Hua Yueshing looked at Duanmu Shang's back. Mr. Third is the most normal one. She quickly gave chase to him. Meanwhile, in the Nether Sex base on Pingdu Mountain, seventh junior brother. Aren't you worried about Master's wrath by doing this? Yu Zhenghai asked. Si Wuya cupped his fists at Yu Zhenghai, who was sitting on the throne, and said, Eldest senior brother, the disturbance in Anyang City has nothing to do with me. All I did was pass the message along. If Master's going to get angry about this, then so be it. Yu Zhenghai rose from his seat. He placed his hands on his back as he said, I'm curious, what sound technique was it that was capable of pushing all four of my great protectors back in just an instant? How would I know if even you don't know what it was, eldest senior brother? Si Wuya paused slightly before continuing. However, Master has been alive for a millennium. It's no surprise that he has a trick or two up his sleeve. After all, even the 10 great elites couldn't do anything to him after surrounding him twice. You have a point. Yu Zhenghai paced back and forth. I heard the cloud-splitting chariot is flying again, and the 10 shamans' great predecessor formation in Tongzi town was completely broken. In your opinion, why did Master do that? In Yu Zhenghai's opinion, an elderly person like his master should stay in Evil Sky Pavilion, conserve his strength, and live out the rest of his life comfortably. It was not logical to attract this much attention. Si Wuya stroked his chin as he mulled over this. His dark net indeed covered the lands. However, the Evil Sky Pavilion was the only place that he could not reach. He remembered Zhu Honggong, old 8th, and said, I don't have an informant in the Evil Sky Pavilion, so it's hard for me to say. However, there's no need to worry, eldest senior brother. I think Master didn't deliberately meddle in the rebellion in Anyang City. His actual target must have been Yunsan. Yu Zhenghai was slightly puzzled by Si Wuya's words. Junior brother Wuya, do you think I'd acted against Wei Zhuoyan as well? Si Wuya shook his head and said, You misunderstand me, senior brother. It's true that you have the motive to act against Wei Zhuoyan. If Wei Zhuoyan dies, even if Great Yan isn't plunged into chaos, there would certainly be an upheaval in the imperial family as the power struggles erupt. However, with the emperor around, the 5 princes can't do anything substantial. You've always been cautious and steady, eldest senior brother, and you would never make such a low-level mistake. When Yu Zhenghai heard this, he smiled brightly. I like the sound of your words. You flatter me, eldest senior brother. Junior brother, Master left the Evil Sky Pavilion for the Sky Fragments. Do you know how special they are? Yu Zhenghai asked. Sky Fragments can easily slice through energy shields. They are also the best materials for forging heaven-grade weapons. Apart from that, there's nothing special about them, Si Wuya said. However, it did not make sense to him. If the fragments were nothing special, why would the Evil Sky Pavilion expend so much effort just to look for them? Alas, he had no way of obtaining information from the Evil Sky Pavilion. All he could do was make wild guesses. Yu Zhenghai looked in the direction of the Evil Sky Pavilion. He sighed softly. We're doing this for your own good. At this moment, he seemed to remember something and summoned his subordinate. Yes, Sect Master. This is my order. All those who harassed the Ci family during the Anyang Rebellion will be executed according to the Nether Sect's rules. Yes, Sect Master. Si Wuya said with a smile. Little junior sister is truly fortunate to enjoy such care from you, eldest senior brother. Yu Zhenghai smiled. Little junior sister's cultivation base isn't profound, and yet, she was brave enough to fight second junior brother. She deserves a compliment for her show of courage. You have a point, eldest senior brother. At this moment, a voice rang from outside. The Azure Dragon Hall's first seat requests an audience. Let him in. A short while later, the Azure Dragon Hall's first seat, Hua Chongyang, entered the Nether Sect's Great Hall. When he saw Si Wuya, he cupped his fists toward him before he turned to face Yu Zhenghai and said, Sect Master, I have information about the incident in Anyang. What is it? The one who impersonated the Nether Sect is Clarity Sect's Mo-Chi. Upon hearing this, Si Wuya rose to his feet immediately. He did not seem surprised. Instead, a knowing smile appeared on his face. Yu Zhenghai reacted in the same manner. Si Wuya cupped his fists and said, Congratulations, eldest senior brother. This is a great opportunity from the heavens. Yu Zhenghai spoke with a deep voice. This is my order. Take down the Clarity Sect within a month. When Hua Chongyang heard this, he was greatly invigorated and said, Understood. We won't let you down, Sect Master. We'll take down the Clarity Sect within a month. Si Wuya said, The Clarity Sect's Mo-Chi is already injured. The Clarity Sect's elite, Panlitian, is nowhere to be found. All that's left is the 7-leaf elite, Yu Hongyi. With the 4 great protectors' strength, taking down the Clarity Sect is only a matter of time. Yu Zhenghai had been waiting for this great opportunity. The Nether Sect could have forcibly taken down the Clarity Sect. However, the price he would have to pay was too great. He was not a reckless person who would act without a plan. He said, Panlitian, I hope he'll show up. Nobody knew where Panlitian went. It was rumored that Pan Litian was of the same generation as the Black Knights Fan Shoen. It was said that he left the Clarity sect for some reason and decided to roam the lands. There were accounts of his sighting at Misty Sea and Rongbei. There was no doubt that Pan Litian was the oldest elite from the Clarity sect. Ever since Yu Zhenghai made a name for himself, he had longed for a worthy opponent like his second junior brother, Yu Shangrong. He hoped that Pan Litian would be a worthy opponent as well. Naturally, he never considered his master at all. Lu Zhou did not stay in Anyang. He allowed little Yuaner to say goodbye to the Ci family before they returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. The rebellion in Anyang had already happened. As for where the Ci family would be moving to, nobody knew. They arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion in the afternoon. Lu Zhou had no time to deal with the trivial matters in the Evil Sky Pavilion. He went straight into the hidden chamber to comprehend the heavenly writing. When he was in Anyang, he had used all of the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. Hence, he decided to cultivate in seclusion and comprehend the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou glanced at the dashboard. He had 14,170 merit points left. If Mingshi and Duanmushang did not kill the 4 imposters in Anyang, he would have lost much more merit points during this trip. After considering the Thunderblast card he used on the flying chariot, he felt the loss was acceptable. Let's stock up on some cards. He would be incurring a huge loss if their prices rose again after he comprehended the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou called up the system dashboard. He bought 3 Deadly Strike cards which cost him 2,400 merit points. As expected, the Deadly Strike card's price rose to 1,000 points per card. In other words, he would not be earning anything by killing 4-leaf cultivators or those who were weaker. He bought 3 impeccable cards which cost him 1,800 points. He used the impeccable cards less frequently so their prices remained the same for now. After that, he bought 3 binding cage cards which cost him 1,500 merit points. The price rose to 600 points apiece after his purchase. The strange thing was, there were no discernible patterns in the price hikes. The margin of increase of the binding cage cards price was lower. Purchasing 3 of them should offer him a certain degree of safety. Lu Zhou looked at the Thunderblast card and shook his head. He did not plan on buying Thunderblast cards. He bought 3 critical heal cards which cost him 1,500 merit points, and the price remained the same. After he finished stocking up, Lu Zhou glanced at his remaining merit points again. He was left with 6,970 points. It would only be wishful thinking for him to buy the 8 methods connected avatar that cost 20,000 points with the merit points he currently had. Item: Deadly Strike card X4, Impeccable card X4, Critical Block card X7, Passive, Binding Cage card X4, Refining Talisman X2, Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial card X1, Wizard, Bayan, Sky Fragment X7, Critical Heal card X3. Lu Zhou felt at ease. At the very least, he did not have to worry about any threats in the near future with this stack of cards. Moreover, he did not have to worry about the price increment for now. Lu Zhou closed the system dashboard and entered his heavenly writing comprehension state. Only 2 days passed in just a blink of an eye. At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, an old man who was dressed like a beggar carried a gourd of wine. He swayed as he walked toward Golden Court Mountain's barrier. He looked at the barrier and chuckled. As though he was drunk, he muttered, So bright." The old man continued walking until he was dozens of meters away from the barrier. He chuckled foolishly as he took a swig from his wine gourd and burped. Young lady, why are you kneeling here?" The young lady was none other than Hua Yueshing, one of the divine capital's 3 godly archers. Hua Yueshing looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Old man, this is not a place to be begging. This is the Evil Sky Pavilion. If you value your life, you should leave as quickly as you can." When the old beggar heard this, he chuckled. "This is the Evil Sky Pavilion? Why aren't you afraid?" Hua Yueshing turned away. She looked at the ground and said, "Why should I be afraid? I'll be joining them soon anyway." Upon hearing this, the old beggar seemed to sober up slightly. He smiled and said, The people under the heavens are usually afraid of the evil sky pavilion. They do everything in their power to. He burped before he continued. Stay away. You're a funny one to want to join them. There's no other place for me in Great Yen. Hua Yueshing was about to continue when she suddenly shook her head. Why am I telling all this to a beggar? You should be on your way. When the people from the mountain come and kill you, I don't want to be blamed. The old beggar's expression remained indifferent. He walked to Hua Yueshing and sat next to her. He lifted his wine gourd to have a drink but discovered it was empty. He shook it strongly to eke out the few remaining drops. He smacked his lips before he turned to look at Hua Yueshing again and said, Young lady, you look like a kind soul to me. Heed my advice, you're not suited for the evil sky pavilion. As soon as he finished speaking, he burped again. The scent of alcohol wafted in the air. Hua Yueshing covered her nose and shuffled to the side. She thought to herself, what does it have to do with you if I join the evil sky pavilion? What a busybody. The old beggar smiled and said, Young lady, talk to me. About what? Why do you want to join the evil sky pavilion? Hua Yueshing glanced at the old beggar. She remembered the things that happened in the Luo sect, and she shook her head. I have nowhere else to go. There was a hint of helplessness in her words that reminded the old beggar of himself. Did he have a place to go? No. The four corners of the world were his home. The sky was his blanket, and the earth was his bed. He made a living by begging. However, she was a young lady. It would not do for her to live like him. He looked at the evil sky pavilion again, looking sober at this moment. After a while, the old beggar coughed and asked in a seemingly dazed state, Young lady, is this Golden Court Mountain? Hua Yueshing felt slightly speechless. She said, Old man, I'm begging you, can you not disturb me? Please go somewhere else. I'm not going anywhere. He instinctively raised his wine gourd before he remembered it was empty. Life is colorless without booze. It's a bore. Hua Yueshing rolled her eyes. Not only is he a beggar, but he's a hopeless alcoholic. The old beggar looked at the evil sky pavilion and said, I wonder if there's any good wine on Golden Court Mountain. I'll go and check. Perhaps they might find it in their kind hearts to let me have a sip. The old beggar rose to his feet clumsily and patted the dust off himself. This was an awkward scene. A beggar was a beggar. He was filthy and unwashed, and yet he was patting dust off himself. The old beggar walked toward Golden Court Mountain's barrier. He thought that he could pass through and ended up slamming his face against the barrier. He staggered back from the impact and fell. Hua Yueshing covered her eyes. She felt the pain just from looking at him. The old beggar cried out, covering his nose as he rolled on the ground. Hua Yueshing shook her head and said, Why must you do this to yourself? At this moment, a female cultivator appeared on Golden Court Mountain steps. She hurried down the mountain toward the entrance and said, Mr. Third has said that the old senior is cultivating in seclusion. He won't see you. You should leave. The female cultivator's attitude was not bad. It made Han Yueshing feel more at ease. She bowed at the female cultivator. Sister, please convey my message to them. Tell them that Hua Yueshing won't leave until she's accepted into the evil sky pavilion. Why do you have to do this? Please, sister. The female cultivator sighed and shook her head. Wait up. The old beggar rose to his feet, his hand still covering his nose. He walked over slowly and lifted his wine gourd. I want to have a drink. The female cultivator frowned. At this moment, the red Nirvana sash sailed across the skies and exited the barrier. The old beggar was flustered and fell on his butt. Little Yuaner appeared in the air. She pointed at the old beggar and said, We have no wine here. Get lost. What a fierce little girl. The old beggar exclaimed, seemingly frightened. Little Yuaner retracted her Nirvana sash and looped it around herself. It seemed like she was showing off. And you, quit staying here. If Master says he won't accept you, he won't accept you. I'm willing to wait. Metal and stone would yield to sincerity. You can wait all you want then. Little Yuaner returned to the evil sky pavilion with the female cultivator. The old beggar shook his head. He touched his swollen nose tentatively and decided to lie on the ground. He yawned and said, "I'm tired. I'll take a nap before I leave." Shortly after he lay down, he began snoring. 3 days later, inside the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhou opened his eyes slowly. He could clearly feel the heavenly writing's extraordinary power returning to him. He did not leave Anyang empty-handed. At the very least, he had a basic understanding of the heavenly writing. The 3 scrolls of heavenly writing stated from the beginning that it was a different kind of cultivation. After countless rounds of comprehension, Lu Zhou finally got a grasp on the cultivation method. Comprehension was akin to sensing primal qi. Obtaining the extraordinary power was akin to absorbing primal qi and condensing it into energy. However, the extraordinary power was clearly more powerful than energy. He remembered the power of speech he unleashed in Anyang City and nodded with a pleased expression on his face. The only downfall was that he could only unleash it once after comprehending the heavenly writing for such a long time. It was a shame. Lu Zhou shook the thoughts out of his mind. It was meaningless to think about these matters right now. He could only deal with the heavenly writing as he went. There were no past experiences he could draw insights from. He glanced at the system dashboard out of habit. 6,970 merit points. His current luck points were at 89. That was enough. The first time was 33 points and the second time was at 66 points. If this pattern holds true, could the third time be 99 points? Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. He did 9 more draws and bumped his luck points up to 99. Lu Zhou stopped. To be honest, he felt nervous. Although he was now Tiandao, and his frame of mind was largely different from his past life, he could not help but feel as if he was a young man again when faced with the lucky draws. Lu Zhou took a deep breath and calmed down. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He was relatively calm. Fortunately, he had prepared himself for this. It seemed like arithmetical patterns could not be applied here. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Luck points reached 100. Obtained improved binding cage card X5, improved critical heal card X3, reversal card X5. Improved binding cage card. Hit rate 100%. Not sold. Improved critical heal card. Heal rate 100%. Not sold. Lu Zhou did some calculations in his heart. 100 luck points were equivalent to 5,000 merit points. If he did the math, it did not seem like he had struck a big jackpot. Well, at least he did not incur a loss. He was satisfied with the improved item cards. After all, they could not be bought. The only regret he had was not getting anything special from this round of lucky draws. Let's leave it for another time. At this moment, Zhao Yu's voice rang from outside the chamber. Master, Yun-san is here. What's the situation? Lu Zhou asked. If Yun-san had failed his mission, there was no need for him to meet Yun-san. Zhao Yu replied, Yun-san has brought back the sky fragment. He's waiting for you in the Great Hall, Master. Very well. Lu Zhou rose to his feet slowly. He opened the door of the hidden chamber and walked out. He glanced at Zhao Yu when he emerged from the hidden chamber. Zhao Yu saluted Lu Zhou as a form of greeting. How are your injuries? Lu Zhou asked. Zhao Yu answered, I've been recuperating peacefully in the Evil Sky Pavilion all this while. I'm already healed. I will cultivate diligently to enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm as soon as possible. Out of Lu Zhou's 9 disciples, only Zhao Yu and Zhu Honggong were still stuck in the divine court realm. Zhu Honggong could not improve because he had cultivated the flawed version of the 9 tribulation thunderblast. However, Zhao Yu was cultivating the completed brilliant jade technique. Moreover, she was not lacking in talent. It was only a matter of time before she entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Lu Zhou walked toward the great hall with his hands on his back. Zhao Yu walked behind him respectfully. Soon after, both of them arrived at the Great Hall. Zhou Jifeng, Duan Mushang, and Ming Shiyin were already there. Yun San was kneeling in the center of the Great Hall. His eyes would dart around nervously every once in a while. When everyone saw Lu Zhou, they saluted him. Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively and walked to the throne before sitting down in a regal manner. Yun San immediately kowtowed. He did not even dare to lift his head. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Yun San's right arm that was bandaged with rags. It seemed like it had been severed. At this moment, Yun San finally said, "I'm glad to announce that I didn't fail the mission. I have successfully retrieved the sky fragment." Duan Mushang presented the sky fragment to Lu Zhou reverently. Lu Zhou glanced at it. The final sky fragment looked no different from the others. After he put the fragment away, a notification rang. Ding! Recovered sky fragment X1. Reward: 100 merit points. Lu Zhou glanced at the mission list. Although it showed that all 8 sky fragments had been collected, there was no reward for the completion of the mission. At this moment, he recalled the sky bow. He would have to disassemble the sky bow and refine it to obtain the 3 sky fragments. Master, since Yun San has brought the sky fragment back, should we? Duan Mushang drew his thumb across his throat. The action did not escape Yun San's eyes. He hastily kowtowed. His forehead thudded loudly on the ground as he said, "Have mercy, old senior. Please have mercy. I've retrieved the sky fragment. I beg that you keep your words, old senior." He kowtowed without any signs of stopping. Lu Zhou asked indifferently, "What's the situation in Clarity Sect right now?" Yun San stopped kowtowing at this moment. However, his head was still lowered as he said, "When I was there, the Clarity Sect was in chaos. Their elders were all struggling for power. I seized the opportunity to slip into Clarity Sect and stole the fragment." "It's in chaos? I heard their sect master was hurt and has been recuperating in seclusion. They have no leader now," Yun San replied swiftly. "The Clarity Sect's elite, Yu Hongyi, isn't there?" Yun San stammered. He seemed reserved and afraid to speak about this matter. All of Yun San's actions did not escape Lu Zhou's eyes. He said, "You can speak freely in the Evil Sky Pavilion." Yun San seemed delighted to hear this. He became visibly confident after hearing the reassuring words from the world's greatest villain. 3 days ago, the first seat of Nether Sect's Azure Dragon Hall, Hua Chongyang, and White Tiger Halls by Yuqing led their men and attacked the Clarity Sect. Yu Hongyi was grievously wounded by Hua Chongyang and by Yuqing. The others were shocked upon hearing this. The Nether Sect master, Yu Zhanghai, was the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple after all. Who would have expected the Nether Sect to act against the Clarity Sect at this juncture? When Yun San finished speaking, he stole a glance at Lu Zhou. He was worried that he might anger Lu Zhou with his words. Lu Zhou appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he thought to himself, with the Nether Sect's strength, it isn't difficult for them to wipe out Clarity Sect. The problem is there are so many factions under the heavens. The 10 greatest sects of the Noble Path have an especially close relationship with one another. Attacking the Clarity Sect is the same as attacking the 10 great sects of the Noble Path. Does the Nether Sect possess the strength to repel the other 9 sects? Duanmu Sheng bowed and said, "Master, now that the Clarity Sect is in chaos, eldest senior brother's action might bring more trouble to us. What does Yu Zhanghai hope to achieve by attacking the Clarity Sect?" Lu Zhou asked. "Well, how could someone of my status be privy to such matters?" Yun San replied. The Nether Sect had been expanding in recent years. Many smaller factions on the Fiend Path had been assimilated into the Nether Sect. The Fiend Temple had broken off from the Nether Sect, but it had been annihilated by the Evil Sky Pavilion for sticking out too much. Currently, it was barely kept alive by Duanxing. It was now an insignificant force. With this, the Nether Sect had become even more powerful. Lu Zhou remembered the disturbance in Anyang. Although someone had impersonated the Nether Sect had probably wanted Wei Zhuoyan dead as well. Yun San spoke in a pained voice. "I've done my best to complete this task, Please spare my life, old senior. Lu Zhou regarded Yunsan calmly. With the loss of his arm, this meant Yunsan was no longer capable of doing what he did best. Stealing. It seemed like his days of stealing were behind him. Perhaps this was his punishment. Lu Zhou waved his arm and said, "Take care of yourself." He only spoke these 4 words. Yunsan acted as though he was granted amnesty for a huge crime. He kowtowed in delight and said, "Thank you, old pavilion master. Thank you, old pavilion master." After that, Zhou Jifeng brought Yunsan out of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Evil Sky Pavilion was silent again. After a while, Lu Zhou asked, "Where's Elder Hua?" "Elder Hua has gone down the mountain. He should be back at any moment now," Duan Wuxiang replied. At this moment, Hua Wudao walked into the wall in a timely manner. When he entered the hall, he cupped his fists together and said, "Greetings, Pavilion Master. There's no need for such formalities. I have a question to ask, Pavilion Master." "Speak." "The lady who's kneeling at the foot of the mountain is Hua Yueshing. I've met her several times before. This young lady is skilled with the bow and has exceptional talent. If she's allowed on the mountain, it'll only do the Evil Sky Pavilion good," Hua Wudai said. Lu Zhou said apathetically, "Elder Hua, you're from the Yun sect and have joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Yun, Tian, and Luo sects have always been close. Aren't you worried that she might get herself in trouble?" Compared to Hua Yueshing, the circumstances were different when Hua Wudao joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. Hua Wudao shook his head and sighed. "She has nowhere to go." Upon hearing this, Duan Wuxiang said indignantly, "Elder Hua, I disagree with your words. What do you mean she has nowhere else to go? Just because she has nowhere to go, must the Evil Sky Pavilion accept her? Do you think the Evil Sky Pavilion is a charity house or a house for the homeless?" Hua Wudao's wizened face flushed red. He hastily bowed. "That's not what I meant. Only, what do you mean then? You're from the Yun sect, and you're not sincere in joining the Evil Sky Pavilion. Are you trying to establish your own faction here and incite a civil war?" Duan Wuxiang questioned. "Duan Wuxiang, you don't have to mock me. I'm not that shameless." Duan Wuxiang had always had a short fuse. He would lose his temper whenever he heard something he did not like. It seemed like a quarrel was about to erupt. "Enough!" Lu Zhou's voice resounded in the hall. Duan Wuxiang and Hua Wudao fell silent immediately. Lu Zhou's eyes landed on Hua Wudao and said, "Hua Yueshing indeed has great talent. However, if she can't even endure a little hardship, how can she join the Evil Sky Pavilion?" At this moment, realization dawned on Hua Wudao. He hastily bowed and slowly said, "I, Hua Wudao, swear an oath on my life that if Hua Yueshing shows signs of rebellion or betrayal in the future, I'll personally kill her with my own hands." The others were slightly startled that Hua Wudao would make an oath on his life. It was true that he came from Yun sect, but Hua Yueshing was from the Luo sect. After Yun Tianluo founded his sect, it was gradually split into the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects. They had a certain degree of enmity between themselves. Since they came from the same line, it was natural that he would speak up for her. However, it was strange that he would make an oath on his life for someone whom he had only met a few times. "Elder Hua, what's your relationship with Hua Yueshing?" Duan Wuxiang asked. Based on his question, it was clear he found it too coincidental that both of them shared the same last name. Hua Wudao shook his head. "I have no ties with her. Please investigate this thoroughly, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said indifferently, "Elder Hua, I have no wish to find out about your relationship with her. If Hua Yueshing wants to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, very well, I'll give her a chance." Hua Wudao was delighted to hear this. Before he could even express his gratitude, Lu Zhou said again, "If she can bring me the head of any cultivators with 3-leaf or above who have laid siege on the Golden Court Mountain. If she's successful, she may join the Evil Sky Pavilion." Hua Wudao was stunned speechless. His expressions had turned grim as well. Duan Wuxiang snorted and said, "I knew you're not completely loyal. If she can't even do that, How can she join the evil sky pavilion? The disciples were all satisfied with their master's condition. Even if a person was exceptionally talented and had huge potential in cultivation that could help the evil sky pavilion, it would still be useless if that person could not even kill a single enemy. The evil sky pavilion could not keep useless people, nor could it afford to keep useless people. Hua Wudao bowed and said, "All right, since she wants to join the evil sky pavilion, she should at least show her resolve." Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Upon seeing this, Hua Wudao left the great hall and proceeded down the mountain. "Where's old Eighth?" Lu Zhou asked. "Eighth junior brother is refurbishing the pavilion. I'll go get him." Duan Mushang went out. A short while later, Duan Mushang led Zhu Honggong into the great hall. Zhu Honggong obediently kneeled on the floor. He raised his hand and said reverently, "Greetings, master. May you live to see 1,000 autumns, and may your life be limitless." This person's shamelessness is truly extraordinary. How does he even come up with such words? Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Honggong and said lightly, "How do you find the evil sky pavilion?" Zhu Honggong hastily replied, "Master, this is my home. Naturally, I love it. There's no place like the evil sky pavilion. I feel at ease living here." "Really?" Zhu Honggong deliberately raised his voice and said, "There are no lies in my words. I dare not lie before you." Duan Mushang was speechless, and Zhao Yu only shook her head. Lu Zhou's voice was calm as he asked, "How are you getting along with the others?" Zhu Honggong was greatly surprised by this question. "What's with Master today? Why is he asking about my well-being?" He did not feel moved, instead he felt awkward. Finally, Zhu Honggong replied, "Third and fourth senior brothers take good care of me. Fifth senior sister will also talk to me when she has the time. Little junior sister." He paused for a moment to look for little Yuaner and discovered she was not around. He recalled her fierce expression and gulped before he continued. "Little junior sister is as gentle as a lamb, and she treats me like family." 1111. Perhaps, in the entire Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhu Honggong was the only one capable of saying such blatantly pretentious words. "How are you getting along with old Seventh?" Lu Zhou asked again. "Fine. We get along fine. Old Seventh has always treated me." Old Seventh. Zhu Honggong's expression changed as he said, "Master, I heard wrongly. I have nothing to do with Seventh senior brother." As he spoke, he began to tremble in fear. Lu Zhou said, "Tell me then, how did old Seventh find out about my movements?" Zhu Honggong's expression was dark as he said, "Old Seventh's sources are spread out in all corners of Great Yen. Of course he knows. Who do you think is his source in the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Everything was brought to light at this moment. In truth, Lu Zhou had found it strange ever since he arrived at Anyang. First, Yu Shangrong had shown up and gave little Yuaner the gift. Then there was Yu Zhenghai. Jiang Aijian's information had practically proven that Si Wuya was behind all this. If nobody had been feeding Si Wuya information, he would not have known about this. Si Wuya had deliberately goaded Mingshi Yin into bringing Zhu Honggong back to the Evil Sky Pavilion, a scheme within a scheme. Perhaps, Si Wuya was the only person who was bold enough to pull this off. "Eighth junior brother. It was you." Duan Mushang went over and held him up by the cuff of his shirt. Zhu Honggong was chubby and quite heavy. However, in Duan Mushang's hand, Zhu Honggong was lifted as though he was a chick. "DSA. Master, please. I can explain myself." "Senior brother. Please let me go," Zhu Honggong said with a reddened face. Duan Mushang looked to Lu Zhou for further instructions. "I'd like to see how you're going to explain this," Lu Zhou said. Thud. Duan Mushang loosened his grip, and Zhu Honggong fell onto the floor. However, he dared not complain. He hastily got up, kneeled, and said, "Senior brother Wuya. Traitor." He inhaled deeply twice before he said, "He swore he won't do anything that'll harm the Evil Sky Pavilion. He even said he would help the Evil Sky Pavilion. That's why I accidentally let slip about your whereabouts, Master." He told you that, and you believed him? Duanmusheng regarded Zhu Honggong disdainfully. Silence descended on the great hall. The atmosphere was getting tenser by the second. Zhu Honggong tried to calm down before he said earnestly, Master, to be honest, when I was in Tiger Ridge, 7th senior brother was the one who looked after me. It's true that 7th senior brother likes to play tricks, but he has never harmed one of his own. Eldest and 2nd senior brother admire him as well. When he finished speaking, he lowered his head. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. His heart was beating so hard that it seemed as though it was trying to escape from his chest. I'm dead. Best case scenario, I'll be exiled from the pavilion. Worst case scenario, I'll be paralyzed for life. Lu Zhou was in no hurry to punish Zhu Honggong since Zhu Honggong had spoken the truth. Among the rascals, apart from Yi Tianxin who colluded with the cultivators from the Noble Path cultivators, none of them had acted against the Evil Sky Pavilion. In the cultivation world, the people still regarded the traitors as members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. It made no difference to them. Although Zhu Honggong's offense was not so serious that it warranted a death penalty, Lu Zhou could not let him go unpunished either. I must be harsher when disciplining these rascals. Finally, Lu Zhou said, Send him into the cave of reflection. He'll receive 50 strokes of the cane each day. Seal his cultivation base. Yes, master. Duanmusheng cupped his fists. Zhu Honggong kowtowed and said, Thank you for your mercy, master. Duanmusheng dragged Zhu Honggong out of the great hall. Ding! Disciplining Zhu Honggong. Reward, 200 merit points. There was no problem with disciplining Zhu Honggong, but Lu Zhou had to think of a way to discipline the remaining 3 rascals. After a while, Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. It was time for him to study the sky fragments. At this moment, little Yuaner came running into the great hall. Master, what's the matter? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. Little Yuaner pointed at the beggar outside of Evil Sky Pavilion. This old beggar is stubbornly refusing to go away. Even Hua Yuexing has left. He wants a sip of wine no matter what. Zhao Yu was puzzled. Little junior sister, Golden Court Mountain isn't a place where anyone can enter as they please. Quickly throw him out. I did. But he came back in. He came in. Zhao Yu asked incredulously. I found him strange, so I brought him here to meet you, master. Little Yuaner said. Golden Court Mountain's barrier was formed by unique formations. Even the formations of the 10 great sects of the Noble Path could not compare with Golden Court Mountain's barrier. How did an old beggar breach the barrier? They could not take this matter lightly. When Lu Zhou heard this, he walked down the steps with his hands on his back and left the great hall. Outside the Evil Sky Pavilion, the old beggar was lying on the limestone floor. He gazed lazily at the sun in the skies and occasionally mumbled, Wine, I want more wine. That's him. Little Yuaner pointed at the beggar who was lying on the floor. Lu Zhou stopped when he was close enough. His gaze fell on the old beggar. Name, Pan-Litian. Race human. Cultivation base. Nulled. Lu Zhou remained silent as he mulled over this matter. When Yunsan was at the Clarity sect, it was under attack by the Nether sect. Their sect master, Mo Chi, and their elite, Yu Hongyi, were both grievously wounded. It was likely that the Clarity sect would disappear from this world in the near future. He had always wondered where Pan-Litian had disappeared to. The mysterious elite of Clarity sect, an expert from the same generation as Fan Shouwen, disappeared overnight. Nobody knew where he went. Lu Zhou truly did not expect such a person to show up in the Evil Sky Pavilion. The old beggar who had been waiting for a long time exhorted, Quick, quick, I've been waiting for my wine all day. You old geezer, see if I don't personally throw you down the mountain. Little Yuaner said as she raised her nirvana sash. Little girl, it's not good to be this fierce. Little Yuaner gritted her teeth in annoyance as he repeated those words. She was about to leap into action when Lu Zhou raised his hand to stop her. He said, Bring some wine. Ha! Little Yuaner and Zhao Yu were taken aback by this. Master is treating an unknown old beggar with kindness? Yes, master. Zhao Yu bowed slightly and went to the north pavilion. A short while later, Zhao Yu led 2 female cultivators who carried 2 jars of wine. Wine, wine, wine. Pan Litian's nose was as sharp as a dog's. When the wine jars were getting close, he picked up the scent of alcohol. Zhao Yu placed the wine jars at Pan Litian's side and retreated respectfully. Pan Litian seemed invigorated as he straightened up immediately. He squinted his eyes as he looked up and said with a chuckle, You're the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Lu Zhou did not reply to him. Instead, he pointed at the wine jars on the ground and said, "The Evil Sky Pavilion's wine. It's been kept for a century." Pan Litian's eyes widened and brightened at once. He lifted the wine jar and sniffed the opening. "Good wine. This is good wine. Only, would you like to have a taste?" Yes, I'd love to." "That's great." Lu Zhou moved closer toward Pan Litian and said, "You knew this is the Evil Sky Pavilion, and yet, you're bold enough to trespass?" Pan Litian uncapped the jar and drank a few mouthfuls. A satisfied expression appeared on his face as he said, "I know, but this old life of mine is worthless. I don't care." "Worthless?" Lu Zhou did not expose him. Instead, he asked curiously, "You have no cultivation base. How did you breach the barrier?" "I have no idea. I'm only an ordinary beggar. I know nothing about barriers." Pan Litian played dumb. Lu Zhou sighed as he shook his head and said, "The greatest elite of the Clarity sect. I don't know if I should be happy that you've fallen so low." Zhao Yu and little Yuaner were shocked. This filthy, dispirited old beggar with no aura who lay down where he stood was the greatest elite of Clarity sect. Pan Litian's expression remained unchanged as he said, "I don't know what you're talking about. All I want is to drink some good wine and sleep." "Are you really not going to admit?" Lu Zhou's penetrating stare sent shivers down Pan Litian's spine. When their eyes met, Pan Litian was slightly stunned. He appeared as if he could not have cared less, but he was inwardly shocked. He remained silent for some time before he shook his head and said insistently, "I'm only a beggar. I honestly don't know what you're talking about." When she saw this, little Yuaner waved her fist and said, "Master, I can beat him up if he doesn't want to confess." Lu Zhou did not expect Pan Litian to confess so soon. This was within his expectation. After all, nobody knew what Pan Litian had experienced over the years. With his identity and status, Pan Litian could easily avoid living this way. His clothes barely covered him, he looked battered, and his meals hardly filled his stomach. If he had slipped into the Evil Sky Pavilion under this disguise, how would he explain his cultivation base? Coming to the Evil Sky Pavilion without his cultivation base was the same as walking up to death's door. Lu Zhou said, "It's not important whether you admit it or not. What I can tell you is the Clarity sect is currently facing a crisis. It might vanish from this world in the near future." His tone was cold and calm when he spoke. It was suitable for the greatest villain of the Evil Sky Pavilion well. Even if the world were to be destroyed, it would have nothing to do with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Pan Litian opened his eyes. He furrowed his brows. After a long time, he finally said, "All I want is some wine. The rise and fall of Clarity sect have nothing to do with me." He raised the jar of wine and brought it to his mouth. He loudly gulped the wine down. Some of the wine spilled onto his chest that made him look even filthier. "Good wine." Pan Litian drank cheerfully with no inhibition. It seemed like he really did not care about the Clarity sect. Lu Zhou continued to say, "Mo Qi and Yu Hongyi are both heavily wounded. The Clarity sect is now in chaos. Aren't you concerned at all?" "Nope." This time, Pan Litian's answer was firm. He drank again. How could Pan Litian be so indifferent about his former comrades? This was not like the Pan Litian of old. What puzzled Lu Zhou was that Pan Litian knew his identity might be exposed, and yet he still came to the Evil Sky Pavilion. What was his motive? He was clearly unafraid of death. He had said it himself, the life of the current Pan Litian was worthless. "Keep an eye on him," Lu Zhou instructed. Pan Litian regained his initial composure. He grinned lazily and said, "Thanks for the wine." Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Little Yuaner could not understand this. Hence, she followed her master. "Master, is the old beggar really the Pan-Lithian?" Lu Zhou nodded and said, "If he says he's not, then he's not." Lu Zhou returned to the hidden chamber with his hands on his back, leaving a perplexed little Yuaner behind. So is he, or is he not?" Little Yuaner looked at her master's retreating back and scratched her head as she mumbled, "Am I really as dumb as Senior Brother said?" Inside the hidden chamber, Lu Zhou sat with his legs crossed. He brought the sky fragments out and placed them in front of him. To be more precise, there were 5 fragments and the sky bow. If he wanted to complete the mission, he would have to disassemble and refine the sky bow. He had 2 refining talismans left. Lu Zhou called up the system's tool list. He studied the specifications of the refining talismans. He was not very confident about the refining talismans. Refining talismans could reset weapons to before they acknowledged their current master. Even if the refining talismans could supply sufficient unique energy to refine the weapon, it might not be able to disassemble the sky bow and return the sky fragments. This meant he had to personally extract the fragments. "Let's give it a try." Lu Zhou raised his hand. A refining talisman appeared in his hand. With his Dao-shaping stage Divine Court Realm Cultivation base, it was not difficult for him to keep a weapon afloat. The sky bow hovered before him. With just a thought, the refining talisman floated toward the sky bow. Whoosh! The refining talisman burst into flames, and scarlet flames swiftly enveloped the sky bow. These unique flames emanated scorching heat. Lu Zhou found the heat slightly unbearable at close distance. He had to conjure some of his primal qi to form an energy wall to keep the heat at bay. Even so, he could only block half of the heat. He could still feel some heat through his energy wall. After all, he was not in the nascent divinity tribulation realm yet. He could not completely insulate himself from the heat. He had no other choice but to bear with it. This temperature is still bearable. The flames were still burning the sky bow. The scarlet flames gradually turned a deep shade of blue. It sizzled as it burned. With this, the sky bow eventually turned red. Lu Zhou wrapped the sky bow in energy. Extracting the fragments was not as simple as he had imagined. From the beginning of the refinement process, he had yet to see any materials that resembled the sky fragments. There was no rushing these matters. He had no choice but to wait. The refining talisman's unique energy was extremely peculiar. It was as if it would continue to exist as long as Lu Zhou did not recall it. It seemed inexhaustible. This process lasted for about an hour. The sky bows turned even redder. Lu Zhou noticed most of the sky bow's materials were melted away by the unique flame energy. When he saw this, he quickly retracted his energy. Plop! The molten metal dripped as though it was water. The molten metal fell onto the floor and quickly solidified. It released a black smoke and a charred smell. No wonder these 3 sky fragments did not produce a heaven-grade weapon. There was no way that such a crude forging method and low-grade supplementary materials could produce a good weapon. In any case, this made it easier for him to extract the sky fragments. Low-quality materials were unable to withstand the high heat. They would be melted by the flame's energy. Molten substances continued to drop. 2 hours passed by in a blink of an eye. Fortunately, Lu Zhou had comprehended the heavenly writing that put him in a great mental state. After keeping this up for so long, he still felt energetic. Plop! The final drop finally fell. Lu Zhou waved his arm. Energy surged, and the refining talisman's energy instantly vanished. 3 crooked sky fragments appeared before him. Ding! Recovered sky fragment X3. Reward: 300 merit points. Ding! Completed sky fragment recovery mission. Reward: 1,000 merit points. Combine sky fragments? When he saw the query on the system dashboard, Lu Zhou nodded. These 8 sky fragments had been a single object in the first place. When Ji Tiandao obtained the sky fragments, he did not think much of them because of their low grades. However, It seemed like Ji Tiandao had missed out on something extraordinary. Combine. The right sky fragments shone and slowly merged into one. Lu Zhou stared at it anticipatorily. What will it turn into? The light slowly faded. Ding! Obtained weapon. Sky dagger. Ding! Obtained open heavenly writing scroll. Lu Zhou looked at the floor. He saw a dagger the color of jade. This dagger was slightly larger than the sky fragments. It was also larger than ordinary daggers. It looked dainty and exquisite. Unfortunately, the system did not suggest a suitable owner for the dagger. Lu Zhou looked at the system dashboard again. The weapons he currently had in his possession were unnamed, life cutter, and tear stain box. Lu Zhou liked unnamed the most. After numerous tests, he was convinced that unnamed was of the heaven grade. He obtained life cutter from the righteous sex elder, Zhang Qiuqi, and the weapon had been refined again. It was a heaven grade item as well. There was also the tear stain box that could withstand attacks from his disciples. It was certainly a heaven grade item. Apart from unnamed, I can give the remaining weapons to my disciples. After all, if they're powerful, I, as their master, would be powerful as well. Currently, only his 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, and his 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong, were weaponless. How should I distribute them? Zhao Yu was a girl, and life cutter seemed too big and unsightly for her. The tear stain box seemed even more so in its boxing glove state. It seemed more suited for Zhu Honggong, old 8th. However, Zhu Honggong had just recently returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, and his temperament was lacking. Before he was sure of Zhu Honggong's loyalty, he had no intention of giving him a weapon. It seemed like the sky dagger was most suitable for Zhao Yu. However, her cultivation base had not entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, so she could not master a heaven-grade weapon. Lu Zhou picked the sky dagger up from the floor. An icy sensation crept into his palm from the dagger as it gleamed coldly. Nice! Lu Zhou could not help but praise it. However, unnamed still looks better. He suddenly had the urge to test the sky dagger against unnamed. However, when he thought about how terrifying unnamed was, he dismissed the idea. The sky dagger should be a heaven-grade weapon. It would be a shame if it was destroyed. He put the dagger away and looked at the open heavenly writing scroll. Does this have anything to do with the 3 scrolls of heavenly writing? Lu Zhou wondered. He touched the scroll and the parchment-like material shattered. The fragments dissolved into spots of starlight that entered his body. Lu Zhou opened the heavenly writings menu to have a look. The human scroll was lit up, but the earth and heaven scrolls were still dim. It's not. He opened the human scroll, and the first row of shining golden script that appeared before his eyes was the power of speech. During the disturbance in Anyang City, these were the exact words that appeared in his mind. In that case, what's the point of the open heavenly writing scroll? Lu Zhou was puzzled, but he did not dwell on it. He had never understood the heavenly writing since he began to comprehend it after all. Lu Zhou sat down with his legs crossed and intended to comprehend the heavenly writing again. When the heavenly writings menu was called up, Lu Zhou entered his comprehension state. Seemingly at the same moment, the scripts of the heavenly writing surfaced in his mind. To gain immeasurable power of the body that manifests in one's physical state, bringing those around him to wisdom, leading them toward powers and the path of enlightenment. To gain the power of muting so that samadhi will manifest in the body and radiate into the surroundings like light, and yet being unswerving in samadhi. The moment the heavenly writing appeared, Lu Zhou's initially invigorated mental state seemed to have lessened somewhat. He was soon absorbed in comprehending the heavenly writing that he did not even feel the passage of time. 7 days passed in just a blink of an eye. These days, little Yuaner spent her time cultivating and keeping an eye on the old beggar, Pan Lydian. Pan Lydian did nothing other than drinking wine and sleeping. He seemed no different from the beggars she usually saw in the streets. Pan Lydian seemed worthless and beyond help. However, he seemed content with the state he was in. He would lie where he wanted, bask in the sun, and occasionally rub the grime off his skin. "Little girl, aren't you sick of looking at me every day?" Pan Lydian said as he drank some wine. Master told us to keep an eye on you. By the way, how did you get past the barrier? Little Yuaner asked curiously. Do you want to know? Panlitian checked his surroundings. There were only 2 derived Moon Palace female cultivators around. Little Yuaner nodded. Panlitian chuckled and said, Do you know what I admire about you? What? You're frank, sincere, and unpretentious. Little Yuaner chuckled, indulging in narcissism. Well, that's what my senior brothers say as well. Can you tell me if there's anyone with the last name Pan on Golden Court Mountain? Panlitian asked. Of course. Where is he? Here. Isn't your last name Pan? Panlitian coughed before continuing. I mean someone else apart from me. Little Yuaner played with her hair absent-mindedly. Then, she leaped down from the branch she was perching on and said, You mean Panzhong? Oh, now that you mentioned it, both of you have the same last name. Are you his father? Panlitian's wizened face twitched. That's not my last name. I'm only asking. That's strange. Old man Pan, you're only an ordinary old beggar. Aren't you worried that my master will kill you? Little Yuaner asked. Panlitian coughed, speechless. I told you my last name isn't Pan. Fine. Then, tell me, how did you get past the barrier? Panlitian smiled indifferently and said, Even the most refined fish net has a gap. Little Yuaner was puzzled. When Panlitian saw that the position of the sun had changed, he sat up and shuffled to another spot before lying back down. He propped his head on his arm and said, Little girl, Panzhong, is dead, right? Fortunately, he met my master. If my master didn't teach him the Xianxia technique, he would have died a long time ago. Little Yuaner said proudly. That's good to hear. How's he doing on the mountain? Don't worry, your son is doing fine. Little Yuaner pushed away from the ground and leaped onto a branch. Pooh! Panlitian spat out the mouthful of wine he had just drunk. My last name is really not Pan. How can he be my son? Little Yuaner nodded and said, All right, you have a point. Panlitian nodded, pleased. Then he said ingratiatingly, Little girl, can you bring me some more wine? Bring me the century-old wine, will you? All right, I'll bring it for you on account of your grandson. Little Yuaner said with a straight face. Panlitian was taken aback. A knot formed in his chest that made him lose the will to speak. He was wondering how he could explain himself when a buzzing noise rang from the Evil Sky Pavilion. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Shortly after, a massive vortex appeared above the Evil Sky Pavilion. Spots of starlight could be seen in the center of the vortex. Everyone on Golden Court Mountain stopped what they were doing to look. At the same time, the energy of Golden Court Mountain's barrier was absorbed by the vortex. It was like a whirlpool in the middle of the ocean. The derived Moon Palace's female cultivators had long since behaved like disciples of Golden Court Mountain. When they saw this, someone hastily said, Notify Elder Hua, Mr. Third, Mr. Fifth, and Miss Ninth. This unique occurrence at the Evil Sky Pavilion caught everyone's attention. Hua Wudao, Duanmushang, Zhou Jifeng, Zhao Yu, Little Yuaner, and the derived Moon Palace's female cultivators rushed toward the pavilion. Even the recuperating Fan Shouwen walked out of his room with great difficulty and gazed at the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still shocked and puzzled when he saw the huge vortex above the Evil Sky Pavilion. He frowned and muttered to himself, Is it possible that the old villain intends to forcibly absorb the barrier's power to maintain his cultivation base? From his vantage point, he could see the primal chi from the Golden Court Mountain's barrier converging above the Evil Sky Pavilion. Eye of the formation? Fan Shouwen finally seemed to recognize the vortex above the Golden Court Mountain barrier's formation. The eye of the formation could control the entire barrier. Some cultivators would hide the eye of the formation in a hidden place so enemies would not be able to find it. Apart from that, the eye of the formation was also the point where energy was transferred to mend a formation. The Golden Court Mountain was a wonderful terrain to defend. The layout of such a massive and powerful barrier had kept the 10 great sects of the Noble Path at bay. Fan Shouwen did not expect the eye of the formation to be located above the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, why was the energy of the barrier being absorbed at this moment? What was happening? After a while, a thought appeared in Fan Shouwen's mind. Someone's chipping away at the Golden Court Mountains barrier and weakening its defenses. Formations were especially important for cultivation grounds. For example, the righteous sect was clearly weak, and yet they were able to survive throughout the years due to the presence of the Green Jade Altar. The 8 altars of the Yun sect also had defensive formations that protected their cultivation centers. Fan Shouwen could not understand what he was seeing. What is the Evil Sky Pavilion trying to do? If this goes on and the barrier vanishes, how would the Evil Sky Pavilion stop the cultivators from the noble path if they joined forces and launched another attack? BZZT. The vibrations from the vortex intensified with every passing minute. Fan Shouwen decided to head over and take a look. Currently, the Evil Sky Pavilion was his only refuge. If something were to happen to it, he would have nowhere else to go. He endured the pain from his injuries as he struggled to make his way to the Evil Sky Pavilion. After a short while, Fan Shouwen was finally approaching the Evil Sky Pavilion. What's this old beggar doing here? Being the kind of person he was, when Fan Shouwen saw this old beggar, he studied the beggar for a moment before he asked, "Who are you?" The old beggar was lying on the ground with his back facing the Evil Sky Pavilion and Fan Shouwen. When he heard Fan Shouwen's voice, he turned around in a lazy manner and glanced at Fan Shouwen. Pan Lydian was shocked when he saw Fan Shouwen's appearance. Fan Shouwen's face was disfigured. Without his mask, his appearance was slightly terrifying. Finally, Pan Lydian raised his wine jar and said, "I'm here for some good wine, good wine. Want a sip?" He did not seem to have any intention of going to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Fan Shouwen, who had a clear look at Pan Lydian, asked in a deep voice, "You haven't answered my question." He was not as gullible as little Yuaner. Anyone who was here could not possibly be an ordinary person. Pan Lydian chuckled and said, "Who I am is not important. It seems like you've suffered from grievous injuries. That's none of your business. I've traveled from the south to the north and have seen many kinds of people. Young man, it's better if you're less hostile and confrontational," the old beggar said in the manner of a senior. Fan Shouwen frowned and said in his deep voice, "Did you just refer to me as a young man?" Pan Lydian narrowed his eyes at Fan Shouwen. Fan Shouwen laughed before he said, "A little junior who's blissfully ignorant. I won't hold this against you. Nor will I." The two of them looked at each other for a moment. They decided to stay out of each other's business and looked at the Evil Sky Pavilion in the end. Time and tide waited for no man. It had changed their appearances, and none of them could recognize the other. Although the old beggar looked ordinary and useless, Fan Shouwen did not underestimate him. Meanwhile, the vortex was still absorbing energy from above the Evil Sky Pavilion. The disciples who were looking at this were baffled. "Elder Hua, you're knowledgeable. What's happening?" Duanmu Shang pointed at the vortex. Hua Wudao's brows were tightly knitted together as he said, "Something's happening to the eye of the formation. Ever since the Righteous Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect came looking for trouble, Master had personally restored the eye of the formation. There shouldn't be anything wrong with it," Duanmu Shang said. When the Heavenly Sword Sect was mentioned, Zhou Jifeng blushed in embarrassment. He was present when it happened. He even witnessed Lu Zhou restoring the formation. Little Yuaner was not too worried. She said, "It's all right, even if the formation is gone. The noble path won't dare to come at us." The others were not as carefree as little Yuaner. They could not help but feel worried. Zhao Yu said, "Master is still cultivating in seclusion. However, this can't go on." Duanmu Shang sighed and said, "It's a shame that Old Fourth isn't here. Otherwise, we could have asked him to think of something." Although Mingshi relied more on little mind tricks, he was good at thinking on his feet. While they discussed this matter, the vortex in the sky grew larger, and the barrier shook. This was an indication that the vortex had absorbed much of the barrier's power. "What's happening?" Hua Wudao said. "We can't let this go on. We must inform the pavilion master." The others nodded. Hua Wudao was the oldest among them, so he led the others to the great hall. The others followed closely behind him. They passed through the dim and long corridor into the pagoda before they arrived at the hidden chamber. The hidden chamber was sealed and was mostly soundproof. At this place, the buzzing noise from the barrier could not be heard. All of them bowed in unison. Pavilion Master. Master. Even after they said their greetings, the hidden chamber remained silent. Everyone exchanged glances. Master. Duanmushang tried again. Unfortunately, there was no answer. Hua Wudao walked up to the hidden chamber's door and projected his voice into the room. Hua Wudao would like to meet you in regard to an important matter. If he projected his voice with primal qi, even if there was a rock door between them, anyone in the room would certainly hear him. However, there was still no reply from Lu Zhou. Is Master not in there? If he isn't here, then where is he? There are people cleaning and patrolling the east, south, west, and north pavilions. Moreover, Master has no need to sneak around, Duanmusheng said. Hua Wudao said calmly, let's stay calm. Allow me to probe. At a certain realm, cultivators could sense the presence of any living beings in their vicinity with their heightened senses. The only exception was if the target's cultivation base was far greater than that of the cultivator who was doing the probing and could conceal their auras. Since Hua Wudao was a seven-leaf expert, he was the most suitable person for this job. Moreover, there was no need for Lu Zhou to conceal his aura. Hua Wudao placed a hand on the stone door, and primal qi surged out of his palm. At such close range, he would be able to accurately determine if there was anyone in the room. Hua Wudao closed his eyes. His ears twitched slightly. The primal qi entered the hidden chamber. It was quiet and warm inside. There seemed to be no one in the room. Hua Wudao continued to probe the room. At this moment, he sensed a powerful energy rapidly shrinking and forming a funnel above the hidden chamber before they converged below. Hua Wudao opened his eyes and quickly removed his palm. Elder Hua, what's the situation? Duanmusheng asked anxiously. The Pavilion Master might be descending into depravity. Descending into depravity? The others were shocked. A cultivator usually cultivated in seclusion to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation base to reach greater heights on the path of cultivation. There were plenty of those who descended into depravity in the cultivation world. This did not mean the cultivator would turn into a literal devil. It was more of a condition where there was something amiss with their cultivation methods, and in turn it affected their cultivation bases. The cultivator's meridians, dantian, and sea of qi would be damaged. Best case scenario, the cultivator would be paralyzed for life. Worst case scenario, the cultivator would lose his cultivation base and die. That's impossible. Elder Hua, you better not be making this up, Little Yuaner said indignantly. Hua Wudao said earnestly, the fluctuations of aura and primal qi are extremely chaotic inside the chamber. I can feel the barrier's energy converging in the hidden chamber through the eye of the formation. If you don't believe me, you can personally probe the room. Duanmusheng was the first one to walk up to the door. He probed the chamber and found that it was indeed as Hua Wudao had described. The primal qi inside the room was extremely chaotic. This was a sign of a cultivator descending into depravity. Third senior brother, do something? We can't let this go on. Zhao Yu was flustered at this moment. Duanmusheng scratched his head. He brought his eye close to the stone door but could not see anything through the slit. He only shook his head. Hua Wudao sighed as he said, we have two options. What are they? First, we can break into the hidden chamber and work together to stabilize the chaotic primal qi. However, the chaotic primal qi will cause some backlash, so we'll have to endure it. The second option is to wait. There's a possibility that a cultivator who is descending into depravity could achieve a great breakthrough in his cultivation base if he manages to survive the ordeal. However, the chances of that are very low. Little Yuaner was the first to speak. What are we waiting for? Let's break down the door. Third senior brother, hurry. Hua Wudao nodded and said, in that case, let's go with the first option. Those with cultivation bases below the nascent divinity tribulation realm should leave. He was also in favor of the first option. Duanmushang said, I agree. The female cultivators with a weaker cultivation base turned around and left. They could not help in this situation and would only be a burden. However, Zhao Yu did not leave. Instead, she said, I'm staying. They knew if something were to happen to their master, the evil sky pavilion would truly be doomed. Only, whether it was from a personal perspective or from the perspective of the pagoda, they had to make this choice. Just when the female cultivators left, the buzzing from the vibration finally reached this place. This meant that the barrier was now shaking more fiercely than ever. Fan Shouwen and Pan Litian observed this silently. It was as if this had nothing to do with them. Fan Shouwen looked at the converging primal chi and seemed to have made a new discovery. He said with disapproval, Looks like you didn't give up on your quest for eternal life after all these years. Pan Litian glanced at him and said, Birth, growth, sickness, and death are the unchanging truths since the beginning of time. There have always been those who wish to defy these truths. But to what end? Old geezer, if you're so open-minded about all this, why don't you leap off that cliff and end your life? Fan Shouwen pointed toward a nearby cliff. Young man, please don't take me seriously. I don't have much longer to live. You, on the other hand, are young and you have a long way ahead of you. When you're at my age, you'd understand what needs to be understood, Pan Litian said confidently in a manner that spoke of his age and experience. Fan Shouwen spoke contemptuously in his hoarse voice. When I dominated the lands, I don't think you were even born yet. Pan Litian, naturally, did not agree with Fan Shouwen's words. He said, Not born yet? Young man, you're the first one who's bold enough to say such words to me. You're also the first one who's bold enough to say such words to me. When Pan Litian heard this, he sneered and said, Young man, there's no need to be so hostile. Come, have some wine. This is a century-old wine. Fan Shouwen shook his head. He looked at the evil sky pavilion and said, The barrier's energy is weakening, and the primal chi is extremely chaotic. I'm afraid that someone inside the evil sky pavilion is descending into depravity. Pan Litian took a few sips of wine, stretched his limbs and said, I'm sleepy. I hope there'll still be wine when I wake up. After yawning twice, he lay back down to sleep. Let's hope so. Fan Shouwen did not continue observing the scene. He turned around and went back. Meanwhile, outside the hidden chamber, Hua Wudao, Duanmushang, Zhao Yu and Little Yuaner were getting ready to break in. Hua Wudao said, Do it. Although he was a seven-leaf elite, he was not as skilled in attacks as Duanmushang was. Duanmushang pushed away from the ground, and primal chi surged out of his body. He looked at the stone door of the hidden chamber and lunged at it with little to no hesitation. Boom! A loud noise rang in the air. The stone door shook, but it did not break. Hua Wudao was slightly shocked as he said, I didn't expect this stone door to be so strong to be able to withstand an attack from you. On the other hand, Duanmushang was not surprised. After all, this was where his master cultivated in seclusion. Moreover, the structure and detailed formation layout of this place made it almost impregnable for most cultivators. If one hit did not do the trick, he would try to. Again, Duanmushang clenched his fist, wrapped it in energy, lowered his stance before he threw another punch. When he punched out, his entire arm seemed to shine. The heavy punch that contained massive force landed on the stone door again. The shock wave from the collision rippled out into the surroundings. The loud boom spread from the hidden chamber, through the corridor, the pavilion, the great hall, the 4 courtyards, and finally throughout Golden Court Mountain. Crack! The stone door cracked. Duanmushang firmly kicked the damaged door before he charged in. Hua Wudao, Zhao Yu, and Little Yuaner followed closely behind him. When the 4 of them entered the hidden chamber, the sight that greeted their eyes made their jaws drop. Lu Zhou was levitating in the center of the room, and he was wrapped in a peculiar shining energy that seemed like starlight. His eyes were tightly shut as though he was sleeping. It was clear he was oblivious to what was happening outside. At the top of the hidden chamber, there was a square hole that seemed like a ventilation vent. The energy from the Golden Court Mountains barrier was pouring into the room through this vent. The energy converged and surged like the tide into Lu Zhou's body. Hua Wudao cried out, "Don't go near him." "Yet, what's happening to Master?" Little Yuaner asked, slightly flustered. "He's descending into depravity. His primal chi is in a mess. I guess the Pavilion Master is trying to suppress the chaotic primal chi within himself with the barrier's energy." Hua Wudao observed the energy surging vigorously into the room. "What do we do now?" Duanmu Shang asked. After he was satisfied with his observation, Hua Wudao said, "I'll break the barrier's energy and block the vent. 3 of you catch the Pavilion Master. Remember, don't release your protective energies." "Understood." All of them understood what their respective roles were. At this moment, an 8-trigram seal appeared under Hua Wudao's feet. Huge scripts began to appear one after another within the seal and revolved around him. Heaven, earth, life, death, water, and fire. These 6 shining golden scripts revolved around him while the 4 scripts of being, non-being, separation, and combination formed an outer layer. He was now covered in 2 circles. Then he leaped toward the vent. Duanmu Shang, Little Yuaner, and Zhao Yu conjured up their most powerful protective energies. 3 pairs of eyes were staring intently at Hua Wudao as the 6-compatible seal collided with the barrier's energy. Boom! The energy immediately dispersed, stirring up gusts of wind that wreaked havoc in the room. The barrier's energy was abruptly cut off. Now! Duanmu Shang, Zhao Yu, and Little Yuaner sprinted toward Lu Zhou at the same time. The 3 of them had to push through the resistance from the barrier's energy in the shortest time possible. However, at this very moment, Lu Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw his 3 disciples running toward him, he instinctively bellowed, "Impudent!" To gain the power to silence everything, to maintain and manifest samadhi, like light and shadow permeating everywhere, while staying still in samadhi. This was the power to silence everything. With Lu Zhou in the center, a light blue energy that resembled seawater instantly spread like a blue lotus. It spread into the surroundings. The 3 disciples' eyes widened. They felt the threat of this terrifying energy and instinctively conjured their 100 Tribulations Insight avatars. Duanmu Shang conjured his 2-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. Zhao Yu conjured her 10 Energies Universe. Little Yuaner conjured her leafless 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. The shout of "impudent" was not a sound technique, although it could not be compared to the grand technique, scram, that they witnessed in Anyang's CI mansion. Lu Zhou's voice that was laced with primal chi still shook everyone's eardrums. However, the most terrifying thing was the blue lotus that Lu Zhou conjured. When the blue lotus bloomed, energy pushed into the surroundings with intense force. At this moment, Hua Wudao descended. The 9 scripts were positioned before Duanmu Shang, Zhao Yu, and Little Yuaner, forming a circle. At the same time, a 7-leaf golden lotus avatar descended from the skies. Boom! At this moment, the blue lotus was in full bloom. When the blue lotus touched the 9 scripts, the scripts shattered easily into nothing. Hua Wudao was sent flying. He lay on his back on the ground after he crashed against the stone wall. "Elder Hua!" Duanmu Shang and Zhao Yu cried out in unison. The 6-compatible seal did not manage to stop the blue lotus energy from spreading. Instead, it was heading toward the 3 disciples at increasing speed. From the moment Lu Zhou had bellowed to the moment Hua Wudao was sent flying, only 1 breath had passed. None of them had time to react at all. The blue lotus leaves hit their chests like a whip, and the 3 avatars simultaneously disappeared. Duanmu Shang, Zhao Yu, and Little Yuaner reeled back. Duanmu Shang and Zhao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood after that. Zhao Yu's cultivation base was the weakest, and she suffered the greatest impact. Her 10 Energies Universe could not even withstand a single hit. The blue lotus energy made her chi and blood boil. If the 6 compatible seals did not absorb most of the impact, she would have been severely injured. Fortunately, she was not standing at the forefront. Meanwhile, Duanmu Shang had been sent flying out of the hidden chamber. Little Yuaner was more fortunate. Her cloud feather raiment burst with colors and light and absorbed most of the impact. With her cloud-treading boots and the Nirvana sash in her hands, she did a backflip in midair and fled in Hua Wudao's direction. Outside the evil sky pavilion, the female cultivators were staring in the direction of the hidden chamber with their mouths agape. Although they were standing in the distance, they could see a peculiar blue pillar of light shooting up to the sky from the hidden chamber. The drowsy and lazy Panlydian was also attracted by the shout of "impudent." He turned to look at this strange sight. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened. Did he fail, or is it a breakthrough? The wine jar slipped from his hand as he shuddered from the shock. It fell on the floor and rolled a few times, spilling its content. When he regained his composure, he shook his head and sighed. What does this have to do with me? Meanwhile, while 4 of them were sent flying back, the surging blue energy destroyed the hidden chamber. The stone wall crumbled and turned into rubble. Hua Wudao focused his spirits and regained his footing in the air. He suppressed his surging qi and blood and condensed his primal qi into energy again. 6 shining golden scripts surrounded him and shielded him from the rubble that was flying everywhere. Little Yuaner's Nirvana sash circled around her like a dancing dragon. Hua Wudao's eyes were filled with incredulity. He had the most difficulty accepting this compared to the other 3. He had studied this defensive Taoist madra for 20 years and knew that he could withstand a grand technique. He was even confident enough to come to the evil sky pavilion to undo the knot in his heart that was formed many years ago. He did not expect that his 6-compatible seal would be so easily overcome by a single thunderblast. Although he had lost that fight, he was still unwilling to concede defeat. After all, he did not unleash his full strength back then. He merely used 8 scripts and the 8 trigrams of his 6-compatible seal. After the experience with the grand predecessor formation, Hua Wudao gained enlightenment and achieved a breakthrough. From 8 scripts, he gained 9, and the 6-compatible seal was strengthened by several magnitudes. All this while, he had been looking for an opportunity to request for instructions from the pavilion master. However, currently, it seemed like he had failed before he even had a chance to speak to the pavilion master. There was no doubt he had lost miserably. The 9 scripts were more fragile than tofu when faced with the blue energy. Along with the scripts, his confidence was crushed as well. Is it the barrier's energy? Hua Wudao did not believe a cultivator could produce such potent power. In that case, there was only one possibility. It had to be the energy from the Golden Court Mountains barrier. However, this was not the time to think about this matter. Hua Wudao and Little Yuaner fell at the same time. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou finally regained consciousness. He surveyed his surroundings as he slowly descended to the ground. Lu Zhou clearly remembered that he was comprehending the heavenly writing. Ever since he obtained the open heavenly writing scroll, his comprehension state had changed. He was even more immersed and focused. For this reason, the hidden chamber was the best place for him to comprehend the heavenly writing. However, the instant he opened his eyes, Lu Zhou saw his 3 disciples barging into the hidden chamber. He instinctively triggered the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. He did not know how long he had been in his comprehension state. However, in that instant, the heavenly writing's power had surged out. "Ma master!" Zhao Yu was sitting weakly on the floor. She looked shocked as she stared at Lu Zhou, who seemed unharmed. Duanmu Shang pushed the rubble away and rose to his feet. He was looking at Lu Zhou in shock as well. Then Hua Wudao and Little Yuaner descended on the ground. "Master! Pavilion Master!" Little Yuaner seemed unaffected. Hua Wudao, on the other hand, had messy hair and a dirty face. He did not seem to be in a good mood either. Lu Zhou looked annoyed as he said in a deep voice, "How bold of all of you!" Duanmu Shang, Zhao Yu, and Little Yuaner started. They hastily lowered their heads and remained silent. Hua Wudao quickly explained, "Please stay your anger, Pavilion Master." Zhao Yu hastily bowed and explained, "Please don't be angry, Master." The Golden Court Mountains barrier's energy was flowing in the opposite direction, and the eye of the formation appeared. "We thought that you had descended into depravity. That was why we barged into the hidden chamber. Please forgive us, Master." Lu Zhou looked up at the barrier above. Indeed, it was much weaker than before. Lu Zhou was puzzled. He had been comprehending the heavenly writing as usual. Why did he suddenly begin to absorb the barrier's power? He had incurred quite a big loss from this comprehension session. Due to the conflicting powers of the heavenly writing and the barrier, his hidden chamber was destroyed. Lu Zhou looked at all of them before he said in a deep voice, "Those who trespassed into the hidden chamber will be punished. Hua Wudao and Duan Mushang will be given 30 lashes, while Zhao Yu will be given 20. I accept the punishment." The others did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone ask why little Yuaner was not punished. It was impossible that little Yuaner was the one who made this choice. Therefore, Hua Wudao, Duan Mushang, and Zhao Yu were the ones who should be punished. Lu Zhou said calmly, "Rebuild the hidden chamber in 6 months. Duan Mushang did not dare to protest. He hastily bowed. "Yes, master." Hua Wudao accepted the punishment willingly. However, when he saw that Lu Zhou did not seem to be affected at all, he was confused. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Pavilion Master, have you been experiencing obstacles in your cultivation? Are you doubting me?" "I dare not," Hua Wudao replied with a bow. Then he continued, "It was truly an emergency earlier. I'm sure you deliberately created the impression of descending into depravity with your peerless talent, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou did not offer much explanation on that. After all, he was not sure himself. His cultivation base was still at the Dao-shaping stage in the Divine Court realm. In terms of cultivation base, he could not even compare to Zhou Jifeng. Even 100 Divine Court realm cultivators could not defeat 3 nascent Divinity Tribulation realm cultivators. However, Lu Zhou found it shocking that the heavenly writing's extraordinary power contained such formidable might, apart from the sound technique. He repelled 4 of them in one go, and the 6th compatible seal was shattered as though it was tofu. Descend into depravity? Lu Zhou was amused. I've been in my comprehension state. How did I end up descending into depravity? Hua Wudao felt it was too awkward to continue this conversation. He would probably be beaten up if he continued talking about descending into depravity. We've misjudged the situation. Clearly, his disciples were not completely cold-hearted. How's the barrier? Lu Zhou asked. We haven't had a chance to inspect it yet. Lu Zhou walked outside with his hands on his back. At this moment, the female cultivators who were watching from a distance were flustered. After they witnessed that peculiar sight, they wondered if they should go and have a look. The barrier's energy was more than half depleted. Pan Litian stumbled over and fell to the floor. He said lazily, "It's either life or death. There's nothing much to it." The female disciples turned to look at the old beggar. "If something were to happen to the evil sky pavilion, you won't have any more wine to drink." Pan Litian's eyes widened and said, "You've got a point. I hope the evil sky pavilion's all right." He looked at the eye of the formation. The edges of the eye seemed normal. The azure skies were now like before. The former barrier could not keep him out. Needless to say, the current barrier was nothing to him. Pan Litian shook his head as he bowed and said, "The evil sky pavilion's glory won't be able to bounce back from this." The female cultivators turned to glance at the old beggar. They felt that he was only a mere mortal and could not possibly know what he was talking about. Everyone was still worried when Lu Zhou finally emerged from the evil sky pavilion with his hands on his back. Duan Mushang, Zhao Yu, Little Yuaner, and Hua Wudao followed behind him, looking battered. It was as if they had been in a fight. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." The female cultivators bowed and saluted him in unison. "Clean this up." Lu Zhou waved his arm. Only, Pan Litian was lying on higher ground. When he saw Lu Zhou walking toward him, his wizened face tensed up. He asked incredulously, Why, you're all right?" Lu Zhou walked over indifferently with his hands on his back. He stared at the barrier nearby and said, "Do you wish for something to happen to me?" "I don't," Pan Litian said as he hugged his jar of wine. "If something happens to you, I won't have any good wine to drink." Little Yuaner snorted. "All you know how to do is drink. I hope you choke on your wine one day. Naturally, Pan Lydian did not bother to argue with a young girl. Instead, he looked at Lu Zhou and said, "What a shame! What's a shame? I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep soundly. Not with this commotion." After he spoke, he lay down again. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the warmth of the sun. Lu Zhou looked at Pan Lydian as he said, "I can help you sleep better." Pan Lydian did not open his eyes as he spoke in a daze. "I'm sleeping quite well now." "Is that so?" Lu Zhou waved his arm. Little Yuaner understood the signal. She flexed her fists and muscles. Then, she looked up and said, "Master, you told me not to oppress the old, the weak, the sick, and the crippled. Is it appropriate for me to beat him up?" "Did I say that?" Lu Zhou asked in confusion. "No, I was mistaken." Crack, 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 crack. The sounds of popping joints rang in the air. Pan Lydian shuddered and opened his eyes. He shifted backward and said fearfully, "Little girl, this old man might not be able to withstand your punches. Don't come over." This was what Lu Zhou wanted. Hua Wudao was puzzled by this. When he returned from sending Hua Yueshing away, this old beggar was already on the mountain. The evil sky pavilion was no place for an ordinary beggar to eat and drink for nothing. He had been observing the beggar for half a day now, and he could not see anything extraordinary about the old beggar. The only thing was the old beggar was extremely shameless and bold. Little Yuaner smiled and said, "Don't worry, my punches won't hurt." She stepped on the ground lightly, leaving a footprint behind. When the little villain did her thing, the other female cultivators looked away. Bam! 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 Little Yuaner threw out punches after punches. Things were not looking good. Pan Lydian hastily waved his hands and said, "Stop! Stop! I yield! I yield!" How could he not yield? His face was already bruised and swollen. "That's more like it." Little Yuaner returned to her master's side with a satisfied expression on her face. Hua Wudao, on the other hand, was shocked. "You were a cultivator before this?" No matter how tough an ordinary person's body was, they would not be able to endure little Yuaner's punches. However, a cultivator who had undergone body tempering would have no trouble enduring it. Although there were no primal chi fluctuations about the old beggar and he seemed no different from a mere mortal, he merely gave a few perfunctory cries when little Yuaner punched him. This meant the old beggar had been a cultivator in the past. Even after a cultivator's cultivation base had disappeared, the effects of the body tempering would still linger. The endurance and strength of their bodies would be much greater than mere mortals. This fact was exposed after little Yuaner's beating. Pan Lydian said, "What cultivator? I have thick skin. I don't have a problem enduring the 4 seasons. I can take a few punches." To think that he would still continue with the act at this juncture. Little Yuaner waved her little fists and said, "Do you want me to help loosen your bones?" Pan Lydian instinctively retreated. He no longer dared to act. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "If you wish to sleep soundly in the Evil Sky Pavilion, you'll have to abide by the Evil Sky Pavilion's rules." "I always abide by the rules. I've called the 4 seas my home. No matter where I went, I always abided by the rules," Pan Lydian said. "That's good." Lu Zhou turned around after taking a look at Golden Court Mountain's barrier. Pan Lydian sat limply on the ground, seemingly hopeless and beyond help. "With your identity and status, you could have lived out your days comfortably. What happened to you that you're reduced to this?" Lu Zhou asked. Pan Lydian shook his head and said with a smile, "It's great being a beggar. You'll have something to fill your stomach as long as you're shameless enough." "You're indeed shameless. But there is a limit to how shameless I am. I'll leave on my own accord once I've had my fill." Lu Zhou looked at Pan Lydian and said, "Leave? Where to? The 4 corners of the world are my home. You're still thinking of leaving after drinking the Evil Sky Pavilion's wine?" Lu Zhou asked. Pan Lydian's expression darkened, and he cursed inwardly. It would be difficult to refuse a request from someone who had helped him. The Evil Sky Pavilion's master was less vicious and violent than before. His tone and expressions were much more benign as well. However, it felt like his benign character was more terrifying compared to when he was outright vicious. "Since I allowed you to stay, it means that I can afford to keep you," Lu Zhou said. Pan Litian sighed. "I'm only a beggar, and my life is worthless. There's nothing I can do." Lu Zhou shook his head. He said disapprovingly, "Even a table or a pig have their values." "You have a point," Pan Litian nodded. Then, Lu Zhou's words dawned on him. What was with the words? Was a pig's value not in killing it for its meat? "You intend to kill me?" "That's how the Evil Sky Pavilion has always operated." Lu Zhou regarded Pan Litian with a high and mighty air as he rested his hand on his back. He stared at Pan Litian with a deep and penetrating gaze. When their eyes met, Pan Litian's heart skipped a beat. He knew what the statement meant. After muttering to himself for a moment, he finally said, "I remembered someone from my past." Little Yuaner could barely stifle her laughter. She said, "What do you mean by someone from your past?" "Your grandson is doing fine. Both of you will be able to meet in a few days." Pan Litian was speechless. She really knows to hit where it hurts. He had a feeling she was going to be the bane of his existence. Pan Litian ignored Little Yuaner and said, "I'll make a decision after I meet him." "Very well," Lu Zhou replied lightly before returning to the East Pavilion. After Lu Zhou left, Hua Wudao continued observing Pan Litian. He asked, "Your grandson is in the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Before Pan Litian could reply, Little Yuaner pointed at Pan Litian and confidently said, "He's Pan Zhong's grandfather." Pan Litian was rendered speechless. It seemed like he would not be able to explain himself. Hua Wudao cupped his fists. "Oh, so you're Pan Zhong's grandfather." Pan Zhong was only a junior to Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao did not know about Pan Zhong's background. Hence, he merely offered a perfunctory greeting to be polite. "My surname's not Pan. It's really not Pan." The others left. The old man felt as if he was going to go crazy. Lu Zhou returned to the East Pavilion while Zhao Yu and Duan Mushang respectfully followed him. "Master, he's only an ordinary beggar. Why are we letting him stay?" Duan Mushang was baffled. "There's use to him," Lu Zhou replied. Duan Mushang kept his thoughts to himself about this matter. When he thought back to what happened to the barrier, he said, "Fourth junior brother has yet to return, and something like this happened in the Evil Sky Pavilion. I'm worried that our enemies might seize this chance to invade the mountain. I'm willing to mend the barrier even if it means I'll have to damage my cultivation base." Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "Although the barrier's weakened by half, this is still not a place where low-level scum can just enter." Judging by their current situation, the barrier was very different from the Green Jade Altar and Yun Sects formations. If the 10 great sects of the Noble Path dared to lay siege on Golden Court Mountain again, Lu Zhou did not mind using a few more item cards. "The two of you should head back." Lu Zhou went into the pavilion. "We'll take our leave then, master." Duan Mushang and Zhao Yu left the East Pavilion. In the pavilion, Lu Zhou called up the system dashboard. He wondered what had happened while he was comprehending the heavenly writing. Indeed, the heavenly writing's extraordinary power was formidable, but why did it trigger the barrier's energy into entering his body? He looked at the heavenly writings menu. There did not seem to be any increase in scripts. This meant the heavenly writing was still showing the human scroll. Currently, the first power Lu Zhou discovered from the human scroll of heavenly writing was sound-based techniques. The open heavenly writing scrolls should be the second power, the power of muting. It should be some sort of Dhyana Mudra but much stronger. He had already tested the force of the power. Based on his experience, the force of the technique would increase as he made progress in comprehending it. Moreover, there would also be a third, fourth, and even a fifth power. In other words, the open heavenly writing scroll was meant to help him activate and gain insight into different powers. Lu Zhou glanced at the system dashboard again. Remaining life, 5,236 days. It was reduced by more than 1,000 days. Although Lu Zhou appeared calm, inwardly, he cursed at the system and its entire family. 000 divine beasts stampeded. He had lost 1,000 days of life. When the power from Golden Court Mountain's barrier forced its way into his body, he needed an extremely powerful body and cultivation base to endure it. Otherwise, the massive power would accelerate his aging. He speculated that part of his life had been whittled away by the barrier's power. What a great loss! However, he was slightly comforted by the fact that he gained another power. Lu Zhou looked at the reversal cards that he obtained via the lucky draws. Use, he thought to himself. The 5 reversal cards dissolved into specks of starlight at the same time and surrounded him. Life energy around the East Pavilion gathered and swiftly surged into Lu Zhou's body. Duanmushang and Zhao Yu were still nearby when this happened. They stopped and turned around to look. When he sensed the great fluctuation in the energy, Duanmushang frowned. Did something happen to Master again? Did he really descend into depravity? The two of them had worried expressions on their faces. After all, the influx of power from the Golden Court Mountain's barrier was too chaotic. Duanmushang shook his head and said, "Let's leave him be." He had learned from his mistake. He knew his master was capable of handling it, so he decided not to do anything. Zhao Yu nodded in agreement. Both of them swiftly left the East Pavilion without looking back. The gathering of life energy was completed. His life was extended by 1,500 days. Remaining life, 6,736 days. Perhaps he was not astute enough. But Lu Zhou did not feel anything different when his life was shortened and restored. Let's continue to comprehend the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou crossed his legs and composed himself. After witnessing the force of the extraordinary power, Lu Zhou felt that he should put more effort into comprehending the heavenly writing. As for his avatar, he would have to work hard to obtain it. However, currently, it was more difficult to obtain an avatar than to comprehend the heavenly writing. Perhaps he should undertake both tasks at the same time? Lu Zhou quickly entered his comprehension state. However, it was a completely different experience from comprehending inside the hidden chamber. Before this, when he entered his comprehension state, he would lose all senses, as if he was isolated from the outside world and in a deep slumber. Currently, Lu Zhou was completely conscious. He speculated that it was one of the improvements from the open heavenly writing scroll. The next day arrived in just a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou heard the approaching footsteps before he even opened his eyes. "Master, there's a letter from Jiang Aijin," Zhao Yu said. "What does it say?" "I'll read it to you." Zhao Yu opened the letter and read aloud. "Old Senior, the commotion about the Golden Court Mountain's barrier had reached the ears of the 10 great sections. I'm afraid things aren't looking good for the Evil Sky Pavilion. Old Senior, do keep me informed about this so that I can prepare myself." After she finished reading, Zhao Yu cursed, annoyed. "Master, I feel Jiang Aijin will go wherever the wind blows." Lu Zhou said, "Send word to Jiang Aijin. Nobody will be able to taint the halls of the Evil Sky Pavilion before my time is up." "Yes, Master." Meanwhile, in the Great Hall of the Nether Sect on Pingdu Mountain, Yu Zhanghai looked at Si Wuya, who was seated on his left. "Seventh junior brother, you're saying that Golden Court Mountain's barrier is now weakened by half?" Si Wuya appeared calm, and his words were laden with confidence. "My men have never spread false information. However, I don't know what's happening inside. Old Eighth seems to have been cut off. The reason? The barrier's energy flowed in reverse. Someone must have absorbed the barrier's power. The two of them knew nobody apart from their master would be bold enough to absorb its power. Why isn't he accepting the fact that he's getting old?" Yu Zhanghai said with a sigh. "Absorbing the power can somewhat help him maintain his cultivation base. However, that'll surely affect his lifespan," Si Wuya said. Yu Zhanghai nodded and said, "If that's true, then Master is in trouble." "Eldest senior brother, you intend to help Master?" Si Wuya asked, puzzled. Yu Zhanghai shook his head. "It's meaningless whether I help or not." Si Wuya nodded. Yu Zhanghai was occupied with dealing with the Clarity sect. He had no time to care about other matters. "Seventh junior brother, in your opinion, Now that the evil sky pavilion is at a disadvantage, who will be the first one to strike? It takes technique to con someone. Wuxia smiled and spoke frankly and confidently. Of the 10 great sects on the noble path, apart from the 7 Stars Villa and the Core Heart sect that do not hold much hatred against the fiend path and are more likely to just wave their flags and shout, there are only the right sects left. The Heavenly Sword sect, the Righteous sect, the Clarity sect, and the Celestial Masters sect share the same Taoist roots. The Good Fortune Temple, Henku branch, Zhensong branch, and Duanlin branch share the same Confucian school roots. The latter is gentler and milder. They usually don't have many conflicts with the fiend path. Instead, it's the Taoist sects that have constant conflicts with the fiend path. He paused slightly before continuing. The Righteous sect's elders, Zhang Qiuqi and Zhang Chunlai, are dead. The Heaven Sword sect master, Luo Chongfeng, was killed with a single hit from master during the siege on the Golden Court Mountain. The Clarity sect has barely enough time to manage itself right now thanks to you, eldest senior brother. The Celestial Master sect has yet to make any move, so it's more probable for the Righteous sect and the Heavenly Sword sect to attack first. However, the Righteous sect master, Zhang Yuanshan, is renowned for his cowardice. Zhang Yuanshan had met the Fiend Temple Master, Renbuping, at the Green Jade Altar before this. Now that Renbuping is dead, Zhang Yuanshan won't do anything. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Yu Zhenghai caught nothing from Wuxia's words. Throughout his years of managing the Nether sect, if each of his subordinates reported to him in this manner, he would have died of exhaustion. Your point being? The Heavenly Sect, Wuxia said. Yu Zhenghai nodded and said, Luo Chongfeng, the sect master of the Heavenly Sect, is dead. Their first disciple, Zhou Jifeng, has betrayed them and joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Heavenly Sword sect hates the Evil Sky Pavilion to the bone. The Heavenly Sword sect's former master, Luo Xingkong, has cultivated in seclusion for many years. With the tragic death of his son, he won't sit back and do nothing, Wuxia added. He can't blame anyone for that. He brought it upon himself. Who would have expected that Lu Zhou would kill him out of all the people who laid siege on Golden Court Mountain back then? Luo Chongfeng attracted too much attention. The shot hit the bird that poked its head out. He could only blame himself for this. Are you planning to make a move, eldest senior brother? Wuxia asked again. Yu Zhenghai remained silent. Wuxia did not press him for answers. He had some understanding of Yu Zhenghai's temper. He remembered when Yi Tianxin's derived moon palace was being attacked by the Fiend Temple. Yu Zhenghai did nothing as well. Yi Tianxin had deceived her master and denounced the Patriarch. It was understandable that Yu Zhenghai did not help her. However, things were looking bad for Evil Sky Pavilion now, and yet Yu Zhenghai still remained unmoved. It seemed that it was impractical to hope for his eldest senior brother to do something. In the end, he sighed before he said, Are you still thinking about that, eldest senior brother? Your eldest senior brother has always been a magnanimous person. Second junior brother has killed many of my men. But have I ever complained about it? Moreover, this is our master we're talking about, Yu Zhenghai said calmly. Wuxia's expression remained unchanged, but he thought to himself, You're this close to drawing your saber and having a showdown with second senior brother, and you say that you have no complaints. However, outwardly, he said, You're right, eldest senior brother. Even if I did something to drive away the Heavenly Sword sect, what would happen 10 years later? The barrier is weakened. Something is bound to happen to the Evil Sky Pavilion in these 5 years. Ever since Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and the others left the Evil Sky Pavilion, the elites of the 10 great sects had launched attacks against the Evil Sky Pavilion no less than 5 times. There were 2 serious attempts. The first one was when the 10 elites set a trap and assaulted Ji Tiandao, who was seriously injured in that battle. The second attempt was when the 10 great elites charged at Golden Court Mountain again, and Luo Chongfeng was killed. Nobody knew when the next attack would come. However, it was clear that many experts were waiting for an opportunity. They were waiting for Ji Tiandao's time to run out and for his cultivation base to deteriorate. The disturbance of the barrier this time was the best chance they could have. 5 years, Wuxia mumbled. What would Great Yen become in 5 years? When Yu Zhenghai heard this, he smiled earnestly and said, "Seventh junior brother, it's meaningless to think so far into the future. For me, the most pressing matter right now is to deal with the Clarity sect." As soon as Yu Zhenghai finished speaking, the Nether sect's Azure Dragon Hall's first seat, Hua Chongyang, walked into the hall. He cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master, the Clarity sect's Mochi has fled. Yu Hongyi is the only one left holding the fort. We'll be able to take down the Clarity sect in no more than 10 days. Very good." An expression of pride appeared on Yu Zhenghai's face as he asked, "Do you have any news about Panlydian? I've captured many Clarity sect's cultivators and interrogated them under torture. However, none of them knew where he had gone. Panlydian has left the Clarity sect several centuries ago and has never returned since." Hua Chongyang replied. Si Wuya was puzzled by this piece of information. "And why is that?" "I'm not too sure." Hua Chongyang shook his head. Yu Zhenghai asked, "You're interested in this man, junior brother? The Clarity sect is hanging on a fine thread after your attack, eldest senior brother. Panlydian is the greatest elite of the Clarity sect. It doesn't make sense that he's still hiding." Si Wuya mulled over it before he said, "There are 2 possibilities. One, Panlydian is dead. However, this is highly unlikely. He has a profound cultivation base, and no one would be able to kill him if he wants to escape. Second, there's an unresolved conflict between Panlydian and the Clarity sect. You're saying the latter is more likely," Yu Zhenghai said. "In any case, this was not important to the Nether sect now. If Panlydian chose not to show up, the Clarity sect would soon be annihilated. If he appeared, all the better, because Yu Zhenghai was looking forward to a good fight with a worthy opponent. This is my command. Those who are with me will prosper, and those who are against me will die," Yu Zhenghai said. "As you wish, sect master." 3 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. A messenger bird flew at an astonishing speed from the northwest corner of Yang province all the way into the Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier. Inside the East Pavilion, Lu Zhou was just coming out from his comprehension state. After 3 days, he could sense half of his extraordinary power had been restored. He would need a week to 10 days to completely recover. At the very least, this was his current pace. He had a feeling that the more he comprehended, the quicker he would be able to obtain and recover the extraordinary power. The path of cultivation was long. There was no rushing these matters. Let's take a look at the prices. Lu Zhou was worried the system would silently raise the prices of the items again like before. He glanced through the system's items. Fortunately, there was no price hike. What's this? When Lu Zhou glanced at the mission list, he noticed a new mission under the main missions of disciplining his disciples. Searching for the lost key, 0/1. Lost key. He searched his memories. There was nothing about Ji Tiandao and a key. Lu Zhou's expression darkened. Does this have something to do with my lost memories as well? When he had free time, Lu Zhou tried to regain his lost memories. He tried to connect the dots to see if he could find anything suspicious. Then, he discovered his scattered memories were like shredded paper. It was too difficult to try and piece them back together. Hence, he decided to give up. Since the mission was to find a lost key, it must have had something to do with opening a cabinet, box, or some container. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, it seemed that only the Hidden Chamber, the North Pavilion, and the warehouse were locations where boxes were kept. This somehow proved Lu Zhou's theory right. When he transmigrated here, he suspected Ji Tiandao might not have lost anything. They were only scattered all over the place. For instance, the weapons of the rascals, the sky fragments, the cultivation methods his disciples cultivated, and everything inside the hidden chamber. Everything was still around. In that case, this lost key must have been one of Ji Tiandao's items. At this moment, little Yuaner's voice reached him, interrupting his thoughts. "Master, there's an unnamed letter." Lu Zhou walked out of the room and looked at little Yuaner. Little Yuaner was wearing the cloud feather raiment and the cloud treading boots. "Where are the giant silkworm gloves?" Lu Zhou asked. He remembered the item she obtained at the Skylark Pagoda. She did not seem to have it on her. Little Yuaner pouted and said, It's too ugly and unsightly. I left it in the South Pavilion. The giant silkworm gloves was a unisex item. Indeed, it would not win a prize in aesthetics. Moreover, it would look awkward if little Yuana wore them, since she would be wearing blue clothes, blue boots, and a pair of strangely colored gloves. Besides, the benefits of the giant silkworm gloves for a cultivator such as little Yuana was not obvious. In any case, most people are vain. Let her be. Lu Zhou said. Read it. No matter who the sender was, if the messenger bird could pass through the barrier, they were from either his disciples or a source of the people here. Little Yuana nodded and read. The Clarity sect has been attacked. The Nether sect master Yu Zhenghai went in for the kill. The Clarity sect master Mo Qi fled to the Slender West Lake branch while injured. Pan Zhong is on his way to the Slender West Lake. Danger lurks there. Ha ha ha. Little Yuana stopped reading and looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou waved his arm casually and the letter flew into his hand. Indeed, the writer did not write his name. However, the last 3 words clearly gave away the writer's identity. It must have been difficult for Jiang Aijian to send a letter, Lu Zhou mused. Upon hearing this, realization dawned on little Yuana. She pointed at the letter and said, It's from Jiang Aijian. Tui. I remember now. He always ends his letters with ha ha ha. Jiang Aijian was a cautious person who roamed the lands most of the time. He had unique sources of information, with many of them coming from the palace. It was part of his survival tactic to establish a clear trademark of his own while sending letters all this time. It was like Morse code, and it was barely detectable. Little Yuana wondered, why is Pan Zhong going to Slender West Lake? Does he have nothing better to do? Lu Zhou looked around his surroundings. When he did not see Duan Wushang and Zhao Yu, he asked, Where are Old Third and Old Fourth? They're resting in the South Pavilion, little Yuana said. Lu Zhou disapproved of this. He had let them off lightly by punishing them with strokes from the cane for barging into the hidden chamber. Tell Old Third to come to the Great Hall. Right away. It was only a physical punishment. With Duan Wushang's cultivation base and skills, he should be almost healed after 3 days of rest. When Ji Tiandao abused his disciples back then, Duan Wushang was always the first to recover. Little Yuana left the East Pavilion. Lu Zhou looked at the sun. It was still early. He walked out of the pavilion. Soon after, he arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion. He saw that Pan Lydian was still lying on his original spot, basking lazily in the sun as he occasionally drank his wine. Pan Lydian. Upon hearing this, Pan Lydian started and jumped to his feet. When he saw Lu Zhou, he patted his chest and said, My surname's not Pan. Lu Zhou had no intention of bickering about this. Instead, he tossed the letter to Pan Lydian and said, Read this. Pan Lydian caught the letter, intending to toss it away. However, curiosity got the better of him and he took a glance. With just a quick glance, he saw Pan Zhong's name. He was immediately invigorated. He straightened up and read the letter carefully. Danger. Can you still sleep peacefully? Lu Zhou stared at Pan Lydian. Pan Lydian frowned. His lazy expression had turned fierce and grim. Pan Zhong has already joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. Aren't you planning to save him, Pavilion Master? Indeed, Pan Zhong has joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, that doesn't mean that I have to save him, Lu Zhou said lightly. Why? When Pan Zhong joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, I granted him the 6 Yang technique to negate the 3 Yin technique's bitter cold. He could have become a powerful fighter in the Evil Sky Pavilion, but he left the Evil Sky Pavilion on his own. If everyone here behaved like that, how can I maintain order? Lu Zhou said. Pan Lydian did not know what to say to that. At the end of the day, Pan Zhong was the one who brought this upon himself. The Evil Sky Pavilion's rule was that its members were required to sever all ties with their pasts. If someone went against the rules, they would have to bear the consequences on their own with no one to blame but themselves. Lu Zhou looked at Pan Lydian and asked, Who is he to you, really? Pan Lydian sighed softly. He shook his head and said, I'm no longer a member of the Pan family since 200 years ago. This could be considered as an admission. Lu Zhou had no intention of pressing Pan Litian for answers. He merely wanted to verify if Pan Litian was related to Pan Zhong. It was not important to know what kind of relationship they had. He asked, "Did you come just to see him?" Pan Litian nodded. The sloppy manner and lazy air about him had disappeared at this moment. "I don't have much time left. It's my dying wish. If you join the Evil Sky Pavilion, you'll be able to rescue Pan Zhong," Lu Zhou said slowly to make his point clear. Pan Litian was stunned. He had never thought about this before. Although he had left the Clarity sect a few centuries ago, he had always been the greatest elite of the Clarity sect in the eyes of the others. There were many who waited for his return. If he joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, would he not become the laughingstock of the cultivation world? Most importantly, he had lost his cultivation base. What did the Evil Sky Pavilion see in him? Lu Zhou seemed to have read Pan Litian's mind. He threw out another enticing offer. "It just so happens that I have one sable magnolia in my possession." Pan Litian's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Lu Zhou, who was now standing beside him. Lu Zhou's wizened face was calm with a hint of a faint smile. "I'm just here for some meals, and I'll be on my way. However, why do I feel like I've sold myself to this place? I think I've been conned." Lu Zhou did not expect the sable magnolia he obtained from Ci Yuan would come in handy in a situation like this. Although the sable magnolia would not be able to completely restore Pan Litian's cultivation base, he would at least be able to recover 20 to 30% of his original cultivation base. Cultivation base was of the utmost importance for a cultivator. He did not think Pan Litian would be able to remain unmoved. He remained silent and waited for Pan Litian's reply with his hands on his back. At this moment, little Yuaner came running from the Evil Sky Pavilion and said, "Master, third senior brother has arrived." Lu Zhou did not look at little Yuaner. Instead, he said, "There's no hurry. If your senior brother's tired, he can return to rest." Pan Litian was puzzled. "What's that supposed to mean? I think I won't be able to escape from this." Pan Litian raised his arms helplessly and gave Lu Zhou a thumbs up. "The older, the wiser. I'll admit defeat." Little Yuaner was baffled by this. Pan Litian coughed. It seemed like he had just remembered something as he looked up and said, "Will there be enough wine for me?" "There's more than enough wine for you." "Century-old wine?" "Century-old wine." "Good." Brewing wine was not a difficult task. A few centuries ago, Ji Tiandao was someone who loved wine. He would order wine to be brewed every year. The older the wine, the tastier it was. Whether it was brewed from 5 crops, glutinous rice, or yeast, the best of brewing methods required time. The Evil Sky Pavilion was in no short supply of century-old wine. Moreover, the stock could be replenished if needed. Pan Litian's reply made his stance clear. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He turned to face little Yuaner and asked, "Any word from your fourth senior brother?" Little Yuaner pouted and said, "Master, fourth senior brother hasn't been back until now. I'm sure he's having a lot of fun outside and has forgotten to come back. He should be harshly punished when he returns." "You talk too much." Lu Zhou chided her softly. It was good for Mingshi Yin to investigate Si Wuya's whereabouts. Moreover, Mingshi Yin's loyalty had always been stable. Lu Zhou was not worried Mingshi Yin would do anything out of character. Mingshi Yin was more cunning compared to the others. He had extremely good survival instincts and skills. He would have no problem fleeing from an elite. Since Mingshi Yin, Old Fourth, was not around, he could only get Duan Mushang and Hua Wudao to accompany him to Slender West Lake. The Clarity sect was currently hanging on its last thread and was putting up its last struggle. If they successfully escaped to Slender West Lake, they might have some means of survival. In truth, Duan Mushang and Hua Wudao could have taken care of things. However, Lu Zhou's thoughts did not end there. If the Nether sect planned to hunt down the Clarity sect and annihilate the elite, Yu Hongyi, Yu Zhenghai might make an appearance at Slender West Lake as well. This was a good opportunity for Lu Zhou. He had been saving the strengthened binding cage cards for these rascals. "Summon Elder Hua. Tell him we're leaving for Slender West Lake," Lu Zhou said apathetically. "Yes, master." Little Yuaner had just turned to leave when a figure in black appeared like a phantom. The person stood with a straight back and was shrouded in black. There's no need for Elder Hua to go. I want to go. Fan Xiuwen. Little Yuaner was stunned. She had always found this man eccentric. In fact, she was slightly fearful of him. If her master was not around to keep him in check, she would have stayed away from him. Fan Xiuwen wore a simple and hideous mask that made his eyes seem more piercing and fierce. He stood straight with his hands resting on his back. Although he had not fully recovered his cultivation base, he had held a high position for a long time. Moreover, with his years of experience, he exuded an aura that others simply could not compare to. Lu Zhou's aura was the only one that could suppress Fan Xiuwen's aura. Fan Xiuwen shook his head and said, Fan Xiuwen is dead. There's only Lung Luo in this world. Sure. Little Yuaner stuck her tongue out and stood obediently at the side. When the name Lung Luo was mentioned, Pan Litian, who was standing at the side, widened his eyes. He looked at Lung Luo in disbelief as he exclaimed in shock, You're Lung Luo? The person who was on top of the blacklist 300 years ago? Lung Luo remained silent, neither denying nor confirming Pan Litian's question. The mask hid his expression, but his stance seemed to say, Old geezer, now you know who's the brat. Pan Litian slowly rose to his feet. He swayed for a few moments before he finally steadied himself. He said, Not bad, not bad. His words sounded unnatural. It was hard to tell if his words were a compliment or an insult. Lung Luo scoffed and said, A junior who has eyes but does not see. I won't hold it against you. Little Yuaner giggled and said, He's not young as well. He's Pan Zhong's grandfather, the first elite of Clarity Sect. The first elite of the Clarity Sect? Lung Luo raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the old beggar who had completely lost his cultivation base. Regardless if Pan Litian was truly Pan Zhong's grandfather or not, the first elite of Clarity Sect was a cultivation genius who was renowned in the cultivation world. They were from the same generation. He clapped twice. Pan Litian? This time, Pan Litian did not deny it. He appeared old and had a slightly hunched back. However, those things were unimportant. Based on the way he carried himself, it showed how glorious his earlier years were. Tweedledum and Tweedledee. It was like the pot calling the kettle black. None of them were much younger than the other. Lu Zhou said, Lung Luo, you're not completely healed yet. Your injuries are only 40% healed. Do you still want to go to Slender West Lake? On the contrary, Hua Wudao was in the pink of health. Moreover, an elite who specialized in tortoiseshell technique could protect the cloud-splitting chariot if the occasion arose. Although Lung Luo was powerful, he was severely injured. He would not be of much help on the trip. In fact, he might even be a burden. Please grant me permission to come along, Pavilion Master. Although I'm wounded, I can still defend myself, Lung Luo said confidently. Sure. You can defend yourself? But who's going to defend me? Lu Zhou retorted inwardly with no changes in his expression. He maintained the air of an elite despite his inner thoughts. He asked, You want to see Mo Qi? Lung Luo cupped his fists but did not answer. Anyone with half a brain could tell what the relationship was between Mo Qi and Mo Li. Lung Luo's hatred for Mo Li was clear for everyone to see. This was only natural. After all, he was controlled like a puppet for so many years. Most people would find this difficult to accept. Moreover, he was Lung Luo whose name once shocked the lands. Pan Litian chuckled and said, I can only sit back and enjoy the show. He had lost his cultivation base, so he could only watch the battle unfold like a useless person. When the sun was high up in the skies, they departed from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Duanmu Shang manned the helm of the cloud-splitting chariot. The cloud-splitting chariot was slightly unstable and swaying. Occasionally, it would even pull some high-level stunts. Little Yuaner muttered under her breath, Third senior brother. Take it slow. The flying chariot rose and fell in the air. Duanmu Shang scratched his head awkwardly. This is my first time. Please bear with me, junior sister. Lung Luo had to hold onto the chariot to support himself. He shook his head. The cloud-splitting chariot gradually stabilized after a while. Thank you, Senior Lung. Lu Zhou turned to look at Lung Luo. Lung Luo's cultivation base was not completely restored after all, and yet, he was helping to maneuver the flying chariot while Duanmusheng manned the helm. It was for this reason that the cloud-splitting chariot gradually stabilized. Pan Lydian did not mind this. He found a random corner and lay down. He smiled lazily and said, "I've never ridden in such a fancy flying chariot. This is nice, very nice." The cloud-splitting chariot flew past several mountains, rivers, and the boundless sea of clouds. A streak of light could be seen in its wake. Lu Zhou glanced at Lung Luo again. He noticed that Lung Luo's forehead was breaking out in sweat. He shifted his gaze to Duanmusheng and said, "Channel your primal chi steadily at a uniform pace. Don't move the helm too much. Look straight ahead and adjust your rhythm." Understood. Duanmusheng's comprehension ability was much weaker compared to Mingshi Yin. Although the flying chariot had stabilized somewhat after Lu Zhou's instructions, it was still not flying smoothly. Well, there was no forcing this matter. Some people were just not born for this. Duanmusheng felt slightly embarrassed throughout the journey. Under the watchful eyes of the few seniors, he could not help but feel nervous. He muttered under his breath, "Fourth junior brother, how I miss you so." 2 hours later, at the Slender West Lake in Slender West Park, Mo Chi, the sect master of Clarity Sect, sat cross-legged on the ground. He looked extremely exhausted. The wrinkles on his face made him look old. Faint primal chi could be seen around him. After he circulated his primal chi for a moment, he finally opened his eyes. "Who's it?" A disciple appeared at the door. Mo Chi asked coldly, "Has Pan Zhong been captured?" "That traitor Pan Zhong is too cunning. We've been tailing him for a long time, but we couldn't catch him. On top of that, the Nether Sect is hot on our heels. We dare not recklessly search the area as well." A hint of rage flashed past Mo Chi's face. "You Xianxia, you insufferable bully." The Nether Sect's appearance during the rebellion in Anyang City had foiled his plans. He had been caught off guard now that Yu Xianxia was attacking the Clarity Sect as well. The 7 peaks of Clarity Sect were destroyed. Apart from him, the only people left of the sect were a dozen or so of his direct disciples. "Stay your anger, Sect Master. Lady Mo Li has laid a formation in Slender West Lake. No matter how powerful Yu Xianxia is, he wouldn't recklessly charge in here. Moreover, the Nether Sect is unaware that we've fled to this place," the disciple said with a bow. Mo Chi sighed and shook his head as he said, "Are there any letters from the palace? Lady Mo Li has said that there would be a turning point soon. His Highness, the second prince, is like a fish in water inside the palace." "Good." Mo Chi stood up slowly, enduring the pain from his injuries. "Sect Master, please be careful." The disciple rushed up to support Mo Chi. "It's fine." Mo Chi shook his head. "If my internal organs weren't injured by the grand sound technique in Anyang City, I wouldn't be in this sorry state now." "Sect Master, you're saying that Yu Xianxia was lucky he had help from a powerful person?" At that time, Mo Chi had been looking down at the battle in Anyang City. The grand technique, Scram, had pushed everyone away. He had borne the brunt of the attack and was the most heavily injured out of everyone present at that time. It was unfortunate that he had to quickly flee before he could see the elite who was capable of unleashing such a powerful sound technique. Mo Chi walked to the park and looked at the surface of the lake. He felt much more at ease now. "Sect Master, since Pan Zhong is now a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion, isn't it inappropriate for us to capture him?" Before Mo Chi could say anything, another disciple interjected. "The Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple, Yu Xianxia, has killed countless of our men. We're only capturing Pan Zhong. That's far from enough. Moreover, Pan Zhong is a traitor from the Clarity Sect to begin with. He deserves to die." At this moment, more than 10 Clarity Sect disciples rushed to the park. "Sect Master, the people from the Nether Sect are here." True to their words, in the south of the sky above Slender West Park, the Nether Sect's flying chariot was slowly approaching. The Nether Sect's flag on top of the flying chariot fluttered in the wind. The first seat of White Tiger Hall by Yuqing was standing on the flying chariot and looking down at the park. Soon after, his voice resounded in the park. Those who are with me will prosper. Those who are against me will die. Mochi, surrender now. The sound wave from Bai Yuqing's voice caused the surface of slender West Lake to ripple. Mochi said in a deep voice, "Ignore him. The grand beclouding formation will keep the Nether sect at bay." The disciples nodded. Bai Yuqing said again, "Mochi, since the day the Clarity sect turned into the Imperial Court's lackeys, you should have expected this outcome. If you surrender now, perhaps, our sect master will show you mercy and spare your life." When Mochi heard this, he replied, "Bai Yuqing, you're nothing but Yu Zhenghai's dog. The Nether sect struck us while we're weak. And yet, you have the gall to declare that you'll take me down. A loser's only redeeming quality is in his cheek. Even if the Emperor himself is here, you won't be able to survive." Bai Yuqing's voice was laden with indignance. Mochi did not reply to this. Instead, he looked at the remaining Clarity sect's disciples. "Is there any news from the 7 Clarity Sons?" "In reply to your question, Sect Master, the 7 Master Uncles and Elder you have yet to catch up to us. I'm afraid things don't bode well." Mochi felt his chest tighten. He said through clenched teeth, "When will the reinforcements from the palace arrive? We've sent word to the palace, but there's no reply as of now." At this moment, one of the disciples mustered up his courage and said, "Sect Master, although Yu Zhenghai is powerful, he has a weak point as well. Instead of waiting for our deaths, why don't we—" Mochi cut him off mid-sentence and coldly said, "You want to join the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "I dare not." Another disciple said, "Do you think the Evil Sky Pavilion is capable of dealing with Yu Zhenghai? That traitor founded the Nether sect turned it into the greatest cult under the heavens. If the old villain of the Evil Sky Pavilion is truly capable, he wouldn't have allowed Yu Zhenghai to get to where he is now." The others sighed and shook their heads. "Looks like we can only wait for the reinforcements from the palace. Even if we capture Panzhong, I don't think the Evil Sky Pavilion places much value on him." At this moment, the Clarity sect's disciples noticed a strange sight. On the southern side of the skies above the park, the cultivators who hovered above slender West Lake were turning around and running away. The others were puzzled by this. "Sect Master, the Nether sect is retreating. That's wonderful. You're truly wise, Sect Master. Bai Yuqing is only using his position to bully others. They seem afraid." Mochi frowned slightly. He looked at the flying chariot. Bai Yuqing did not seem arrogant right now. Instead, he seemed to have transformed into another person. He scurried into the flying chariot and turned it around and fled southward. "You old geezer," Mochi, pulling a stunt like this. "I'll admit defeat. Farewell." A wise man knew when to advance and when to retreat. Under such circumstances, the wise thing to do was retreat. Bai Yuqing said as he gave the slender West Lake a final glance, "Run." "First seat. What do you mean by run?" Bai Yuqing said, "Oh, I mean depart." In just a blink of an eye, the cultivators of the Nether sect vanished along with their flying chariot. No matter how powerful the grand beclouding formation was, it was immobile. Surely there was no need to fear it to this extent? At this moment, one of the disciples pointed north and cried out, "Wait! What's that?" To the north of slender West Lake, in the skies above the boundary between the forest and mountain, a meteor-like flying chariot was fast approaching. The Evil Sky Pavilion? Mochi's chest tightened. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. He staggered backward. He looked miserable at this moment. No wonder the Nether sect had turned tail and ran away. The Evil Sky Pavilion's chariot was here. Sect Master. Only, when the cloud-splitting chariot was above slender West Lake, it suddenly pitched forward before it slowly stabilized. It was moving very slowly at this moment. What does the Evil Sky Pavilion mean by this? Is that a warning? Mochi gritted his teeth. He pressed a palm against his chest and said, "This is too much." Meanwhile, on the cloud-splitting chariot, Duanmu Shang gave the sorry-looking Pan Lydian and Lung Luo a sheepish look and said, I didn't decelerate well enough. Sorry about that. Lu Zhou had his cultivation base, so he was not affected. It was easy to maintain his balance with his Divine Court Realm cultivation base. Master, Slender West Park is up ahead. Slender West Park, where Slender West Lake was located, took up hundreds of acres of land. It seemed exceptionally extravagant. The park was colored in shades of red and yellow. Several pavilions had been erected on the east and west banks. The river was winding and long, making it look slender. Looking down from above, it was a truly magnificent sight. Leng Luo walked up to Lu Zhou as he surveyed Slender West Park and said, Slender West Park is the place where the palace's nobles would come to spend their free time and enjoy themselves. Why is the Clarity Sect's Mochi here? Lu Zhou glanced at Leng Luo and said, You're the leader of the Black Knights, and you report directly to the Emperor. Don't tell me you don't know the reason for this. The Black Knights are only sent to carry out missions. We never interfered with the palace's matters, Leng Luo said. Although he had been freed of Mo Li's control, his memories over the past years were still fresh in his mind. Lu Zhou recalled there was a powerful witchcraft practitioner on board the fake Nether Sect's flying chariot during the battle in Anyang. He asked, Mo Li and Mo Qi, in your opinion, what's their relationship? Leng Luo answered monotonously, Based on what I know, Mo Li is a woman. She's a vixen who's skilled at seducing men with her appearance and powerful witchcraft. If that were not the case, Leng Luo would not have fallen prey to her. Even heroes had a weakness for beautiful women. He might have dominated the lands for years. Alas, despite his expectations, he had also fallen prey to her. A rare smile appeared on Lu Zhou's face at this moment. He stroked his beard and calmly said, I remember Mo Qi has a brother. They were separated when they were young. Then, his brother disappeared. Leng Luo said nothing. After all, the truth had come to light during the battle with the 10 shamans. The piece of information only served as confirmation. Leng Luo said in a hoarse voice, Whether it's a man or a woman, she or he must die. Lu Zhou said, That's great. I'll leave Mo Li to you then. Thank you. Leng Luo cupped his fists. Pan Litian, who was observing this scene at the back, was in awe. He was impressed that Lu Zhou was able to make someone like Leng Luo submit to him. He had been thinking about this for a while. His cultivation base was gone, and he had been forced to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. The same thing must have happened to Leng Luo. However, what would Leng Luo do when he completely recovered his cultivation base in the future? Master, we're here. The flying chariot came to a halt and hovered above Slender West Lake. Little Yuaner leaped to her feet. Zhao Yu and the other female cultivators had to keep the flying chariot afloat. Hence, they did not move. Lu Zhou continued to look down at Slender West Park. Apart from his 2 disciples, Duan Mushang and Little Yuaner, the rest were just weak old men and weaklings. He was quite certain he would not be able to save his item cards today. Currently, Lu Zhou only had 4 deadly strike cards left. He would have to use them sparingly. Dear system, are you deliberately increasing the difficulty so that I won't be able to rely on the item cards too much? There's a formation. Leng Luo swept his gaze across the scenery below and made an accurate judgment. Duan Mushang had the best vantage point. The helm was where every single corner below the flying chariot could be seen. How do you know that? To him, it looked like any other scenic location. He saw no traces of formations. Leng Luo pointed at the surroundings and said, These pavilions were built according to the positions of the 8 trigrams. It's only slightly elongated. There are clear primal chi fluctuations around the park. There's no one among the Clarity Sect elites who are capable of setting up such a huge formation. It's highly likely that it's a grand witchcraft formation. The primal chi fluctuations are only a cover. I've learned something new today. Duan Mushang cupped his fists. Although the juniors were talented, their knowledge and experience were still lacking. Pan Litian leaned on the flying chariot and looked at the formation. He drank some wine before he said, This formation looks complicated. I wonder what kind of formation it is. You know witchcraft? Leng Luo turned to look at Pan Litian. Pan Litian seemed displeased. He said frankly, If there's one thing the Clarity sect has plenty of, it's tomes about witchcraft. Speaking of witchcraft, there are mind-controlling spells, curses, area control spells, confounding spells. However, regardless of the type of witchcraft, there's always a way to break them. No wonder Pan Zhong knew so much about witchcraft. With the relationship between Mochi, the sect master of Clarity sect, and Mo Li, it was not surprising there was a witchcraft formation here. Luo, the Clarity sect was one of the 10 great sects on the noble path. The others would not think to connect witchcraft with the Clarity sect. Luo asked, "Do you know how to break this spell?" "I don't." Luo. Duanmu Sheng. Luo. "Then why did you blabber so much? What a waste of time." At this moment, more than 10 green-robed cultivators appeared in Slender West Park. They slowly rose into the air. "Greetings, old senior." Luo ignored them. He glanced at them briefly and discovered there was not even a single nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm elite among them. Mochi was not bold enough to show himself, so he sent a group of cannon fodders out. Duanmu Sheng bellowed, "Bring that old thief, Mochi, here." The cultivators trembled. Color drained from their faces, and their foreheads broke out in sweat. "What brings you here to Slender West Park?" Luo shook his head. Mochi knew better than anyone why the Evil Sky Pavilion was here. Although Clarity sect was in a wretched state, it was bold enough to send small fries here to blabber meaninglessly to stall for time. He waved his hand dismissively. "Clean them up." "Yes, master." Little Yuaner was the only one who could instantly leap into action. Her movements were as light as a swallow as she unleashed the Supreme Purity Jade Slip and the 7 Stars Cloud Treading Steps. Several blue figures shot through the air. Meanwhile, little Yuaner's Nirvana sash lashed out as well. Bam! 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 The dozen or so cultivators could not even withstand a single hit as they scattered and reeled back. They spat out mouthfuls of blood into the air that looked like a blood mist. One after another, the cultivators fell into the lake. Luo. Panlitian. As expected of the Evil Sky Pavilion, even Luo was shocked by this swift and decisive action. Luo had no sympathy for the Clarity sect. Mochi had repeatedly caused trouble for the Evil Sky Pavilion. He colluded with Mo Li and stabbed them in the back several times. This was only the beginning. It was unfortunate that these cultivators were only in the Brahmin Sea realm at most. They did not offer him any merit points. What a troll. Why can't a high-level player be rewarded for completing a newbie's task? Luo shook the distracting thoughts out of his head. "I'm letting my mind wander again." Little Yuaner returned to the flying chariot. "Master, mission accomplished." Luo nodded. He swept his gaze across Slender West Park and said in a deep voice, "Mochi." The 2 syllables sounded like 2 claps of thunder. Luo's voice was firm and domineering. His voice traveled in the surroundings as well. The sound wave visibly spread out in all directions, covering the entire Slender West Park. Upon seeing this, Luo could not help but praise, "I'm impressed." Luo shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Anyone in the Divine Court realm can do this." Luo said, "However, without several centuries of practice, how can a cultivator exert such precise control over the sound technique and send it to every corner of the place? Even a nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm elite couldn't have done this." Panlitian said, "I agree with you. Cultivation base is important, but skills are equally as important and can't be solely replaced by cultivation base alone." Perhaps it was due to their statuses. Duan Tian was pleased when he heard their words. It sounded much better than the flattering words he was used to hearing. The others continued to look down at Slender West Park. The sound wave caused the Clarity sect disciples to lose their footing. Mochi hid inside the room, too afraid to go out. However, it did not stop him from replying, "Ji Tan Dao." He unleashed a sound wave as well. It left distortion in the void in its wake. Panlitian frowned and cursed, "This ignorant old fool." Luo was in a better condition. He did not seem affected. Meanwhile, Luo's mind was clear. and he was as calm as usual. Duanmu Sheng volunteered. Master, this old geezer is asking for it. I'm willing to be the vanguard. I'll dig that old man out even if I have to dig 3 feet deep. Lu Zhou raised a hand and said, There's no need for that. Since Slender West Park was protected by a massive formation, sending Duanmu Sheng down there would be a reckless move. At this moment, another voice rang from the park. The Evil Sky Pavilion is an insufferable bully. I'd be damned if I don't get back at you for this. Running away? Although Lung Luo prided himself on his strength, his cultivation base had not recovered at the moment. He could not go down and test the Slender West Park's formation. Panlydian was even worse. Everyone was anticipating what Lu Zhou would do next when, roar! A deep roar rang from the forest around Slender West Lake. Everyone's attention was, naturally, attracted by the roar. Baiyan! Baiyan was one of Lu Zhou's mount. Little Yuaner and Duanmu Sheng were used to this sight, so they were not shocked when they saw Baiyan charging at the cultivators. On the contrary, Lung Luo and Panlydian were thoroughly shocked and in awe. Both of them were old monsters and powerful cultivators with high statuses. They had spent much of their lives searching for mounts. They would even settle for an epic mount. Alas, mounts could only be found by chance. Many of the wild beasts in Misty Forest were unsuitable to be used as mounts. Even if they were tamed, they could only be used as ferocious beasts to pull carriages. For this reason, they were greatly shaken when they saw this rare legendary mount. See? Lu Zhou ordered in a deep voice, Find him! Baiyan roared in response to its master's command. It turned around, stepped on an auspicious cloud, and charged into Slender West Park at lightning speed. Boom! 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 As soon as Baiyan dove down, it crashed through 3 buildings. The walls crumbled and rubble and debris flew everywhere. Lung Luo and Panlydian clicked their tongues in wonder as they witnessed this. Lung Luo asked humbly, May I ask how you came across this beast, Pavilion Master? Lu Zhou glanced at Lung Luo and Panlydian. Their curiosity was etched on their faces. It was only natural since both of them had been searching for such a precious mount as well. Ordinary cultivators knew these kinds of mounts could only be encountered by chance, so they did not indulge in flights of fancy. Lu Zhou said nonchalantly, I went to the Misty Forest, spent 300 days there, passing through the absurd landscape as I killed tens of thousands of wild beasts. In the end, I met Baiyan with a stroke of luck and spent several months taming it. The others regarded Lu Zhou with looks of respect and envy. What was an expert like? Perhaps this was it. Lung Luo cupped his fists. There was no need to verbalize his admiration. Everyone could see how terrifying Baiyan was. With its physical strength alone, it charged through many buildings in Slender West Park. Lu Zhou did some calculations. Baiyan was not a mount with special abilities like Wizard. Instead, it was a fearsome beast with great combat strength. If it unleashed all its strength, even Divine Court Realm cultivators would not be a match for it. It possessed great defensive abilities as well. Felt no pain while it crashed through the buildings. Up until now, Lu Zhou had no chance to test Baiyan's full strength. He had only speculated based on his observations. If he encountered a powerful opponent and lost his mount, it would be a great loss to him. Perhaps, after he had gotten stronger, he could play with it to test its strength. Bam! 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 Baiyan suddenly came to halt after crashing through the buildings. It stood in the park as though it was searching for its prey. It has a good nose. Baiyan's nose twitched as it sniffed. Eventually, it turned in the direction of the buildings on the west of Slender West Park. As expected, perhaps, they had sensed the threat the Baiyan posed. Several cultivators came charging out of the buildings with their swords pointed at Baiyan. Roar! Baiyan's body was suddenly enveloped in a blue light that seemed somewhat similar to an electric current. BZZT. Boom! 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 Several swords stabbed at Baiyan's body. What a powerful defense! The legendary mount truly lives up to its reputation. Lung Luo and Panlydian offered another round of praises. Yes. Lu Zhou did not expect Baiyan to possess such defensive power as well. There were a handful of Divine Court Realm cultivators among the Clarity Sect's disciples who charged out. They even unleashed their 10 Energies Universe avatars. Their seemingly aggressive attacks seemed like a tickle to Bayan. The beast was not affected in the least. The defeated Clarity Sect's disciples turntailed and fled. When they ran, Bayan was immediately excited. It took out one cultivator with each swipe of its claws. They were swatted away and flew through the air. Those who could not dodge in time were crushed along with their avatars and were turned into a bloody pulp. Boom! Boom! 2 cultivators were smashed into meat cakes under Bayan's feet. Bayan's savage combat strength stopped everyone in their tracks. Stop! A firm and forceful shout rang in the air. It was obvious the voice belonged to the person who had replied to Lu Zhou's call earlier. It was none other than Mo Qi, the sect master of Clarity Sect. Despite his words, he was still hiding and did not dare to show himself. The evil sky pavilion is an intolerable bully. Duanmushang cursed. Ignorant old fool. Didn't you think you were an intolerable bully as well when you laid siege on Golden Court Mountain? You can bully others but can't tolerate others retaliating? I can't believe a wretched and lowly person like you is the sect master of Clarity Sect. Mo Qi was used to the double standards. He was the only one who could light a fire, but others were not even allowed to light their lamps. Mo Qi's voice rang out again. I'd rather be a broken jade than an intact tile. At this moment, Lung Luo pointed in a direction and said confidently, There! Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings and said, The Grand Formation has been activated. He waved his arm. With the command, Bayan switched direction and left Slender West Lake through the air. Lu Zhou initially wanted to use Wizard. After all, Wizard's powers could instantly weaken the Grand Formation. However, when he thought about it, there seemed to be no need for that yet. There was no need to slaughter a chicken with a butcher's knife. Slender West Lake was bubbling at this moment. The bubbles covered the entirety of the lake's surface. Boom! A figure suddenly shot through the roof, up into the air. The water from the lake swiftly gathered around the figure. Has Mo Qi mastered this abominable cultivation method as well? Leng Luo wondered. Panlitian was from the Clarity Sect to begin with. He looked at it and said in disappointment, What a huge disappointment. So you've wandered down this depraved path. Mo Qi. Depraved path. Lu Zhou was puzzled. Panlitian explained, This is a devouring technique. It's an abominable technique that absorbs others' essence and primal qi to replenish himself. Mo Qi spread his arms in the air. Debris and rubble flew around him. The powerful primal qi converging around him was like flowing water. Everything entered his sea of qi. At this moment, a murderous expression could be seen on his face. Lung Luo cupped his fists slightly and said, Let's retreat. Retreat. Duanmushang was shocked. Avoiding the brunt of this attack is the best course of action. Lung Luo seemed strangely calm when he spoke. I agree, Panlitian said. When this technique is unleashed, he won't rest until he dies. Mo Qi has descended into depravity. He'd go berserk, and the best thing we can do is to avoid him when he does. The others looked at Lu Zhou, waiting for his decision. Lu Zhou stared at Mo Qi. The Grand Formation was swiftly activated. The rubble and debris of Slender West Park hovered in the air as though they were lifted by some energy. They orbited around Mo Qi. Mo Qi hovered in the air like the eye of the tornado. Only, Lu Zhou looked around his surroundings. Have you seen Pan Zhong? No, Duanmushang shook his head. Panlitian was sprawled on the edge of the flying chariot and scouring the land with his eyes. Then he sighed and shook his head. Mo Qi's voice rang out at this moment. Since all of you have come, none of you will be able to leave. Lung Luo cupped his fists again. Listen to me, retreat. Lu Zhou shook his head. The stage was set, and Mo Qi had put up a grand display of strength. I'm sorry, I can't let him continue being a pretentious prick. To save everyone's time, I'll end him right away. Lu Zhou flipped his right palm. The item card shattered as soon as it appeared in his palm. He struck out with his palm. A huge palm print shining with golden radiance flew out. When the Great Seal of Fearlessness appeared, everyone else felt at ease and was no longer afraid. The palm print easily breached the primal chi. The Great Seal of Fearlessness charged on ahead with impressive force and struck Mo Chi, who was still in the midst of amassing primal chi and absorbing energies from his surroundings. The Great Seal of Fearlessness hovered in the air for a moment. Like a firework, it shone brightly before it gradually faded away. The cacophonous noise from the chaotic convergence of primal chi, the bubbling of slender West Lake's water, and the collisions of rubble and debris rang in the air. However, as soon as the Great Seal of Fearlessness vanished, the noises abruptly stopped. The objects froze in the air and fell, and the primal chi dispersed. Ding! Killed a nascent divinity tribulation realm target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Slender West Lake was calm again. Lung Luo's body was stiff. He remained motionless as he looked in the direction where the Great Seal of Fearlessness had vanished. He attempted to look for Mo Chi's figure but found nothing. Pan Lydian held his jar of wine with a listless look in his eyes. Nobody knew what was going through his mind at this moment. There were many elites in the Clarity sect. Whether it was Yu Hongyi, the 7 Clarity Sons, or even Pan Lydian himself, none of them had the confidence to be able to kill the sect master of Clarity sect with just a palm strike. Although Mo Chi was injured, he was still a 7-leaf elite after all. Moreover, Mo Chi had activated the formation and had gone berserk. That pretentious prick. Isn't he reduced to ashes by my master as well in the end? Little Yuan said. She was already immune to such displays, so she did not find it strange at all. Leng Luo. Pan Lydian. Little Yuaner's voice snapped everyone back to reality. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said lightly, "Search." Pan Lydian appeared anxious. Alas, he could not be of any help. He could only anxiously stand atop the flying chariot. When little Yuaner heard the order, she leaped off the flying chariot. With swift movements, she shot toward the compound where Mo Chi had appeared from moments ago. For a time, the scarlet Nirvana sash shot in several directions. It was as if a fierce bandit had invaded a village and the chickens were scattered while the eggs were shattered. Lu Zhou shook his head. He felt slightly helpless. He was hoping that she would become a well-rounded and elegant young lady who was knowledgeable and compassionate. It seemed like wishful thinking now. After a brief moment, little Yuaner hovered above a roof and said, "Master, there's no one else here." Pan Lydian said, "This little girl will become someone extraordinary if she's given some time." "Are you complimenting me?" little Yuaner asked as she looked at Pan Lydian. "There aren't many who are worthy of my attention. You're one of the few who's worthy of my attention. You're truly talented. In less than 5 years, you'll be in the nascent divinity tribulation, 100 tribulations insight avatar." Pan Lydian was halfway speaking when he saw little Yuaner unleashing her 100 tribulations insight avatar. Although it had yet to sprout any leaves, the dainty and exquisite avatar that was of similar height with her was dazzlingly bright. Lung Luo glanced at Pan Lydian and said mockingly, "You've been out of touch with the cultivation world for too long. I'm afraid you're unaware of this little girl's reputation, Ci Yuaner. She joined the Golden Court Mountain when she was 10 and entered the Mystic Enlightening Realm in 10 days, the Sense Condensing Realm in 3 months, the Brahman C8 Meridians in 2 years, and the Divine Court Realm in 3 years. After that, she entered the Nascent Divinity Realm within a year. I'm afraid that nobody can compare to this little girl under the heavens." Pan Lydian was stunned. He opened his cloudy eyes and regarded the little Yuaner in awe. "Incredible, incredible. How can a human be so talented?" Little Yuaner was over the moon with the shower of praises, growing more proud of herself. When Lu Zhou heard Pan Lydian's words, he suddenly remembered Yi Tianxin's identity and shook his head. Little Yuaner was human. It was true her talents seemed heaven-defying. "You should remember the kind words of the 2 elders and refrain from letting it get to your head," Lu Zhou said sternly. Little Yuaner quickly adjusted her expressions. "Oh, 2 elders." Pan Lydian and Lung Luo were slightly stunned. Since when did they become elders? However, They had to bow their heads since they were now living under another person's roof. Any thoughts of resistance disappeared when they recalled the shining golden palm print from before. At this moment, Duanmu Shang pointed at the surface of slender West Lake that seemed to be bubbling again. Master, something's moving in the water. That's not the formation. Is someone there? Pan Lydian frowned slightly. Glug, glug, glug. The bubbles increased in numbers. Splash. Suddenly, a figure broke through the surface of the water. The figure flipped out of the lake and lay on the riverbank. Pan Zhong, Duanmu Shang exclaimed in shock. Pan Zhong kept throwing up lake water that was slightly tinged with blood. His face was ghastly pale, and his aura was fiercely roiling. Lung Luo glanced at Pan Zhong and remarked, "How interesting. You're able to hide in the lake until now." He had no sympathy for Pan Zhong at all, even though he had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lung Luo's coldness and indifference made Pan Lydian feel displeased and discontented. He suppressed his surging emotions and said, "We've found him. Let's take him back." Lung Luo said, "There's no use. The Clarity Sect has access to many arcane arts. You should know better than me that what he needs now is treatment." He could see that Pan Zhong was wounded. If he was not treated soon, he might not have long to live. Pan Litian's eyelids twitched. Although Lung Luo's words grated on his ears, they were the truth. Pan Zhong's injuries were not minor, and he had stayed hidden under the lake for a long time. "I'll take a look at him," Zhao Yu said with a bow. "Go on." Zhao Yu left the cloud-splitting chariot and descended slowly next to Pan Zhong. She raised her hand and smacked him lightly. The brilliant jade technique's effects manifested and evaporated the water on Pan Zhong's body. However, Pan Zhong was in a sorry state. After a brief examination, Zhao Yu stood up and said, "Master, he's been hit with a palm strike, and he's suffering from serious injuries." Lung Luo said, "You're only in the divine court realm, and yet, you pursued Mo Chi without considering your strength." Pan Litian retorted, "Such is the folly of youth. He should be commended for his bravery." Lung Luo said, "What good is bravery if he doesn't have the strength to match it? How is this different from throwing his life away?" Pan Litian said, "To put it lightly, this is about a person's life and death. On a more serious note, this is about a nation's safety. If everyone's a coward, there would never be world peace. Even if you know you're going to die, you should die with no regrets." Lung Luo said again, "So, is that why you withdrew from the world and became a beggar?" Pan Litian was speechless. "You!" The disciples watched the two old monsters bicker. For a moment, they did not know if they should make a move. Well, since their master did not say anything, they'll just keep quiet. When Lu Zhou saw those two people's tempers rising, "That's enough." Both of them fell silent immediately. Although they were quick to bicker, they were old monsters who had lived for a long time. No matter how angry they were, they would never seriously start an internal feud. This was the greatest taboo, no matter which sect one belonged to. Naturally, it was the same in the Evil Sky Pavilion. At this moment, Pan Zhong suddenly had a coughing fit, causing his injuries to worsen. Pan Litian turned around to face Lu Zhou. Then, he bowed and said, "I no longer want the sable magnolia." Give it to him." Pan Litian pointed at Pan Zhong. "Are you sure? There's nothing to be unsure about. I'm tired of living. I've been sick of everything a long time ago. I know this might be asking for too much. After all, I've never contributed to the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, Pan Zhong is still young. I believe he'll know what to do," Pan Litian said. Lu Zhou nodded. He nimbly leaped off the flying chariot and slowly descended next to Pan Zhong. Lung Luo leaped down as well. Pan Litian was the only left staring from above. Duanmu Shang smiled and said, "I'll give you a lift." He raised his palm and hit Pan Litian. His energy wrapped around Pan Litian and carried him down. Lu Zhou raised a hand. The critical heal card shattered, and a faint blue radiance could be seen in his palm. Lung Luo exclaimed, "The Buddhist technique, the merciful arc of salvation." The light blue primal chi enveloped Pan Zhong's body. His condition visibly improved in just a blink of an eye. The cultivation world was not lacking in cultivators who were skilled in various cultivation methods. There were many geniuses as well. However, only a handful managed to master the various cultivation methods. It was rare to meet a cultivator who could easily unleash the merciful arc of salvation like Lu Zhou did. Who would cultivate a healing technique when they could spend their time on something else? A brief moment later, the light blue radiance faded. Colors returned to Pan Zhong's face, and his breathing became much smoother as well. Lung Luo said, "Although the merciful arc of salvation has great healing effects, it's rare to see such perfect execution of its effects." He was not stingy with his praise, and he meant every word of it. Lu Zhou retracted his hand when the healing ended. A delighted expression flitted across Pan Litian's face before he swiftly regained his composure. He said, "Thank you." Lu Zhou glanced at Pan Litian. Loyalty plus 5%. Although Pan Litian was from the Clarity sect, it seemed like he did not care about the destruction of the sect at all. Lu Zhou regarded this as one of the benefits he reaped from this trip. After all, Pan Litian was the first elite of Clarity sect. He could be considered as on par with Lung Luo. Lu Zhou heard the system's notification as well. His subordinate had earned him 2,000 merit points, although this meant that the subordinate would be difficult to tame. He nodded in satisfaction. "I've earned quite a lot this time. All I used was a single deadly strike card." Then he said, "Bring him back to Golden Court Mountain." "Yes, master." Zhao Yu raised her hand. Pan Zhong was wrapped in energy and brought back to the cloud-splitting chariot. Pan Litian coughed unnaturally as he looked at the cloud-splitting chariot. "How am I supposed to get up there? With my identity and status, it'd be awkward for me to ask for help." At this moment, a harsh and piercing whistle could be heard from the far end of Slender West Lake. Lung Luo said, "Must be the reinforcements from the palace. Who cares? We'll just kill them as they come." Little Yuaner brought her Nirvana sash out again. The scarlet sash danced and fluttered in the air. Pan Litian felt dizzy from just looking at it. Everything seemed tinged with red at this moment. He was sure he had not drunk to the point where he had exceeded his limit. The harsh and piercing whistle sounded again. It was clearly trying to lure them over. "Master, it's probably a trap. Be careful." Little Yuaner moved to stand in front of Lu Zhou, much to his surprise. "It's all right." Lu Zhou walked toward the eastern bank of Slender West Lake with his hands on his back. Lung Luo and Pan Litian wondered if they should follow them. After all, both of them were old men who did not have much combat strength. Lung Luo was a little better since his injuries were half healed, and his cultivation base had been restored by 20%. However, Pan Litian was genuinely a good-for-nothing who would only hold them back. Little Yuaner seemed carefree as she hopped and skipped along next to her master. There was no place in the world that was safer than her master's side. Lung Luo said with a smile, "If you're afraid, you can wait here. Don't be ridiculous. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come to the Evil Sky Pavilion alone," Pan Zhong retorted. Both of them exchanged a look before walking toward the eastern bank of Slender West Lake as well. 4 of them maneuvered their way through the destroyed park and eventually emerged from it. Duanmu Sheng watched on from the cloud-splitting chariot, wondering if he should join them as well. He was not familiar with steering the flying chariot. He could fly it in a general direction, but it would be asking too much of him to navigate it to follow his master along the small path. After mulling over it for a moment, he decided to stay put. Lu Zhou and Little Yuaner walked in front. When they passed through the long corridor, they saw a young man carrying a sword while he leaned against the fence and lazily shook his leg. The young man whistled again. Little Yuaner rolled her eyes and said, "Shameless." The young man was none other than Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, "I take it that my letter has safely reached your hands, old senior. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to meet you." Lu Zhou regarded Jiang Aijian curiously and said, "How did you know Mo Qi would be here?" Jiang Aijian straightened up and said, "It's simple. I intercepted Mo Qi's letter. He had requested reinforcements from various forces. The only person who could save him was Mo Li. Lu Zhou nodded. At this moment, Lung Luo and Pan Litian walked over. Zhang Aijin appraised them and said, "Greetings, Elder Hua." He walked up to them and shook Pan Litian's wizened hand as he greeted him. Pan Litian was baffled by Zhang Aijin's behavior. Zhang Aijin's gaze shifted from Pan Litian to Lung Luo and said, "Leader of the Black Knights, Lord Fan. Greetings." Scram. Zhang Aijin hastily retreated a step to Pan Litian's side. He muttered under his breath, "I knew Elder Hua is the friendly one." Pan Litian could not endure it and kicked Zhang Aijin. Where did this wretched fellow come from? Zhang Aijin was stunned. "I was being fucking friendly by greeting you. Is this how you repay me?" Little Yuaner said enthusiastically, "He's Pan Zhong's grandfather, the first elite of the Clarity sect." Zhang Aijin scratched his head. A faint shocked expression could be seen on his face. "Grandfather." "Scram," Pan Litian bellowed. Zhang Aijin knew that the Clarity sect's first elite had left the sect a long time ago and had disappeared for a century. Nobody knew where he went. Needless to say, nobody would have expected him to show up at the Evil Sky Pavilion. He processed this information for a moment. Although these experts could not compare to the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch, they were not people to be trifled with. It's best to keep a low profile. My life is important after all. Apologies. I have eyes but couldn't see. Please don't hold this against me, seeing as I'm the one who rescued Pan Zhong," Zhang Aijin said. Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Zhang Aijin, who was smiling ingratiatingly. "You saved Pan Zhong?" Zhang Aijin flipped his hair and said conceitedly, "If I wasn't quick enough to save him, he would have died. He's only in the Divine Court realm, but he wanted to launch a sneak attack on Mochi. He's unaware of his own limits." Pan Litian was not offended by this. Instead, he cupped his fist slightly at Zhang Aijin. Zhang Aijin waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing, it's nothing." Lu Zhou said, "So, what you're saying is that I should thank you?" Zhang Aijin hastily waved his hands. No, there's no need to thank me. After all, we're working together." His tone made the listeners uncomfortable. Zhang Aijin said, "This is the Grand Beclouding Formation. It's not completely activated yet. Moreover, an elite like Mochi can't be defeated by small fries such as ourselves. I've drawn you here to tell you that you should quickly leave. If the people from the palace arrive, it'll be too late." "Didn't you intercept Mochi's letter?" "He sent more than one. I can't exactly intercept all of them." Everyone was rendered speechless. At this moment, a troop of men charged toward them. Lung Luo and Pan Litian turned to look. The ground slightly quaked, and the lake's surface rippled. However, Zhang Aijin did not seem afraid. He was still leaning on the fence. Usually, he would be the first to flee. He asked, "The reinforcements from the palace are here. Aren't you afraid?" Pan Litian glanced at Lung Luo and said, "He's talking to you." Lung Luo ignored him. Hundreds of soldiers appeared in their line of sight. A lady in blue embroidered robes was at the lead, and 4 men with helmets followed closely behind. Based on their auras, one could tell they were not weak. Lung Luo and Pan Litian did their best to appear calm as they furtively looked at Lu Zhou. They felt lucky the old villain was here to handle things. Otherwise, they could only flee with their tails between their legs. Shortly after, the soldiers came to a halt. The horses neighed. Only, the lady leaped off her steed, smoothened the hem of her dress, and gracefully walked over. Perhaps it was out of habit. She curtsied at Zhang Aijin before she saluted Lu Zhou and said, "Jingyi offers her greetings to Old Senior." Little Yuaner said with a smile, "You're here." Lung Luo and Pan Litian were puzzled. Since when did the Evil Sky Pavilion collude with the Imperial Court? Both of them were unaware that Lu Zhou had saved Li Jingyi's life in Anyang. Therefore, it was only natural that she greeted him. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "You're here to help Mochi?" An awkward expression appeared on Li Jingyi's face as she said, "I'm only following orders. I'm to kill everyone who approaches Slender West Park without any exception. I'll never forget that you'd helped me, Old Senior, and I'm not an ingrate." You should leave Slender West Lake for now, old senior. I'll deal with things here. Help! Pan Lydian did not manage to stifle his cough. He briefly wondered if he was in the wrong place. Li Jingyi continued, there are other reinforcements coming from the palace as well. I think they'll be here soon. There are more reinforcements? Zhang Aijin was slightly stunned. Li Jingyi glanced at Zhang Aijin and grunted in reply. Zhang Aijin cupped his fists and said, well, I have something else to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. Wait, Lu Zhou said. Zhang Aijin looked guilty as he turned around and asked, old senior, is there anything else you want to say? I have some questions for you. Ask away, old senior. I'll tell you anything and everything I know. I received a piece of information yesterday that when Zhang Yunsen found out about his close friend's affair, he killed the pair with a single strike. He's not in a good mood these days. The others looked at Zhang Aijin as though he had gone mad. Lu Zhou was not interested in Zhang Yuansan's family affairs. He raised his wizened hand and grabbed Zhang Aijin's arm. He pulled Zhang Aijin to the side of the lake as though Zhang Aijin was a chick. Zhang Aijin's expression clearly showed he was unwilling, but he was in no position to refuse. Is Mo Li still in the palace? Lu Zhou asked. One of the divine capital's 3 godly archers, Chen Zhu, is her subordinate. When Chen Zhu died, the second prince was so angered that he spat out blood and grounded her. This was similar to Lu Zhou's speculation. He asked again, what's Mo Li doing recently? She's staying put, old senior. Both of you fought several times, and she's heavily injured. I don't think she'll be recovering anytime soon, Zhang Aijin answered honestly. Whether it was the people controlled by Mo Li through witchcraft spells or the Grand Witchcraft Formation, they were all shattered by Lu Zhou. That was the shortcoming of witchcraft. The more powerful the witchcraft spell or formation, the backlash on the spellcaster was great as well when the spells were broken. Lu Zhou nodded and said, is the emperor not going to do anything about the internal feud in the palace? Fortunately, Zhang Aijin was the third prince. Any other person would not be able to answer this question. Zhang Aijin shook his head. He said with a sigh, to be honest, I don't know. I believe you. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and continued, final question. He paused and looked at the surface of Slender West Lake with his hands on his back, before he asked without beating around the bush. Is the emperor the one who wants to find Cheng Huang? Ever since Yi Tianxin left the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou had been thinking about this matter. Mo Li had a long time ahead of her before she reached her life limit. Why was she so anxious to find Cheng Huang? The emperor was old, but he was still holding onto his position. He had the strongest motive. Like Emperor Qin from Earth, he was probably searching for the elixir of life after he unified the 6 nations. Zhang Aijin shook his head and said, no, initially. Lu Zhou wanted to ask about the key. However, he did not have a single clue about it and did not even know where he should begin. He did not know what it looked like, what its function was, he knew nothing. How could he ask Zhang Aijin to search for it? For this reason, he did not bother to ask about the key. Realization seemed to dawn on Zhang Aijin at this moment as he asked, old senior, are you intentionally waiting for the reinforcements from the palace to arrive? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and remained silent, exuding an ambiguous air. At this moment, the sounds of hooves clopping rang in the air. Several men spurred their steeds through the forest around Slender West Lake. They seemed more impressive compared to Li Jingyi's group. Li Jingyi was only accompanied by her deputies and several cultivators. However, this group of reinforcements was all cultivators. When she saw this, Li Jingyi shouted, the Black Knights are here. Everyone, please leave immediately. When Zhang Aijin heard this, he shuddered and said, old senior, I'll be going now. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air, intending to flee. Alas, Lu Zhou caught Zhang Aijin's arm and said, you won't be going anywhere. Zhang Aijin pulled a face. There's no use in me staying here. Lu Zhou did not reply to him. He merely looked at the Black Knights. Since these people were reinforcements from the palace, Lu Zhou did not take them lightly. In the unlikely scenario that they could not hold these people back, They could use Zhang Aijin as a last resort. Zhang Aijin was the third prince after all. The Black Knights approached them swiftly and loudly. The cultivators wore long black robes and silver helmets. The 4 cultivators in the lead were in a formation. Li Jingyi's men swiftly retreated to Slender West Lake. The Black Knights stopped in neat rows. Li Jingyi. One of the Black Knights looked at Li Jingyi, clearly confused. Li Jingyi asked, "Are you here under orders as well, Black Knights?" Naturally, she knew that they were here under orders. However, she was here on the Emperor's orders. She did not know who the Black Knights were serving now. Swoosh! The Black Knight drew his sword at the slightest hint of disagreement. The 4 knights in front stepped on the back of their steeds and launched themselves into the air. They landed before Li Jingyi and the others. "We're here on the chief's orders to clear Slender West Park. Li Jingyi, you're falling short of expectations. The Black Knights will surely file a complaint against you to the palace," one of the 4 Dark Knights said with a dark expression on his face. Li Jingyi's expression remained calm. At this moment, Lung Luo stepped forward. Lung Luo's appearance was different from the others, making him stand out. When he walked out, he caught the attention of the Black Knights. "Whose orders are you following?" Lung Luo asked. The 4 Dark Knights glanced at Lung Luo. His familiar attire confused them. Li Jingyi smiled wryly. "Naturally, it's the leader of the Black Knights, Lord Fan Shouwen." "Bastards!" Lung Luo suddenly cursed, creating a sound wave. He understood why there were 4 new Dark Knights. He even understood the need for a new leader of the Black Knights. However, he could not tolerate the fact that his old name was being used by someone else. The 4 Dark Knights stared at Lung Luo. "Who are you?" Lung Luo walked up to them until he was only half a meter away from the tips of their swords. For some odd reason, the 4 Dark Knights took a step back. Lung Luo said coldly, "Chen Zhonghe, Yu Chong, Li Qing, and Duan Yanhong have fought along with me and claimed countless lives. Their bones are filled with killing intent that was tempered by their time on the battlefield. Do you think the likes of you are fit to be called the 4 Dark Knights?" The 4 of them retreated again. If they could not understand what was happening, they would be idiots. Their eyes widened as they watched Lung Luo approaching them with his silver mask. Li Jingyi exclaimed, "Fan Shouwen? Lung Luo?" The 4 Dark Knights retreated again. They were clearly flustered. Since they joined the Black Knights until they were appointed as Dark Knights, they had heard countless stories about this legendary individual. The legend of Lung Luo was the most widely spread story in the Black Knights base. Even when the fake Fan Shouwen took up office, he had trouble replacing Lung Luo's place in the Black Knights' hearts. "Impossible! Fan Shouwen has been killed by the old villain. Are you trying to trick us?" They raised their long swords and finally stood their ground. "Heed my order, everyone. This man is impersonating Lord Fan, the leader of the Black Knights. He'll be executed here. Kill all those who trespassed upon Slender West Park. There'll be no exception. Kill without exception. Kill without exception." Several hundred Black Knights shouted in unison. Their primal chi surged, and the sound wave washed over Li Jingyi's group and moved toward Zhang Aijin and Lu Zhou. Pan Litian shook his head. He looked at Lu Zhou and said, "They're only trying to show off. As expected, it's all up to you now, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou appeared calm. Inwardly, he was thinking, "Like hell I'll do something about this. With this many Black Knights, even if I have 10 times the number of deadly strike cards I have now, it still won't be enough. Fortunately, I have a prince here whom I can use as a shield. Zhang Aijin, don't be afraid." Lu Zhou tightened his grip on Zhang Aijin, but his expression was benevolent and gentle. "Yuan, keep an eye on him." Little Yuan pulled a face at Zhang Aijin. "Chicken." At this moment, hundreds of Black Knights drew their swords. The atmosphere was tense and hostile. Both sides were poised to attack. Li Jingyi glanced at Zhang Aijin. Lung Luo did not make a move. After all, he was not completely healed yet. He would be in a disadvantageous position if he fought the 4 Dark Knights. The Dark Knights seemed to have noticed Lung Luo's abnormal behavior. One of them sneered and said, "You've got guts trying to impersonate the chief. Kill them all." Several hundred black knights closed in on them. Little Yuaner was boiling in anger as she said, "Master, let me have a go at them. I'll make sure there's nothing left of them when I'm through with them." Before Lu Zhou could reply, Leng Luo shook his head and said, "There's no need to intervene. After roaming this world for many years, I, naturally, have tricks up my sleeve." Instead of retreating, he advanced. This action shocked the others. "Kill!" The 4 dark knights attacked. For long swords stabbed toward Leng Luo at the same time. Leng Luo's hands were placed on his back from the beginning until the end. He had held a high and lofty position for so many years. He would not allow himself to be humiliated. Whoosh! Leng Luo suddenly vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared among the Black Knights. BZZT. At the same time, an 8-leaf golden lotus avatar materialized out of thin air. 8 golden and shining leaves spun swiftly around the lotus. The swirling energy tore through the ranks of Black Knights. With a single move, the group of knights who numbered in the hundreds crumbled. From a distance, the golden lotus resembled a golden and massive bowl. The avatar disappeared as swiftly as it had appeared. Although it merely maintained its appearance for a second, it was enough to deal with the Black Knights. 8-leaf was the known limit achievable by humans in the cultivation world. The Righteous Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect had spread rumors about the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch achieving the 8-leaf stage a long time ago, and now possessed a 9-leaf golden lotus. However, nobody believed it. Yi Tianxin had witnessed the 9-leaf golden lotus and thought she had seen wrongly at that time. After all, when the golden lotus spun at top speed, it was difficult to determine the number of leaves. Leng Luo's avatar was different. Similar to how experienced game players differentiated different items, at a certain level, cultivators could also determine the level of the avatar they were seeing. The short-lived display of the 8-leaf golden lotus scared the hell out of the Black Knights. Many of them reeled from the impact. Some of them threw up mouthfuls of blood. Some cowered in fear, and some were in shock. At this moment, Leng Luo no longer attacked. He stood straight with his hands on his back. He surveyed the Black Knights who had fallen on the ground and said, "Weaklings!" The 4 dark knights looked at Leng Luo with pale faces as they gulped. Swords were scattered all over the forest floor. The hundreds of Black Knights behaved as though they were facing an extremely formidable enemy as they struggled to get on their feet. "We were blind for not recognizing you. Please forgive us, Lord Fan." The 4 dark knights immediately surrendered. Against a cultivator with an 8-leaf golden lotus avatar, even if the new leader of the Black Knights was here, they still could not do anything else but kneel. Behind the 4 dark knights, many of the Black Knights crawled forward and kneeled. "It's Lord Fan. All hail Lord Fan. Lord Fan, you're alive." A hint of excitement could be heard in some of the knights' voices. Alas, things changed with the passage of time. Although some things might remain the same, people would inevitably change. Leng Luo said, "Lord Fan no longer exists in this world. Lord Fan." "Silence," Leng Luo said evenly. His voice was not laced with primal chi, nor did it create sound waves. However, the Black Knights stumbled backward from shock. They looked at their former leader with expressions of disbelief and incredulity. The 4 dark knights were not Leng Luo's former subordinates. They were wary since they had offended him earlier. Although these new dark knights could not be compared to their predecessors, they were still elites among the Black Knights. Regardless, faced with an 8-leaf elite, they had lost all motivation to fight. Lu Zhou and the others knew that Leng Luo could have killed every one of the Black Knights since they knew what kind of person he was. It was clear he was being merciful for old time's sake. Leng Luo was wounded and his cultivation base was far from being fully recovered. It was more than commendable that he could even conjure his 8-leaf avatar and maintain it for a second. Lu Zhou thought Leng Luo might be a burden coming here. Who knew Leng Luo was capable of such a feat? There was no need for Lu Zhou to make his move now. A stiff expression appeared on Pan Litian's wizened face. However, he could not help but applaud Leng Luo for his technique. Lu Zhou released Zhang Aijian. Zhang Aijian sighed in relief. It felt as though he had been freed after spending 100 years in prison. Lu Zhou stepped forward and said, Leng Luo. Leng Luo turned around. He no longer kept his hands on his back. Instead, he cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. Upon seeing this, the Black Knights were shocked. Who's this person who managed to earn the respect of Leng Luo, who has an 8-leaf avatar? Everyone's eyes were trained on Lu Zhou at this moment. Although he appeared old, he seemed to be filled with vigor. Little Yuan hurried after her master. Lu Zhou looked at the Dark Knights and asked, Mo Li's orders? The Dark Knights were not idiots. Even Leng Luo did not act impudently to this old man. They were not so foolish as to underestimate him. One of the Dark Knights suppressed his fear and said, The Black Knights are directly under the Imperial family's command. We're here on His Majesty's orders. Lu Zhou turned to look at Li Jingyi and Zhang Aijian. He did not think that Mo Li would be so bold to control the Emperor. In that case, there was only one possibility. The Emperor genuinely did not wish to see the demise of the Clarity Sect. That was why he sent Li Jingyi and the Black Knights to support the Clarity Sect. Knowing the palace, there were only 3 forces available to them. The first was Wei Zhuoyan's men, but he was occupied with suppressing the rebel army. Even if he was here, he would not be much of a threat. Moreover, Lu Zhou had even saved Li Jingyi's life. The second option was to send the Black Knights. Without Fan Shouwen leading them, their strength was greatly reduced. Moreover, with Leng Luo here, his former subordinate would retreat as far as 3 blocks away if they saw him. The third option was the Imperial Guards. Naturally, the Emperor would not casually mobilize the Imperial Guards. This confirmed Lu Zhou's theory that the rascal Yu Zhenghai was opposing the Emperor. The heights of his ambition were abundantly clear. Meanwhile, when Leng Luo recalled he had been controlled while he was the leader of the Black Knights, he realized that there was nothing about the Black Knights that he would miss. However, the Black Knights were the Black Knights. Many of his former subordinates had fought along with him in the past. I must sever my ties with my past. Fan Shouwen is now dead, and I'm Leng Luo once again. After thinking things through, Leng Luo looked at the Black Knights and bellowed, What are you waiting for? Scram! The Black Knights behaved as though they had been granted amnesty. They hurriedly mounted their horses and quickly disappeared into the forest. Once the Black Knights left, Leng Luo began to sway slightly. It was clear the move he had unleashed earlier had taken a toll on him. For now, that was the extent of his powers. His injuries were too serious after all. He could only keep up the cool act until now. He had finally cut off ties with his past. Zhang Aijian carried his sword and walked over. He said meaningfully, Old senior, that's a high-level trick you pulled there. Little Yuaner looked at Zhang Aijian in confusion and asked, What move? The Black Knights are the Emperor's pawns after all. Since you let the Black Knights go, you're just creating trouble for Yu Zhenghai, Zhang Aijian said. Lu Zhou turned to look at Zhang Aijian and said gently, You're really smart. Why don't you come to the Evil Sky Pavilion to have a cup of tea before you leave? Zhang Aijian hastily waved his hands and said, No, thank you. I have something to attend to. Old senior, let's meet another time. As he spoke, he slowly retreated. He was afraid Lu Zhou would grab him again. As he leaped into the forest, he said, Old senior, before I leave, let me give you another piece of news. Your 7th disciple, Si Wuya, is at the Clarity Sect's main altar. His voice trailed off. The others were rendered speechless. Zhang Aijian only told Lu Zhou about this when he left. Just how much did he fear Lu Zhou? Li Jingyi could not hold back her laughter. She quickly regained her composure and said, I'll be taking my leave. Lu Zhou had a good impression of Li Jingyi. At the very least, she was a tactful person. Hence, he did not stop her. Li Jingyi led 4 of her deputies and the others away. Silence descended on slender West Lake again. Lu Zhou turned around and walked toward the flying chariot. He scoffed as he said, Rascal! Master, where are we going? The Clarity Sect's main altar. Little Yuaner leaped in joy. It seemed like she was happy she did not need to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion yet. However, would it not be too early for Pan Litian and Leng Luo to go to the Clarity Sect's main altar at this moment? It was not that they were afraid of the Clarity sect. Now that Mochi had been reduced to ashes, the sect did not have much strength left. Yu Hongyi and the 7 Clarity Sons were like arrows at the end of their flight. The main point was the Nether sect. The Nether sect was also at Clarity sect's main altar. The Nether sect's 4 great protectors were all first-rate elites. It was rumored that the cultivation base of the sect master of the Nether sect, Yu Zhenghai, was at the same level as the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch. It was still acceptable if it was a one-on-one fight. However, there were so many elites on the Nether sect side. How were they going to deal with all of them? Moreover, the Golden Court Mountains barrier had just recently malfunctioned. Their current priority should be to return to the mountain to recuperate. 3 old men bringing a little girl along on their journey. It was an odd sight no matter how one looked at it. They returned to the flying chariot. Pan Lydian said, "I think that this won't do." "What won't do?" "I can understand you want to clean up the mess from your sect master, but I heard that Yu Zhenghai's cultivation base is extremely profound, and he has a massive force at his disposal. He won't be easy to deal with," Pan Lydian said. "I know what I'm doing," Lu Zhou said. Leng Luo said disapprovingly, "Are you that reluctant to visit the Clarity sect again? I think you're the first person I've met who used such an excuse to avoid something." Old Leng, "Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't take a swipe at me?" Old Pan, "I'm trying to teach you to face your fears instead of running away from it." Perhaps they had been bickering too much recently. The others acted as though they did not hear the duo, as though they were already immune to it. Lu Zhou glanced at Pan Zhong, who was lying in the flying chariot, and said, "Zhao Yu, take him back." Witzard came on the clouds. When Pan Lydian saw Witzard, he stopped bickering with Leng Luo immediately. His eyes were as wide as saucers when he looked at Witzard, that was shrouded in auspicious chi with a shocked expression on his face. A cultivator would have used up his fortunes for 8 lifetimes just to be able to see one legendary mount in his life. In many families and even cultivation sects, there would only be one legendary mount shared throughout the generations. He did not expect that Lu Zhou would possess 2 legendary mounts. Leng Luo, on the other hand, was much calmer. The memory of the grand predecessor formation was still fresh in his mind. He would never forget Witzard's mighty powers. Pan Lydian asked, "How did you obtain Witzard?" According to the books, Witzard is extremely difficult to tame. Moreover, it can't be found in Misty Forest. "Witzard," Lu Zhou said as he stroked his beard. He shook his head and sighed. "I obtained it by a stroke of good luck. It's nothing significant enough to mention." Pan Lydian said, "You're being too humble. Anyone who can tame Witzard must be powerful. It's rumored that Witzard can speak the tongues of men, understand the feelings of all living things, and knows about the appearances of everything under the heavens. Is that true?" Little Yuaner answered the question on her master's behalf. "I don't know about that since it has never spoken. All I know is that it's strong." It was an extraordinary feat when it unleashed its skill and brought a rain of auspicious chi that dampened the 10 shamans' grand formation. Witzard hovered beside the flying chariot. Zhao Yu conjured up some energy and lifted Pan Zhong as she mounted Witzard. "Go!" Lu Zhou waved his arm. Witzard moved on the clouds and disappeared among the sea of clouds in just a blink of an eye. In terms of speed, Witzard was slightly faster than a flying chariot. The only shortcoming was that a mount could only carry so many passengers. Pan Lydian kept his eyes on Witzard until it was finally out of sight. Then he shook his head and sighed without saying anything. He merely cupped his fists at Lu Zhou slightly. He felt slightly embarrassed to spout words of gratitude at his age. He thought it was better not to say anything. He lifted the wine jar and drank a cup, drinking alone in the flying chariot. Duanmushang, who was manning the helm again, asked, "Master, are we really going to the Clarity sect's main altar?" Lu Zhou glanced at Duanmushang and said, "Are you doubting me?" "I dare not. I'll continue manning the helm." Lu Zhou looked at his remaining items. Deadly Strike card X3, Impeccable card X4, Critical Block card X7, Passive, Binding Cage card X4, Refining Talisman X1, Ji Tiandao's Peak Form Trial card X1. Critical Heal card x3, improved Critical Heal x3. Wizard. Bayan. If he used all these cards on his wicked disciples, the process of disciplining them might be much smoother. This was especially true about the improved Binding Cage cards. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Si Wuya were all experts. Lu Zhou would have to catch them first before making them submit to him. Since Lu Zhou had the peak trial card, he was confident he could take on 10 Yu Zhenghais. Whiz! The cloud-splitting chariot drew a wide arc in the air. Like the carp leaping through the dragon gate, the chariot sped toward the Clarity sect. I'm sorry, little junior sister. Hold on tight. It's all right, senior brother. This is fun. The old men did not find this as exciting as little Yuan did. The flying chariot picked up speed and left a long tail in its wake. Along the journey, the flying chariot gradually stabilized. Meanwhile, in the Clarity sect's main altar, the main altar was splattered with blood, and discarded weapons were strewn everywhere. It was a complete disaster as far as the eyes could see. Half of the 7 peaks were charred. A massive flying chariot was parked in the skies above this scene. Dozens of cultivators stood in a square formation on the main altar as they looked at the clouds to the east. The 4 individuals standing at the lead wore robes of different colors. After a moment's silence, the Vermilion Bird Hall's first seat, Yang Yen, could no longer restrain himself and asked, "Will the old villain really show up?" Hua Chongyang looked at him sternly and said, "Watch your attitude. If the sect master hears this, you'll be punished." Bai Yuqing said, "The old senior has gone to Slender West Lake. Knowing his temper, Mochi would be hard-pressed to escape his fate. However, the reinforcements from the palace might hinder him. Wei Zhuoyan has some elites on his side after all. The old senior might have a difficult time escaping from this. I'm afraid Mochi probably didn't expect he would die in the old senior's hands after escaping from sect master's hands." The others exchanged looks and nodded. The sect master trusts the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Seventh. If Mr. Seventh said the old senior would come, he would certainly come. Is he that confident? Have you forgotten how sect master punished you previously? Don't underestimate that person. Don't underestimate any of the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples for that matter. Hua Chongyang said, "If the old senior didn't have his own agendas, I don't think that any of them would be weaker than us. Remember, we're supposed to keep the old senior here with our words for as long as we can to buy sect master some time. Yu Hongyi and the others are all that's left. I hope nothing untoward would happen with 4 of us here. If there's nothing we can do, we can always run away." The 4 of them agreed. They were convinced it was not shameful to flee from such an expert. They were still discussing among themselves when the cloud-splitting chariot appeared among the clouds. Hua Chongyang looked up and informed the others, "They're here." Bai Yuqing seemed amazed. The reinforcements from the palace were defeated this quickly? This is definitely the Evil Sky Pavilion's chariot. Notify the sect master and Mr. Seventh. Tell them to proceed with caution. On the cloud-splitting chariot, Lu Zhou looked down at the Clarity sect's main altar with his hands on his back. "Master, the Clarity sect's barrier has been breached, and the 7 peaks are burning," Duanmu Shang said as he looked at the 7 mountains around the main altar. "The Nether sect's flying chariot," little Yuaner exclaimed as she pointed at the flying chariot that hovered above the main altar. Duanmu Shang snorted. He steered their flying chariot toward the Nether sect's flying chariot. Perhaps they had noticed this. The Nether sect's flying chariot retreated swiftly to the back of the main altar. The cloud-splitting chariot speed dropped and arrived in the air above the main altar. Hua Chongyang of Azure Dragon Hall pays respect to Old Senior. Di Qing of Black Tortoise Hall pays respect to Old Senior. Yang Yen of Vermilion Bird Hall pays respect to Old Senior. Bai Yuqing of White Tiger Hall pays respect to Old Senior. The 4 voices reached the cloud-splitting chariot since it was laced with gentle sound waves that transmitted the messages clearly. The people on the cloud-splitting chariot looked at the 4 individuals who were neither overbearing nor servile. "Master, it's the Nether sect's 4 great protectors." Lu Zhou nodded as he looked down at the main altar. The cloud-splitting chariot hovered above the main altar. Lung Luo observed the land from the flying chariot as well. He said, "It's rumored that 2 of the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors are 6-leaf cultivators, while the other 2 are 7-leaf cultivators. I wonder if there's any truth to that rumor. With such strength, it's no wonder that the Nether Sect is capable of wiping out the Clarity Sect," Panlitian said. Lu Zhou glanced at Panlitian. Panlitian was from the Clarity Sect after all. He seemed unaffected by the calamity that had befallen the Clarity Sect. However, Lu Zhou did not ask Panlitian about it. He looked at the 4 great protectors and asked, "Where's Yu Zhenghai?" Hua Chongyang bowed, cupped his hands and said, "Old Senior, the sect master told us to wait here." The sect master also said that although Nether Sect is the one that annihilated the Clarity Sect away, you can claim it for yourself if you want, Old Senior. Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings but did not see Yu Zhenghai. As expected, that rascal was cunning. Duanmu Shang yelled, "Tell Yu Zhenghai and Wuxia to show their faces now. How ridiculous for them to cower in fear when master's here." Hua Chongyang was not angered at all. He continued to say, "Please stay your anger, Mr. Third. The sect master and Mr. Seventh are busy so they can't come." "Nonsense. There's no excuse for being cowards. Aren't they ashamed of themselves for acting otherwise?" Duanmu Shang said, incensed. Although Duanmu Shang was nowhere near as glib as Ming Shirin, he had his way of cursing. Nonetheless, Hua Chongyang and the others were not angered. After all, Duanmu Shang's words were true. Otherwise, 4 of them would not be ordered to wait here. "Old Senior, I speak the truth. I dare not lie." Hua Chongyang bowed again. He could already feel the heat of Lu Zhou's anger. If this went on any longer, Lu Zhou might very well vent his anger on them. The 4 great protectors made preparations to retreat at a moment's notice. If the old senior were to strike, they would immediately flee without hesitating or attempting to block his attack. They should have no problem fleeing since they were 6 and 7-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators. Naturally, they were unaware that Lu Zhou did not even take them seriously. "Tell me, then, where's Yu Zhenghai and Wuxia right now?" Lu Zhou did not believe 4 of them did not know this. "Ah, you're not telling? Old Senior, we're members of the Nether Sect. We can't commit such an act of betrayal. I hope you can understand this, Old Senior," Hua Chongyang said. "Since you're not willing to tell me, I'll return to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang shuddered. He instinctively took a step back. His brain went into overdrive. He hastily strung sentences together and said, "Please forgive me, Old Senior. I'm only one of the 4 great protectors, and I play no pivotal role in the sect. Moreover, Golden Court Mountain's barrier has been acting up lately. You should be careful of opportunists, Old Senior." Bai Yuqing chimed in as well. "I heard that Luo Changfeng, the sect master of Heavenly Sect and Luo Xingkong's son, was killed by you, Old Senior. Luo Xingkong has been actively searching for a way to seek revenge from you. You must guard against him, Old Senior." Yang Yan added, "There's no need to be so cross with our sect master, Old Senior. He had no choice but to leave the Evil Sky Pavilion back then." When they heard this, Little Yuaner and Duanmu Shang understood their words well. Both of them were Yu Zhenghai's juniors, and they knew better than anyone else how their master had treated them back then. However, they did not know why their eldest senior brother was so determined to leave. All this time, the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors had been behaving respectfully. Lung Luo said, "In any case, betraying his master is a grave sin. The 4 of you aren't idiots. I don't think I have to explain the concept to you. He can run for now, but he can't run forever." Hua Chongyang and the others remained silent. Just when the 4 great protectors were at a loss as to how to deal with the situation, a deep voice rang from the 3rd peak of the Clarity Sect. "Master, why do you have to do this?" The voice traveled through the forests and mountains, sounding as though it had come from far, far away. It echoed among the cliff faces between the main altar and the 7 peaks. Based on this, it was clear Yu Zhenghai had heard their conversation. Lu Zhou waved his hand expressionlessly. "Rascal! Understood." Duanmu Shang steered the cloud-splitting chariot determinedly toward the third peak. The four great protectors were shocked. They did not expect the old senior to pull such a stunt. The cloud-splitting chariot left a tail in its wake like a comet and arrived at the third peak in just a blink of an eye. The situation on the Clarity Sect's third peak was no better than the main altar. It was a complete mess all around them. The buildings halfway up the mountain were almost all burned into ashes. Corpses of the Clarity Sect disciples were strewn on the steps. Regardless of how much Pan Litian despised the Clarity Sect, he still sighed upon seeing this scene. They brought this upon themselves. Lu Zhou did not have time to care about Pan Litian's past at this moment. He was determined to look for the source of the voice. The forest was dense, so it obscured their sights. All Lu Zhou needed was to see Yu Zhenghai or see Wuya's figures before he would unleash the improved binding cage cards. The entire mountain was eerily quiet. At this moment, the four great protectors approached them through the air. They hovered near the flying chariot and stood in a only row. Old Senior. Old Senior. The Clarity Sect tried to harm the Evil Sky Pavilion numerous times. They were also planning on ganging up on the Evil Sky Pavilion with the others on the Noble Path. Since our sect master has annihilated the Clarity Sect, you should feel happy, Old Senior. Hua Chongyang tried to persuade Lu Zhou with all his might. He bowed and lowered his head as he spoke in a solemn tone. Lu Zhou did not even deign to look at him once. Duanmu Shang said, "If he truly has the Evil Sky Pavilion's interest at heart, what was he doing when the 10 great elites attacked Master? What was he doing when the 10 great elites attacked Golden Court Mountain the second time? Not only did he betray Master, but he colluded with the Noble Path and exposed Master's whereabouts. He deceived his master and denounced the Patriarch. He deserves to be put to death." Upon hearing this, the four great protectors were rendered speechless. At the end of the day, this was a matter between the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. It had little to do with the four great protectors. Even if it had something to do with them, they did not have the courage to do anything. Who would dare to recklessly make a move against such an elite? Moreover, their sect master had repeatedly instructed them not to attack the Evil Sky Pavilion at all. From behind the Clarity Sect's third peak, Yu Zhenghai seemed bothered by Duanmu Shang's words. He replied, "Third junior brother, we're disciples with the same master. Why must you slander me?" When his voice rang in the air, primal chi surged in the air. It was quite obvious that not only was Yu Zhenghai in Clarity Sect, but it seemed like he was locked in a battle as well. Moo! A mooing noise that was laden with battle intent resounded in the air. When the mooing ended, a loud explosion sounded in the air. A golden radiance shot up from the third peak's foothill. It rose hundreds of feet into the air. The golden radiance spiraled in an anti-clockwise direction and swept through the forest, uprooting all the trees in its path. The energy formed a huge ripple that continued to sweep out through the surroundings. The commotion was too huge. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the commotion. Leng Luo said, "It's the Mount Kue Nyo." That was Kue Nyo's call. Isn't eldest senior brother's mount some other beast? Naturally, little Yuaner had only heard of it but had never seen it. Moreover, what little she knew was the rumor from the cultivation world. It was unlikely that Leng Luo had guessed wrongly since he was knowledgeable. Lu Zhou glanced at the golden radiance and the sweeping energy. He recognized it as Yu Zhenghai's skill that he had become famous for, the dark heaven starlight. However, since they were too far away, he could not see the rascal. Duanmu Shang prepared the flying chariot for flight. The four great protectors exchanged glances and arranged themselves in a row. Then they moved swiftly to the front of the cloud-splitting chariot. At the same time, the four of them activated their avatars. 2 6-leaf avatars and 2 7-leaf avatars appeared at the same time. Such powerful opponents were indeed awe-inspiring. The avatars merely remained for an instant before disappearing again. The resonance of the energy negated the mooing sound, and it gradually faded. Their surroundings were quiet again. "We know that we're not a match for you, old senior. Our sect master has spoken about your peerless strength. Even if the four of us join forces, It's impossible for us to defeat you. Please think this through, old senior. They were trying both the soft and hard methods. In other words, if Lu Zhou was hellbent on stopping them, the four of them would fight him. Pan Lydian coughed and took a step back. He seemed helpless. Lung Luo was calmer than Pan Lydian. Perhaps it was due to his mask that no one knew what expression he wore on his face. Meanwhile, this seemed to prove that Yu Zhenghai's cultivation base was on par with his master's cultivation base. After all, if the four great protectors had such a profound cultivation base, it stood to reason that Yu Zhenghai would have an 8-leaf avatar. Lu Zhou looked at the four of them. He had a good impression of these four individuals. At the very least, they had always been polite. For this reason, he did not intend to kill them. However, he bought 4 Thunderblast cards just in case. I commend you for your bravery. His voice turned deep and domineering as he said, in light of the treading boots, I'll make an exception this time. Step aside. The words, step aside, resounded in everyone's ears. There was no ostentatious display of sound wave or fluctuation of primal chi. Lu Zhou was confident that he could repel the four of them. If they wanted to take their chances with the 1% surekill rate, they would have to rely on their own luck. Hua Chongyang bowed. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He did not dare look at Lu Zhou on the flying chariot. He gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. He waved his arm and said, retreat. Bai Yuqing did not understand this. Although he did not want to fight the Patriarch of the Evil Sky Pavilion, how could they retreat on a whim when they had a grand plan to execute? We're supposed to buy time for the sect master. Yu Hongyi shouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. The third peak's defensive restrictions should be breached any time now. We can't retreat, Yang Yen said. I'll say it again, retreat. In the sect master's absence, I'll be assuming his role, Hua Chongyang said in a deep voice. Understood. The others had no choice but to bow and follow the orders. The four of them slowly made way for Lu Zhou. Lung Luo and Pan Lydian exchanged a look. Then, they looked at Lu Zhou, who seemed unmoved. There were no fluctuations of aura on Lu Zhou's body. However, the formless aura field was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the onlookers. 3 feet of ice was not formed in a single winter's day. The tempering of a millennium has given Lu Zhou a commanding presence. Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yen, and Di Qing parted to the sides respectfully. Duanmu Shang understood what his master wanted and steered the flying chariot toward the Clarity Sect's third peak. There were countless towering trees at the foot of the third peak. The cloud-splitting chariot flitted through the forests like an electric eel in the ocean. Master, up ahead, Little Yuaner pointed out. Pan Lydian said, that's where the Clarity Sect keeps its prisoners. There are up to 1,000 restrictions. No wonder, no wonder. Lung Luo said, the 4 great protectors were buying time for Yu Zhenghai. With Yu Zhenghai's strength, even he would need some time to break through these restrictions. Little Yuaner was slightly impatient. She hopped around and said, third senior brother. Quick, 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 quick. Don't let eldest senior brother get away. She pointed at a round clearing where the energy blast had swept through. The trees were uprooted, and rubble and debris were strewn on the ground. The cloud-splitting chariot's advantage was not clear in a forest since it had to maneuver around huge and towering trees. At high altitudes, the flying chariot could fly at its maximum speed. At low altitudes, it would not be able to achieve the same speed. Moo! Kuei Nyo's call sounded again. It seemed to be trailing off. Running away? Lu Zhou pushed away from the ground and leaped off the cloud-splitting chariot. When she saw her master jumping out, Little Yuaner applauded and said, with master making his move, eldest senior brother won't be able to get away now. When Lu Zhou leaped out, he did not unleash his grand technique. Baiyan appeared and growled. Lu Zhou landed on Baiyan's back, and they shot forward at breakneck speed. Baiyan resembled a bolt of lightning as it traveled through the forest. Eventually, it reached where dark heaven starlight struck moments ago. Lu Zhou looked around at his surroundings. He studied the trees carefully as Baiyan slowly descended. There were still remnants of auras left behind by the energy around the trees. Only the Great Dark Heaven Memorial could leave this in its wake. Lu Zhou made his way to the prison. Soon enough, he saw the entrance to the prison below the peak. The two pillars at the entrance had been damaged. One of them was tilted at an angle. It was clear it was destroyed by an energy as well. There were bloodstains all over the floor. Clearly, a battle had taken place here. Layers of restrictions stood before Lu Zhou. The 1,000-layered restrictions of the Clarity sect stood in his path like 1,000 spiderwebs. Where would you Zhenghai be? BZZT. BZZT. Electricity crackled along the 1,000-layered restrictions. The powerful restrictions had clearly weakened from relentless attacks, and it looked like it was about to vanish at any given time. At this moment, Mu! Kuei Nyo's call sounded close to Lu Zhou. He turned around to look and saw Kuei Nyo shooting through the forest. It resembled a yak with a white body and no horns. At this moment, it seemed to be shining. That person on Kuei Nyo's back must be that rascal. Lu Zhou waved his arm without hesitation. The improved binding cage card shot out. Lu Zhou had never seen the improved cage bind card in action yet. However, the instant it was unleashed, he could feel that it was different from before in speed and power. The improved binding cage card seemed to be moving faster and smoother, although it was not as large as he imagined. A Taoist mantra? The binding mantra? Lu Zhou was puzzled by this. He wondered why the improved version was not the cage itself. Instead, there was something that resembled the Taoist binding mantra. There was a huge bind script surrounded by a golden 8 trigram. It was shrouded in rich primal chi as it shot toward Kuei Nyo. After it, Lu Zhou was certain Yu Zhenghai would not be able to escape this time. Bian sped toward the target. They were instantly above the prison. It was a cliff face that was nearly perpendicular to the ground. The mantra disappeared after plunging over the cliff. Since the mantra disappeared, this meant that its effect was triggered. The rascal won't be able to get away. Lu Zhou stood on Bian's back and searched the area with his eyes. You rascal! Do you think you can run from my mantra by hiding? It was unfortunate that Lu Zhou could not follow the binding cage like he did when he was Yanzi Yunsan. The mantra moved too quickly. It flew past in an instant. There were upside and downside to the improved cards. Fortunately, Bian had a keen nose. Since the mantra had hit, Yu Zhenghai had to be nearby. At this moment, Lu Zhou heard the system's notification. Ding! Punished the rascal. Reward: 300 merit points. Punish! Lu Sheng had never heard of this notification before. This meant that the binding mantra had found its mark. Bian slowed down. Its nose twitched. With its keen nose, Bian was like an oversized hunting hound that was searching for its prey on the cliff face. It growled every now and then. If anyone showed up, it would pounce without any hesitation. Lu Zhou was in no hurry. He allowed Bian to do its thing. It traveled downward along the cliff face and entered the forest again. The dense canopy had blocked out most of the sunlight. Lu Zhou looked at the forest and found nothing odd about it. What a cunning man! Bian continued moving forward, picking up speed. Lu Zhou looked at the fallen trees in front of him. There were signs of them being rammed by a beast. He should be up ahead. An entire row of trees had fallen. Shortly after, Bian stopped. It looked up and began growling at a huge tree stump. Lu Zhou looked up as well. The energy from the technique had left a round clearing in its wake. Some clothes laid scattered beside the tree stump. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. The cicada sheds its carapace. Bian's sense of smell would not fail. Since it stopped here, this meant that its target was here. The surroundings were completely quiet. Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings for signs of movements. Alas, he has gotten away. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. This can't be. He called up the system dashboard. He read the improved binding cage card's description again. Indeed, it had a short trigger rate. Also, the system had reminded him that the card would hit its target without fail. In that case, if Yu Zhenghai's cultivation base was sealed, how did he manage to control a feisty mount, clear the forest, and leave at such swift speed? Lu Zhou leaped off Baiyan's back and walked up to the pile of clothes. He stooped down and glanced at them. Yu Zhenghai's clothes. Lu Zhou remembered the sizes of Yu Zhenghai's clothes back when he was still cultivating on Golden Court Mountain. What a crafty escape plan. Even so, it should have been impossible for Yu Zhenghai to make such a quick escape. Could it be that he's used some kind of ground escape technique like Yanzi Yunsan? Lu Zhou raised his hand. Energy seals scattered in his surroundings like flower petals. These energy seals were not destructive. They were more like tracking seals. They were classified as beginner-level cultivation seals and were comparatively easier to master. They did not take up much of a cultivator's resources as well. When little Yuaner's clansmen were kidnapped back then, Murong Hai had used this technique to track down the hostages. At the same time, these seals could track down living beings in the vicinity. Naturally, if the target possessed a cultivation base, this technique would hardly be of any use as it would be blocked by a cultivator's protective energy. However, if the binding cage card had successfully landed, the target's cultivation base should be sealed. There was no way to block the tracking seals without one's cultivation base. And yet, the seals flew throughout the forest for some time before vanishing like bubbles in the air. There were no signs of movements, and Lu Zhou did not sense any living beings nearby. Did he make Kuei Nyo drag him away? The records in the book stated that Kuei Nyo was also a legendary mount. If it traveled at full speed, it would have been difficult to catch up to it. However, it was slightly unbelievable for it to be able to leave without causing a commotion. Lu Zhou looked at the bloodstains on the clothes. He must have used some other technique that didn't require his cultivation base to make Kuei Nyo leave. There were all kinds of sects under Great Yan's skies. The three teachings were the mainstream sects that included the majority of cultivators. There was also witchcraft, which required a long time to cast spells. Therefore, people would generally prefer cultivating Taoist techniques instead. Lu Zhou was knowledgeable enough to rule out some auxiliary items cultivators used, such as the cloud feather raiment, heaven-grade weapons, and formation streamers that activated formations. Rascal. Looks like you picked up some skills after leaving the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. He circulated his primal chi and condensed it into energy. With a wave of his arm, the energy spiraled and transformed into a mini dark heaven starlight. Although he was only in the divine court realm, his mastery of the skill was evident. The dark heaven starlight multiplied. In just a blink of an eye, the trees within 100 meters of him were cut down by the energy. Looking down from above, one could see a round clearing. Lu Zhou sensed his Dantian's sea of qi. He nodded in satisfaction. As his cultivation base slowly recovered, he found it easier to cast his disciples' cultivation methods and techniques. The problem of being unable to cultivate his disciples' cultivation methods when he first transmigrated had also been solved with the gradual restoration of his life. It might not be as powerful as one unleashed by a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator, but it was still a magnificent sight to behold. At the very least, it was no problem for him to cut down a few trees. A moment later, Baiyan followed Lu Zhou's orders. It swept the area but found nothing. It could only return empty-handed to its master. Lu Zhou leaped back onto Baiyan's back. He swept his gaze across the forest and said, "How long can you hide without your cultivation base?" Lu Zhou did not think that there was anyone capable of breaking the binding mantra. Unless the binding mantra only lasted for a short period, he was confident that the rascal would come begging sooner or later. Return. Baiyan gave a low growl and shot toward the Clarity Sect's third peak. The cloud-splitting chariot waited at the same spot before Lu Zhou left. Lu Zhou returned to the prison. It was the same as when he left. Nothing had changed. He looked at the 1,000-layered restrictions that buzzed with electricity. Clearly, the Clarity Sect's restriction was breaking. The final survivors of the Clarity Sect had to be hiding behind the restrictions. Otherwise, Yu Zhenghai would not have unleashed the Great Dark Heaven Memorial to try and breach the restrictions. Lu Zhou deliberately waited for a moment. Perhaps he could obtain some information about Yu Zhenghai from these people. At this moment, the 1,000-layered restrictions vanished. At the same time, a red-clad woman carrying a sword in her hand slowly walked out. Several disciples behind her looked around warily. The 7 of them arranged themselves in a semicircle. Every one of them was injured with various degrees of severity. The Nether sect has left? They looked around in confusion. The woman in red was the last elite of the Clarity sect, Yuhongi. At this moment, she noticed the old man standing on Bai En's back. She hastily said, "Look out, everyone." The Clarity sect's disciples noticed the old man on Bai En as well. The legendary mount with a majestic air stared at them. Yuhongi did not dare to let her guard down. She asked Lu Zhou, "Are you from the Nether sect?" Lu Zhou shook his head. "If it weren't for me, you would have all been sent to the Yellow Springs." When Yuhongyu heard this, realization dawned on her. She hastily bowed. "So you're the one who chased away the great villain, Yu Zhenghai." The other Clarity sect's disciples bowed as well. "Thank you for helping us, old mister. How can we ever repay your kindness?" Ding! Received pious worship from 15 people. Reward, 150 merit points. Lu Zhou was slightly stunned. "I must have an air of benevolence about me. Alas, all your lives have nothing to do with me. Only." Yuhongi looked at the surroundings. Then, she sighed and shook her head. "If you didn't come, old mister, I'm afraid that the Clarity sect would have been. The Nether sect is an insufferable bully. Yu Zhenghai is supported by the Evil Sky Pavilion's old villain and commits all sorts of wicked deeds wherever he goes. The Clarity sect had attacked Golden Court Mountain before. It's to be expected that this calamity had befallen the sect." The 7 Clarity sons discussed among themselves emotionally. "I wonder if sect master's here?" Yuhongi said snappily, "Don't mention the sect master ever again. If he didn't collude with the factions within the palace, the sect wouldn't have ended up like this." The others lowered their heads and no longer dared to speak. When Lu Zhou saw that they had relatively calmed down, he said, "I have some questions, and you'll answer them." When he spoke, he pointed at Yuhongi, who was standing at the lead. Yuhongi pointed at herself and asked in confusion, "Me?" She walked out of the range of the 1,000-layered restrictions and instinctively looked around. Everywhere she looked was a complete mess, and black smoke was rising from the other 6 peaks. Her expression darkened upon seeing this. She endured the pain from her injuries and cupped her fists slightly at Lu Zhou. "Ask away, old mister. Are you the current Grand Elder of Clarity sect, Yuhongi?" "Yes, I am." "Was the person you fought earlier Yu Zhenghai, the sect master of the Nether sect?" Lu Zhou asked. An expression of anger appeared on Yuhongi's face as she said, "Of course. I would recognize him even if he's reduced to ashes. My sect had thousands of cultivators, and yet this is what we're reduced to. Please grant us justice, old mister." "You want me to grant you justice?" Lu Zhou did not know if he should laugh or cry, even though his expression remained calm. "My sect has fallen to this state. Sooner or later, the same fate would befall the other sects on the noble path. At that time, the land would be plunged into chaos, and the people would live in misery. Since you're able to chase away that villain from the Nether sect, please help us, old mister," Yuhongi said sincerely as she kneeled and cupped her fists. The others kneeled and cupped their fists at Lu Zhou as well. Although Lu Zhou was not the one who annihilated the Clarity sect, Yu Zhenghai was still his disciple after all. If news of Yu Zhenghai annihilating the Clarity sect spread out, the Cultivation world would still shift the blame to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Surely, they're not going to ask me to commit suicide here as a way to seek justice for them, right? Lu Zhou said apathetically. The Clarity sect brought this upon themselves. Yuhongi, let me ask you a question. What is considered noble and what is considered fiendish? Did Mochi seem like he was on the noble path when he dabbled in arcane arts? Moreover, 30 years ago, the Clarity sect and the 7 Stars Villa fought over territories, sacrificing thousands of commoners within 100 miles. Is that noble? He was not going to list more examples. There were too many to go on. Compared to the Evil Sky Pavilion, the Clarity sect seemed more like it was on the fiend path. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, it was the survival of the fittest. Yuhongi was rendered speechless. If she had been asked this question in the past, she would have answered without any hesitation that the Clarity Sect and the 10 Great Sects were definitely on the noble path, whereas the Evil Sky Pavilion, the Nether Sect, the Fiend Temple, and the Azure Dragon Association were all on the Fiend path. However, her sect master, Mo-Chi, had secretly cultivated arcane techniques that required him to devour the essence and blood of human cultivators. This was 100 times worse than those on the Fiend path. When she thought about this, she felt Lu Zhou was truly benevolent for not striking them when they were down. After mulling it over for a long while, she said, ashamed, "Your words have enlightened me." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded as he said, "Back to the main topic. Did you see anyone else apart from Yu Zhenghai?" Yu Hongyi nodded and said, "The Evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple, Wuxia, was here as well. That man is treacherous and cunning. He's a master of schemes. His support was what made it possible for the Nether Sect to control the 7 peaks." Upon hearing her words, the 7 Clarity Sons began to get worked up. "That man is despicable. He planted more than 100 moles in our ranks. How detestable. More than 100. Even Lu Zhou felt that Wuxia had gone slightly overboard. An ordinary person would have planted 1 or 2 moles in their enemy's ranks, and yet Wuxia planted more than 100. Is he trying to go against the norm and plan to get his moles to work together? Yu Hongyi said, "The Clarity Sect had always recruited disciples every year. All he did was exploit this. There's nothing more to be said about this. It was truly a feat for Wuxia to have managed this. It was slightly unbelievable." "Where's Wuxia now?" Lu Zhou asked. "Do you have a grudge with the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion, old mister?" Yu Hongyi wondered aloud. Lu Zhou gave it some thought before replying, "Not exactly." When Yu Hongyi heard these words, it held a different meaning from what Lu Zhou meant. She thought even if Lu Zhou did not exactly have a grudge against the Evil Sky Pavilion, their relationship could not be that good as well. She said, "If you can deal with the Evil Sky Pavilion, old mister, it'll be something to rejoice about." Lu Zhou shook his head. Perhaps he was used to this kind of scene, he found himself immune to it now. Yu Hongyi seemed to remember something at this moment. She bowed and asked, "May I know which sect you belong to, old mister? I'll certainly visit you and thank you again for saving us from our doom." "The Evil Sky Pavilion," Lu Zhou replied honestly. Yu Hongyi was stunned. She thought she had misheard Lu Zhou. She asked again, "I'm sorry. Which sect did you say you're from, old mister?" At this moment, the cloud-splitting chariot appeared from among the trees. Perhaps the people on board had waited too long and lost patience. The clearing that had been left in the Great Dark Heaven Memorial was a suitable place for the cloud-splitting chariot to hover above. The others were, naturally, attracted by the cloud-splitting chariot's sound. In just an instant, Yu Hongyi recognized the flying chariot. She shuddered and cried out, "Fall back! Get back into the prison!" The 7 Clarity Sons shuddered as well as they retreated. However, after they made it past the first pillar, they seemed to finally remember the 1,000-layer restriction had been destroyed. If they went in now, would they not be sitting ducks? "Old mister, quick! The Evil Sky Pavilion is here! Old mister!" At this moment, all of them placed their hopes in Lu Zhou, who was standing on by-in. Lu Zhou was not surprised by the frightened expressions on their faces. At this moment, little Yuan stepped into the air, wrapping the Nirvana sash around her. Her attire was exceptionally eye-catching in the green forest. She approached Lu Zhou gleefully. "Master! Master!" On the flying chariot, Duan Mushang, who was at the helm, cupped his fists and said, "Master, we've been waiting for you anxiously. Where's that traitor?" Yu Hongyi stumbled backward. She felt her chest tightened. "Run? Can we make it? Elder Yu, what's the matter?" Elder Yu had suffered from Yu Zhenghai's palm strike. "She's injured." The 7 Clarity Sons were worried. However, Yu Hongyi hastily said, "Run. Run now. That's the Evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-splitting chariot." Evil Sky Pavilion. The 7 Clarity Sons looked at the flying chariot, the little girl who flew out from it, and the old man who casually stood on by En's back. The pieces finally clicked. Without a second thought, all of them scurried away. Running away? Too late. Little Yuaner's nirvana sash flew out. It was red like the tongues of flames as it flew out. At the same time, she was also wrapped in it. It seemed as though the area around her had caught fire. Yuhongi did not move. When she saw the heaven-grade weapon's might, she seemed horrified. She was almost certain the little girl was the Evil Sky Pavilion's 9th disciple. Yuhongi and the 7 Clarity Suns were arrows at the end of their flight. They could not outrun little Yuaner's nirvana sash. In just a blink of an eye, the nirvana sash tripped the 7 Clarity Suns and the other disciples who were running away. They could no longer move. That's enough. An elderly voice rang from the flying chariot. The person who had spoken was none other than the former elite of the Clarity sect, Pan Lydian. Yuhongi looked up and exclaimed in shock, "Elder Pan!" She was overjoyed. The 7 Clarity Suns struggled to their feet and looked at the old man on board the flying chariot as well. They said in unison, "Greetings, Elder Pan." The first elite of the Clarity sect had returned. It felt like a ray of hope was shining down on them at this moment. Pan Lydian said expressionlessly, "I'm not your Elder Pan. I'm an elder of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Pan Lydian's words effectively stomped on the hope that had just begun to bloom in Yuhongi and the others' hearts. Yuhongi wore an incredulous expression on her face. She shook her head, seemingly in a daze, as she said, "Elder Pan, you—" Before Yuhongi could finish her sentence, Pan Lydian shouted, "Silence!" His shout startled Yuhongi and the others. Lu Zhou was surprised that Pan Lydian had such steely resolve. Well, this was beneficial to him. From now on, Pan Lydian would serve the Evil Sky Pavilion. Pan Lydian would definitely be a great asset to the Evil Sky Pavilion. At this moment, Lung Luo suddenly said, "The Clarity sect's current predicament is largely caused by Mo Qi, the sect master. Moreover, he was controlled by Mo Li from the palace. This has little to nothing to do with Yuhongi. I propose that we let them go." In his eyes, there were only Mo Li and Mo Qi. Upon hearing Lung Luo's words, Pan Lydian cupped his fists at Lung Luo. This was something he had never done before. Lu Zhou's expression did not change, but he complained inwardly. "Do I really look like such an evil and ruthless person to them?" He did not intend to waste his time here or hold this against Yuhongi and the others. Lu Zhou was about to speak when little Yuaner pointed at the flying chariot above the main altar and said, "Master, the Nether sect's 4 great protectors are running away." When Duanmu Shang saw this, he glared at them angrily. He bowed and said, "I'm willing to steer the cloud-splitting chariot and pursue that traitor." Lu Zhou leaped onto the cloud-splitting chariot. He glanced at the people on the ground before he said, "Let's go." After that, Lu Zhou turned to look at the Nether sect's flying chariot that was speeding into the distance. They might not be able to catch up to it now. After all, the Nether sect's flying chariot was powered by 4 elites. On top of that, the cloud-splitting chariot was still in the forest. This would surely slow their speed as well. Little Yuaner hastily flew up to the flying chariot, not forgetting to pull a face at Yuhongi while she was at it. Then, she stuck out her tongue after she said, "I'll spare your lives on Elder Pan's account, Pan Lydian." He coughed before he finally said, "Little girl, that's not the way to use a heaven-grade weapon." "Huh. Regardless if it's a heaven-grade weapon or an earth-grade weapon, once it acknowledges its owner, a bond would be formed between the owner and the weapon. The deeper the bond, the greater the weapon's strength. I saw you using your weapon earlier. Your movements were great, and it seemed powerful, but it's not refined." He reached for the gourd bottle on his waist and pulled the cork out before he placed the cork on his palm. He said, "Try and lift this." Little Yuaner said, "That's easy." She waved her hand. The Nirvana sash moved nimbly as it flew toward Pan Lydian's palm. The Nirvana sash easily wrapped around the cork. Little Yuaner made a face that clearly showed she did not think much of this task. "Put it back." Pan Lydian raised the gourd bottle. It was clear he wanted her to put the cork back into the bottle. Little Yuaner controlled her nirvana sash and moved it toward the bottle. Bam! She failed. Bam! She failed again. Little Yuaner was beginning to feel annoyed. She conjured up her primal chi. The nirvana sash danced in the air around her as though she was trying to kill someone. Bam! She failed a third time. The task seemed simple enough, but she could not put the cork back on the bottle. How strange. Even Lung Luo was attracted by the activity he looked on. Amused. Little Yuaner said indignantly, "What's this? Are you deliberately doing this to make fun of me?" Pan Litian shook his head. He took the cork from the sash and manually recorked the bottle. Then he flicked his thumb and the cork shot out with a pop. He caught the cork with his hand as he said, "Human hands are one of the best weapons. You'll only be able to say you've mastered your weapon when you can control the nirvana sash as well as you can control your hands." Pan Litian had referred to his hands as a weapon. In a way, he was right. Little Yuaner pouted and said, "I don't believe you. The only person I believe is my master." After she finished speaking, she moved toward Lu Zhou. Pan Litian shook his head helplessly. Now that he was without his cultivation base, even if he genuinely wanted to impart his knowledge to her, he was not convincing enough. Moreover, she was a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. It seemed like he had overstepped his bounds by doing this. In the end, he cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, "I've been rude. Do forgive me." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "It doesn't matter." Pan Litian was the first elite of the Clarity sect after all. He was a man from Lung Luo's generation. His knowledge and experience could not be compared to the younger generation. It was good that he was willing to instruct the juniors. Moreover, Lu Zhou did not spend much effort teaching his disciples before this. Lu Zhou looked at Little Yuaner as he said, "What Elder Pan said is right. Indeed, your mastery of your weapon can be more refined thanks to Elder Pan's reminder. I'll spend more time to teach all of you when we return to the Evil Sky Pavilion." "Thank you, Master," Little Yuaner said happily. Lu Zhou looked at the gourd bottle in Pan Litian's hands and asked, "Heaven grade?" Pan Litian was slightly stunned. He nodded and said, "Good eye." Lung Luo spoke in his hoarse voice, "Wine gourd. I'm impressed. I was lucky. The Blackwood Forest burned for 49 days, and this is the only one left." Pan Litian raised the wine gourd in satisfaction and took another swig from it. To think that the insignificant-looking wine gourd was a heaven-grade weapon. It was not easy for him to retain his weapon after he had lost his cultivation base. The cloud-splitting chariot traveled out of the forest and flew at a high altitude, leaving a meteor-like tail in its wake as it chased after the Nether Sect's flying chariot. However, the Nether Sect's flying chariot disappeared among the clouds and vanished without a trace. Duan Mushang said, "Master, it's slightly difficult to catch up since the 4 great protectors are powering the flying chariot at the same time." "Third senior brother, allow me," Little Yuaner said. A flying chariot depended on the person manning the helm and the others who powered it in the cabin. The higher the cultivation bases of the people powering the flying chariot, the faster the speed would be. Naturally, Lu Zhou was aware of this. However, he said, "It doesn't matter. Yu Zhenghai has been hit with my mantra. He'll show up on his own sooner or later. Stop chasing after them." Yu Zhenghai would never be able to achieve his dreams without his strength and cultivation base. Apart from that, how was he going to keep the 4 great protectors in check? "Ha!" Lu Zhou's expression was calm as he said, "Return to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Meanwhile, in an unfamiliar forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves and shone on Si Wuya's bare body, creating a combination of light and shadow. At this moment, he was leaning against a tree stump. A helpless expression could be seen on his face as he looked down at the word, "bind," that was on his chest. It seemed to be etched on his skin and was the color of blood. He looked up and saw Yu Zhenghai's back. Yu Zhenghai was sitting on a tree stump in a dignified manner. He held the jasper saber in his right hand after he stabbed it into the ground to support himself. He appeared unruffled, but a trace of blood could be seen on the corner of his lips. "Binding mantra. Master sure has many tricks up his sleeves." Wuxia said with a helpless smile on his face. It must have been hard on you, seventh junior brother, Xianxia said as he looked ahead. We're brothers. There's no need to be so polite. I'm to blame as well for being careless. I thought that by luring Master away on Kuei-Nyo, you'll have the chance to end Hongyi and the others. What a shame, Wuxia said. Xianxia suddenly punched out with his left hand. A fist-shaped ball of energy shot out and pierced the huge and towering tree in front of him. He suppressed his boiling emotions and said, No matter. Hongyi and the 7 Clarity Sons are no threat now. Currently, the Clarity sect merely exists in name. We've basically achieved our objective. There's no need to be concerned over this, junior brother. If I didn't have your help, the 7 peaks wouldn't have been taken down so swiftly. Wuxia coughed. Xianxia turned to look at Wuxia and said, perplexed. The binding mantra, the cloud-splitting chariot, the mount, Bayan, Master is as impressive as always. However, why is he stubbornly meddling in our affairs at his age? He started out his sentence calmly, but his tone gradually turned gloomy at the latter part of his sentence. It was obvious he was not too happy about this. Wuxia said, Perhaps, the old man is trying to combine the advantages of various cultivation methods to prolong his life? Upon hearing this, Xianxia clenched his left hand and said, If it's possible to prolong one's life, why hasn't anyone succeeded yet? The cultivation world had existed for a long time. There were many prodigies and elites who wanted to defy the heavens and the unchanging truth since time immemorial. However, it had proven to be an impossible task thus far. Stay your anger, eldest senior brother. Don't hold this against Master. Although Wuxia was bound by the binding mantra, he did not seem to be angered in the least. Xianxia slowly rose to his feet. He looked at the sky and sighed. Fortunately, you're here, junior brother. Wuxia shook his head. He recalled the earlier situation in the forest and said, Don't mention it. If you didn't bring me along, using your essence and blood, I would have been captured by Master. Xianxia frowned slightly and said, I'm curious. Master had always refrained from using the Great Dark Heaven Memorial. Why did he suddenly unleash the Dark Heaven Starlight? The fluctuations of his aura didn't seem that impressive, but his control is much superior compared to mine. Wuxia propped his body up with difficulty. He pointed at the mantra on his body and said, He even used a mantra. I think he's just trying to warn us with the Dark Heaven Starlight. Xianxia looked at the binding mantra on Wuxia again. The huge bind script was dazzling and eye-catching. Don't worry, junior brother. I'll think of a way to free you from this binding mantra no matter what, Xianxia said. All in good time. It doesn't matter if I have my cultivation base or not. Wuxia smiled confidently. He did not mind the mantra that bound him. Xianxia nodded and said, It's no wonder you can manage the darknet, with how open-minded you are, junior brother Wuxia. You flatter me, senior brother. In any case, since you're bound by this mantra because of me, I'll send someone to the Celestial Masters sect. I believe you can handle the darknet, but not having your cultivation base is a cause for concern no matter what, Xianxia said. It was safer for Wuxia if he had his cultivation base. After all, who could tell if the members of the darknet were all loyal? Let's return to Pingdu Mountain first. You're the boss, senior brother. In the Great Hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Hua Wudao, Lung Luo, Pan Litian, and several other disciples looked at Lu Zhou, who seemed to be deep in his thoughts. They were puzzled, wondering what he was thinking about. At this moment, Lu Zhou was looking at his remaining merit points on the system dashboard. 10,220 points. Lu Zhou bought 4 Thunderblast cards earlier but did not use them. He only earned some merit points for Mochi. He decided to try his luck on the lucky draws again later. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. The menu vanished. When he thought about Xianxia, he said out loud, How did he manage to get away? He had been thinking about this during the journey back but still could not figure it out. The binding mantra had clearly landed. He was even rewarded with merit points. Where did it go wrong? Hua Wudao looked at the baffled Lu Zhou, cupped his fists, and said, You don't have to concern yourself with this, Pavilion Master. The person who frequents the riverbank can hardly keep his shoes dry. Moreover, he trailed off suddenly. It seemed like his words had come out wrongly. His words could be mistaken as saying Lu Zhou was getting old, and it was only logical that his powerful disciple managed to escape from him. Lu Zhou was annoyed by Hua Wudao, who attempted to console him. Hua Wudao instantly stopped talking when he felt Lu Zhou's gaze on him. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, "I heard that Yu Zhenghai was hit by your mantra. He'll certainly look for ways to break the mantra. There are only two ways to do that. The first way is to find a more powerful mantra caster. The Celestial Masters sect has many cultivators who are skilled in mantras. The second way is to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Duanmu Sheng nodded and said, "Elder Hua has a point. Master, let's seize this opportunity and wait for the hare to hit the stump at the Celestial Masters sect." The others looked at Duanmu Sheng. The Celestial Masters sect was not the Clarity sect. It did not have many elites such as Panlitian, but the Celestial Masters sect specialized in mantras and formations. No one would dare to underestimate the Celestial Masters sect in their own territory. What good would a bunch of misfits do by going there? They would just be serving their heads on silver platters. Lung Luo and Panlitian would be considered as doing a good job if they did not hold the others back. A tortoise technique cultivator like Hua Wudao, who had cultivated his defense to almost perfection, was more suited to stay back to guard their home base. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "The Celestial Masters sect might not be able to undo my mantra. The rascal has nowhere to go. He's bound to come here one day." "Understood," Duanmu Sheng said. Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Yu and asked, "How's Panzhong doing?" Zhao Yu replied, "His injuries are stabilizing. He's out of the woods. He'll recover once he gets enough rest." "Thank you." Panlitian cupped his fists. His attitude on this matter was a clear indication of their relationship. Leng Luo asked, "I'm curious. What relationship do you have with Panzhong?" Panzhong was in his 40s at most. In the cultivation world, he was considered a young man. Panlitian and Leng Luo were of the same generation, and Panlitian left the Clarity sect several centuries ago. No matter how one looked at it, he was definitely way too old to be Panzhong's grandfather. Panlitian asked, "What does it have to do with you?" At this moment, Lu Zhou waved his arm. A black brocade box flew into Panlitian's hands. "I've always kept my words." When Panlitian received the black box, his old hands were visibly shaking. He bowed at Lu Zhou but remained silent. However, his silence was enough to convey his thoughts and feelings. In the past years, although he was presented with the opportunities to obtain sable magnolias, how could he do it without his cultivation base? It was easier for him to ascend to heaven than to obtain a sable magnolia. Leng Luo was puzzled when he saw Panlitian's excitement. Leng Luo said, "With your identity and status, it shouldn't be difficult for you to ask the Clarity sect to find you a sable magnolia." Panlitian shook his head and said, "Leng Luo, if Emoli disabled your cultivation base, would she have given you a sable magnolia?" Leng Luo was silent. The others were silent as well. Panlitian cupped his fists and said, "I'll take my leave now." Leng Luo cupped his fists as well, a sign of him excusing himself. "Only, go on." Lu Zhou waved his arm. Those two needed a long time to recover their cultivation bases. Before they did, they were of little use to the Evil Sky Pavilion. After the duo left, Lu Zhou asked, "Any news from Mingshi? Master, fourth senior brother has overdone it this time. He's been out playing for so long and has yet to return." Lu Zhou found this strange as well. However, the system mentioned nothing about Mingshi. Well, he was not worried that Mingshi would come to harm since he trusted Mingshi survival skills. At this moment, Zhou Jifeng walked into the hall with a peculiar expression on his face. "What's the matter?" Lu Zhou asked. "Hua Yuesheng is back." Zhou Jifeng's expression was tense. He paused for a brief moment before he said, "She came with the head of Yi Qingji from the Heavenly Sword Sect." Lu Zhou did not show it, but he was inwardly surprised. He did not expect Hua Yuexing to kill an elite from the 10 great sects just to get into the Evil Sky Pavilion. He also did not expect her to pick an elite from the Heavenly Sword sect. Are you unhappy? Lu Zhou looked at Zhou Jifeng. Zhou Jifeng shuddered. He hastily kneeled and said, I dare not. I would have given anything to kill Luo Changfeng with my own hands. Alas, Luo Changfeng has already been killed by you, old senior. I've long lost any ties I had with the Heavenly Sword sect. Duan Musheng said, That'd be the best. Don't ever forget how you survived the ordeal back then. Yes, Mr. Third, Zhou Jifeng said. The Heavenly Sword sect has been quiet for quite some time ever since they attacked the Evil Sky Pavilion. Luo Changfeng's death was a great blow to them. I heard that Luo Xingkong had gone into seclusion to cultivate before he gave the position of sect master to his son, Luo Changfeng. We have to guard against Luo Xingkong since he has experienced the pain of losing a son. Hua Wudao cupped his fists. Lu Zhou turned to look at Zhao Yu and asked, Any news from the station? Zhao Yu replied, Currently, the word outside is that. She swallowed her words, afraid to speak. Continue. They're saying that you absorbed the barrier's power to maintain your cultivation base that's declining. Zhao Yu lowered her head. After saying this, she hastily said, I'm willing to mend the barrier. Lu Zhou waved his hand. It's meaningless. It was only natural to mend the barrier, but that would not erase the fact that the barrier had been disturbed. After all, the outside world was convinced that Lu Zhou's cultivation base was rapidly declining. Even if the barrier was mended, it would not change their minds. As they spoke, 2 female disciples brought Hua Yuexing in. Hua Yuexing seemed battered and looked as though she had not slept for days on end. Her eyes were bloodshot and puffy while her hair was disheveled. She held a green bow in her hand. It did not seem like it was made out of good materials. It should be a yellow-grade weapon. In her other hand, she carried a sack. The base of the sack was dark with bloodstain. The blood had turned crusty after being exposed to the air for a long time. Since Zhou Jifeng had already informed them beforehand, it was not difficult to guess that a head was in the sack. Hua Wudao looked on incredulously as Hua Yuexing kneeled on the floor. Hua Yuexing cupped her fists and said, Hua Yuexing didn't betray everyone's expectations. I've killed a 2-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm elite, Elder Yi Chengji from the Heavenly Sword sect. Yi Chengji. You'll know it once you open the sack. There's no need for that. Lu Zhou did not have a habit of looking at decapitated heads. He waved his arm and said, Take care of it. Understood. 2 female cultivators carefully took the sack away. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Hua Yuexing as he asked, With your strength and cultivation base, you barely pass by killing a 2-leaf cultivator. Hua Yuexing blushed from embarrassment. She said sheepishly, I know that my strength is far from enough. The people from the Heavenly Sword sect are too cunning. I didn't get the chance to attack them. Why did you pick the Heavenly Sword sect? Upon hearing Lu Zhou's question, Zhou Jifeng turned to look at Hua Yuexing as well. Hua Yuexing said, I heard that the Heavenly Sword sect has been itching to do something. Luo Xingkong has been searching for a way to exact revenge on the Evil Sky Pavilion. I thought that it's better to strike first before they could do anything. I wanted to show them that the Evil Sky Pavilion isn't a force to be messed with. Listen to that. Such determination. This method. This is how an Evil Sky Pavilion's disciple should act. Hua Yuexing sounded more like a disciple than the real disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion yet. This certainly warmed the hearts of the others. Moreover, the Evil Sky Pavilion needed an archer as well. At this moment, Hua Wudao said, Pavilion Master, Hua Yuexing has passed the test. If you'd allow me, I'd like to instruct her in her cultivation from now on. Hua Yuexing was elated when she heard this. She was about to bow her head in gratitude when, Wait! Hua Wudao was stunned. He had spoken on the Pavilion Master's behalf before the Pavilion Master had even said anything. He seemed to have overstepped his bounds. He hastily said, Please forgive me for my impatience, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. He walked down the stairs and stopped in front of Hua Yuexing. Raise your head. Hua Yueshing felt uneasy. How could she remain calm and unafraid when the world's greatest villain was so close to her? She looked up nervously. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. He merely glanced at her before pushing his palm forward. Ah! The others felt their hearts leaped to their throats. They could not bear to watch this. Even Hua Yueshing closed her eyes. Everyone thought Lu Zhou would hit Hua Yueshing when a light blue radiance appeared in Lu Zhou's palm. Primal chi fell on her body. The merciful arc of salvation. Hua Wudao's cloudy eyes widened. The light blue radiance enveloped Hua Yueshing's body. Hua Yueshing immediately felt a surge of primal chi flowing in the opposite direction of her own. Moreover, her injuries were healing at an alarming rate. A moment later, she opened her eyes and quickly kowtowed as she said, "Thank you for healing me, Pavilion Master." Ding! Received 1 sincere kowtow. Reward: 10 merit points. What a shame. It would have been better for Lu Zhou if he could be repeatedly rewarded for each kowtow. If that was the case, he would capture that rascal Zhu Honggong, Old Eighth, and make him kowtow once for each passing second. That way, he would be able to earn more than 80,000 merit points in a day. He would be able to purchase all the avatars and look down on everyone from above in just a few days. Lu Zhou sighed. Well, even a mosquito had flesh. It was better than nothing. I'm letting my mind wander again. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Since you've joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, you must abide by its rules." "I understand." Ding! Attained 1 subordinate. Reward: 1,000 merit points. "How many leaves do you have?" Lu Zhou asked. Hua Yueshing said awkwardly, "TW 2-leaf. A 2-leaf cultivator is one of the 3 godly archers?" It was quite a letdown. When Hua Yueshing felt the sidelong glances cast at her from the surroundings, she lowered her head and blushed. With her cultivation base, she would have been a prominent figure in any sect and would have been cherished as a prodigy. She had also been given much attention when she cultivated under the Luo sect's roof. Alas, this was the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou did not shun her. Instead, he said, "You have remarkable talents. To think that you're able to kill the 2-leaf elite Yi Qingji with your 2-leaf cultivation base. It's a commendable feat. Thank you for your praise, old senior. There are many books on archery in the West Pavilion. Anyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion is free to go through them." Hua Yueshing had heard that there were many books and weapons in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Moreover, they were usually the best. She was delighted to hear this and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, old senior. You're dismissed." "Understood." Hua Wudao cupped his fists at Lu Zhou as well. He left the great hall with Hua Yueshing. Lu Zhou returned to his throne and sat down slowly. He looked at Zhou Jifeng and said, "Zhou Jifeng." Zhou Jifeng shuddered. He hastily bowed and said, "Pa, Pavilion Master." He paused briefly before he said, "I've never regretted my decision to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. My only regret is that I couldn't kill them with my own hands. Only, you should let bygones be bygones. What you must do now is to strengthen yourself. If you have the time to entertain meaningless thoughts, you might as well use it to go through the books in the West Pavilion." When Zhou Jifeng heard this, he nodded and said, "I understand. Everyone's dismissed." Lu Zhou waved his arm. The others bowed and left the great hall. Meanwhile, in Nether Sect on Pingdu Mountain, Yu Zhenghai stood with his back facing the 4 great protectors, Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing, who behaved respectfully. "Sect Master, we weren't able to stop the old senior. Please punish us. Please punish us, Sect Master. Please punish us, Sect Master." Yu Zhenghai turned around to face the 3 great protectors and said, "All of you played a great part in making the Nether Sect as powerful as it is now. We dare not claim any merits," Hua Chongyang hastily said. "Ever since I left the Evil Sky Pavilion and founded the Nether Sect, this has always been my grand plan," Yu Zhenghai said slowly. "All of you have been a great help to me and are people I trust the most under the heavens." The 3 of them did not even dare to breathe loudly. Yu Zhenghai placed his hand on his back as he moved to stand in front of Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang was kneeling with one knee on the ground and his head lowered. One of his hands was on the ground to support him. I'm willing to be punished. I was the one who gave the order on your behalf, Sect Master. This has nothing to do with the others. As soon as Hua Chongyang finished speaking, Yang Yen kneeled immediately. Brother Chongyang was only thinking about the bigger picture. All of us wholeheartedly supported his decision at that time. I'm willing to be punished as well. Di Qing kneeled as well. I have nothing to add, but I'm willing to be punished as well. At the end of the day, the four of them chose to retreat when faced with the evil sky pavilion. If they had successfully bought Yu Zhenghai slightly more time, the entire Clarity sect would have been annihilated. Yu Zhenghai was aiming for a great cause. It was not a child's play. The thing he loathed the most was people chickening out at the critical moment. However, with a move that surprised 3 of the 4 great protectors, Yu Zhenghai placed his hands on Hua Chongyang's shoulders before he pulled Hua Chongyang to his feet. You're all my trusted people. I would never blame you. Sect Master, you've done well in this matter. Hua Chongyang was perplexed. Yang Yen, Di Qing, wasn't the Sect Master going to punish us heavily by summoning us here? Why is he suddenly being so lenient? The 3 great protectors were puzzled. They could not make head or tail out of this. Sect Master, we're unworthy of your kindness. Hua Chongyang shuddered as he fell to his knee, assuming his previous pose again. Stand up and speak. Yu Zhenghai no longer pulled Hua Chongyang up. Instead, he said, what I said was sincere. You're all my most trusted people. I would never punish you. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai recalled the binding mantra. If his 7th junior brother had not taken the hit for him, he could not and did not dare to imagine what would happen to him. In fact, he was secretly afraid of his master. However, he could not show it lest his reputation and honor took a hit. Hua Chongyang and the others were moved by Yu Zhenghai's words. They rose to their feet and said in unison, Thank you, Sect Master. Yu Zhenghai nodded. Then, he changed the topic and said, However, if you ever run into my master again. Before Yu Zhenghai finished speaking, Hua Chongyang hastily declared, Don't worry, Sect Master. If we run into him again, we'll stop him even if it costs us our lives. No. Yu Zhenghai shook his head. You should run as far away as you can. The 3 of them exchanged glances. What's the Sect Master playing at? Naturally, they knew they were no match for the evil sky pavilion. Moreover, they had been told to avoid confrontation unless they were left with no choice. This rule did not change since the Nether sect was founded. You're dismissed, Yu Zhenghai said. Understood. Hua Chongyang was about to leave when he seemed to recall something. He asked, Sect Master, is it enough to send Bai Yuqing alone to protect Mr. 7th? Yu Zhenghai said, I know what I'm doing. Upon hearing this, Hua Chongyang no longer dared to say anything else. He only said, I'll take my leave then. The White Tiger Hall's first seat, Bai Yuqing, one of the 4 great protectors, was currently not on Pingdu Mountain. After Yu Zhenghai considered the fact that Si Wuya's cultivation base had been sealed by the binding mantra, he sent Bai Yuqing to escort Si Wuya back to the Crouching Dragon. 2 hours later, the Nether sect's flying chariot parted the clouds. Si Wuya sat in a dignified manner on board the flying chariot. His eyes were closed as he rested his spirit. Occasionally, he would try to muster up his primal chi to break through the seal. Alas, his body was like an empty vessel. Currently, he was almost no different from a mortal who could not even trust a chicken. The only thing he had was his strengthened physique due to the body tempering. A cultivator who could not conjure up primal chi was a useless person. Si Wuya was currently a useless person. He opened his eyes and said with a sigh, Stop! Bai Yuqing, who was manning the helm, brought the flying chariot to a stop. They hovered in midair motionlessly. Bai Yuqing asked in confusion, Mr. 7th, we're almost at the Crouching Dragon. Why are we stopping? Master arrived at Clarity Sect in such a short time from Slender West Lake. This means someone had leaked the information, Wuxia said. Bai Yuqing was stunned. He said, "Are you suspecting me, Mr. Seventh? After all, the one in charge of wiping Mo Chi out the other day was Bai Yuqing." Wuxia shook his head with a smile and said, "You've misunderstood me." He could not possibly say that he had a source among Wei Zhuiyan's men who were present at Slender West Lake the other day. Switch directions. Head southward. The Crouching Dragon is only a temporary information station meant to fool the others. Head south. There's an information station less than 10 miles away. Yellow Peak Mountain. It's safe there. Wuxia pointed in the general direction. Bai Yuqing said, "They say you're more cautious than ordinary people, Mr. Seventh. Looks like the rumors are true. I'm impressed." Then he steered the flying chariot in the southern direction. After a while, the flying chariot slowly descended. After Bai Yuqing landed the flying chariot, he said, "Mr. Seventh, we've arrived at Yellow Peak Mountain." The two of them left the flying chariot. In the meeting room on Yellow Peak Mountain, Wuxia and Bai Yuqing entered the room. "Thank you for sending me here, Brother Bai. Please thank eldest senior brother on my behalf when you return," Wuxia said. Bai Yuqing said with a smile, "The sect master has already given me an order. In light of your sealed cultivation base, I'm to be your bodyguard until you regain your cultivation base." Wuxia was stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and acted as though nothing had happened. "Have a seat." Bai Yuqing cupped his fists and said, "I heard that you prefer quiet surroundings. I won't trouble you any further. Let them arrange my lodgings." He pointed at the Darknet members outside the room before leaving. He seemed like a tactful person. Wuxia did not object to this and let Bai Yuqing do as he pleased. As soon as Bai Yuqing left, a faint smile bloomed on his face. At this moment, the person in charge of Yellow Peak Mountain came in, bowed and said, "Sorry for being late to greet you. Please forgive me, Sect Master." "No matter. Bai Yuqing is one of the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors. He's also a friend of mine. Treat him well." "Understood. If there's nothing else, you're dismissed." Wuxia was exhausted from what he had gone through. He wanted to try and break free of the binding mantra again. "I have another matter to report." "Only, what is it?" "A few days ago, a visitor with the surname Ri came. He wanted to get something from you, Sect Master." Wuxia frowned slightly and said, "A friend with the surname Ri?" He disliked unforeseen circumstances the most. He did not like the feeling of things being out of his control. The person in charge was startled by the question and said, "He knew about your identity and the password. Is he an imposter? Where is he?" "He's a guest on Yellow Peak Mountain." For some unknown reason, an ominous feeling rose in Wuxia's heart. Everything felt like too much of a coincidence. At this moment, a familiar voice reached Wuxia's ears. "Long time no see, 7th junior brother." As soon as Wuxia heard the voice, he shook his head. He knew to whom the voice belonged to. "There's nothing else. You're dismissed. Sect Master." "He's my friend. I'll be taking my leave." At the same time, a man in peculiar clothes walked in with his hands on his back. His beard was long, and his hair was pulled up. His long robes made him look like a merchant from the other regions. When he saw the man walk in, Wuxia was slightly taken aback for a moment. He quickly regained his senses and said with a smile, "Long time no see, 4th senior brother. What friend with the surname Ri? It's just a name he randomly came up with." Mingshi removed his beard and his baggy robes, regaining his familiar appearance. He said, "Aren't you surprised?" Wuxia sat down, keeping quiet. Indeed, he was surprised. "Master's orders?" "Master told me to bring you back to the Evil Sky Pavilion," Mingshi said with a smile. Wuxia found Mingshi words strange. He thought back to the incidents at the Clarity Sect. He was perplexed. His master had personally gone to the Clarity Sect with his flying chariot and even unleashed a mantra. Why did he send his 4th senior brother here alone? Moreover, it seemed like his 4th senior brother had been waiting on Yellow Peak Mountain for 2 days now. Although he was more intelligent than the ordinary person, he could not figure this out. Isn't it better to wait for the hare to bump into the tree stump? Outwardly, Wuxia calmly asked, "How did you know that I'll be here, fourth senior brother?" Mingxian did not act like a stranger. He walked to the other side of the table and took a seat. He poured himself a cup of tea and said, "Simple, I investigated you. There are no walls in the world that don't have ears. Do you remember the flying chariot at Skylark Pagoda? Junior brother, you've been careless. No matter how many men you employed, do you think ordinary people are able to own flying chariots?" Wuxia nodded and clapped his hands despite himself. "How did you find out about the password?" "I stayed at the Crouching Dragon for 2 days. I must apologize. I can't really stay put, so I went through the entire Crouching Dragon," Mingxian said. "By the way, I've gone through this place as well." Wuxia regarded Mingxian with a complicated gaze. For a time, he did not know what he should say. He did not expect Mingxian to put so much effort into tracking him down. Then he said calmly, "As long as you're happy, fourth senior brother." Mingxian emptied the teacup in one go. Then, he looked at Wuxia and said, You don't look so good." Wuxia was silent. Mingxian said with a smile, "Don't pout. My brain's on par with yours. It's not embarrassing to lose to me for once." Mingxian felt exceptionally happy for besting Wuxia. The joy he felt was similar to that of a vile character getting into a position of power. "Fourth senior brother, I have something to ask you," Wuxia said. "What is it?" For some reason, Mingxian felt exceptionally happy at this moment. If he had to be honest, he never thought that he would be able to see Wuxia. He felt like a blind cat that chanced upon a dead rat. Although luck played a huge part in this, luck was also a form of strength. This was especially true now that he managed to catch a smart and cunning person like Wuxia here. "The Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier is greatly weakened. I heard that Master forcibly absorbed its power to maintain his cultivation base. Is it true?" Wuxia asked. Although Mingxian had heard about this matter, he had not been back to the Evil Sky Pavilion yet. Since he did not personally witness it, he did not dare to deny or confirm it. He only said, "I'm sorry. If you want to find out, you'll have to follow me back to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Wuxia smiled and nodded. "I must say, fourth senior brother, you've changed." I remember that you were the one with the most opinions in the past." "That was in the past. We're living in the present." "In that case, why didn't you forcibly bring me back previously?" Wuxia asked, puzzled. "What difference does it make if I bring you back now?" Naturally, Mingxian would not admit that he did not have the strength to do so in the past. Wuxia chuckled and said, "We're both fellow disciples. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? A traitor is a traitor after all. You should be thankful that I'm the one who came today. If Master were here, he'd turn your bones to ashes with just a palm strike. I wouldn't be surprised he does something like that. Master's cultivation base is unfathomably profound. I have no reason to doubt his strength. However, I have many things that I've yet to accomplish. I'm slightly reluctant to return at this moment." "I don't care about your plans. You must return to the Evil Sky Pavilion with me today." Mingxian rose to his feet as primal chi surged out of his body. Wuxia was not afraid. Instead, he said calmly, "Do you think things will change even if I return? What about 5 years down the road?" He had shortened the time from 10 years to 5 years due to the problem with the barrier. 5 years later, all of them would still be scattered all over the place. Wuxia had lost count of the number of times he had tried to tell Mingxian this. "We'll leave tomorrow's troubles for tomorrow," Mingxian said. Wuxia said in a disapproving tone, "In that case, I'll mimic you and say something rebellious. If I'm unwilling, not even Master himself can do anything about it." Mingxian slammed his plan on the table as he said, "Traitor, I'll purge the pavilion scum on Master's behalf today." Smack! The table cracked. The pots and cups fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. Mingxian's palm strike elicited no reaction from Wuxia. He frowned and said, Impudent! Do you think that I've made no progress? With that, he struck with his palm again. It startled him when his palm seal landed accurately on Si Wuya's chest. Bam! Si Wuya flew back and crashed through the pillar and the wooden door. Ming-Shi was puzzled. He had expected to be entangled in a long battle with Si Wuya. He did not expect Si Wuya to stand still and take his blow. Far away in the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhou, who was in the midst of comprehending the heavenly writing in the East Pavilion, was startled and confused by a sudden notification from the system. Punished Si Wuya. Reward: 200 merit points. After mulling it over for a moment, Lu Zhou figured out that Ming-Shi must be the cause of it. However, he was puzzled. Ming-Shi had just recently sprouted leaves on his golden lotus. How was he a match for Si Wuya? Only, Ming-Shi walked over to Si Wuya. Si Wuya spat out a mouthful of blood before he propped himself up in a sitting position. After appraising Si Wuya for a moment, realization dawned on Ming-Shi. Si Wuya was not intentionally concealing his aura. Si Wuya's cultivation base had been sealed. He half-lowered his body to look at Si Wuya as he said, "So your cultivation base is sealed. To think that I'd live to see this day, 7th junior brother." Si Wuya was not angered. He said, "You're indeed more powerful than before, 4th senior brother. However, if my cultivation base weren't sealed, you won't be a match for me." "Well, it's a pity we won't know for sure. As of now, you've been defeated," Ming-Shi said. "Forget it." Si Wuya shook his head calmly. "A loss is a loss. Do what you must, 4th senior brother." "Do you think I won't?" Ming-Shi grabbed Si Wuya by the collar of his shirt and raised a palm. "Will you?" Si Wuya was not afraid as he stared into Ming-Shi's eyes. Si Wuya knew his 4th senior brother very well. He knew Ming-Shi would not follow through on his threat. Who said Si Wuya was always cautious? There were times where he would take risks as well. This was one of those moments. Ming-Shi held onto Si Wuya's collar as fury churned in his eyes. He did not recklessly attack Si Wuya. He only glared at Si Wuya as he said, "At the end of the day, I'm still your senior brother. Before I do this, I want to know the real reason why all of you left the Evil Sky Pavilion." By all of you, he, naturally, meant his eldest senior brother and 2nd senior brother, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. Si Wuya said with a smile, "That's simple. Master has a fiery temper, and we're humans who have dignity. Who can endure that treatment for such a long time? Once we obtained our weapons and cultivation methods, we, naturally, left without turning back. Do you think that I'd believe that? You're painting your betrayal of the Evil Sky Pavilion as something righteous. When did you grow so shameless?" Ming-Shi asked with a sneer on his face. "Pot calling the kettle black. I remember you have such thoughts as well when the elites of the 10 great sects laid siege on Golden Court Mountain. 4th senior brother, you might not believe me, but many of those who attacked the Golden Court Mountain back then were my moles. Back then, you infuriated Master to no end, 4th senior brother." Si Wuya said confidently and frankly as though he had seen it with his own eyes. Silence! A surge sound wave washed over Si Wuya, causing him to sway slightly. Then he cupped his fists and said, "I'm only stating the truth. Please forgive me, senior brother. The past is the past. You weren't us. How would you know what it's like on the mountain back then?" Ming-Shi inquired. "To say the same, you're not us as well. How can you presume to understand our feelings? You dare quibble with me?" Ming-Shi tightened his grip before throwing Si Wuya aside. Bam! Si Wuya crashed through the railing and landed in the courtyard. Far away in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ding! Punished Si Wuya. Reward: 200 merit points. Lu Zhou briefly opened his eyes before closing them again when he received this notification. Against a cultivator who had completed the 9 stages of body tempering, this degree of harm would not have much of an effect on him without some primal qi. Ming-Shi leaped out of the room and regarded Si Wuya in confusion. After a while he said, "There's a cycle in nature and what goes around comes around. Who's the wise guy who sealed your cultivation base to the extent that you're unable to break free? Wuxia propped himself up and wiped the blood from the edge of his lips. He turned to look outside. Mingshi said, "Nobody will come to your rescue. I've been cultivating here whenever I have time. Perhaps they're all frightened to death." Wuxia. He suddenly realized that his fourth senior brother was much smarter than he had expected. He managed to smile and said, "Fourth senior brother, why don't you join the Darknet? You can be the sect master, and I'll be your aide. You're hopeless. In light of master's absence, I'll punish you on his behalf." Mingshi raised his hand and cast another palm seal towards Wuxia. Just when the energy seal was about to connect with Wuxia's chest. Bam! Another faster energy seal shielded Wuxia's chest. The energy seal was extremely thick. It appeared at lightning speed and negated Mingshi energy seal. Mingshi turned around to look. A man cupped his fists toward him from the roof of the courtyard. He said, "The Nether Sect's White Tiger Halls by Yuqing offers his greetings, Mr. Fourth." The Nether Sect. Mingshi instantly retreated and surveyed his surroundings. He was worried that his eldest senior brother was here as well. Bai Yuqing said with a smile, "There's no need to feel anxious, Mr. Fourth. The sect master has something else to attend to at the moment. He isn't here." "Now that's a joke." "Me? Afraid of him?" Mingshi was inwardly relieved. "Mr. Fourth, I heard the commotion here earlier. The sect master has repeatedly ordered me to not interfere in the personal affairs of his fellow disciples. However, the sect master has also charged me with the protection of Mr. Seventh. Why do you have to be overbearing and put Mr. Seventh in a difficult position, Mr. Fourth?" Bai Yuqing asked. Mingshi looked at Bai Yuqing and said, "You dare defy your sect master's repeated orders. If I were your sect master, I'd have the heads of those who did not obey my commands." Bai Yuqing was speechless. Wuxia managed to rise to his feet before he said, "Fourth senior brother, why do you have to be angry? Even if you kill me, what will that accomplish? My problem is you." Wuxia. For a moment, he felt that his fourth senior brother was a stranger to him. He did not know why his fourth senior brother had changed so much. After all, the former Mingshi shared the same opinion as them in regard to the Evil Sky Pavilion. After a moment's silence, Wuxia removed the clothes from his upper body. He exposed his slightly skinny yet toned body that came with six-packs. It was hardly imaginable for the gentle and scholar-like Wuxia to have such a great physique. However, a huge, blood-colored bind script could be seen in the center of Wuxia's chest. It was a difficult sight to miss what with the script covering his entire chest. A binding mantra? Mingshi frowned, inwardly shocked. He had studied the books in the West Pavilion when he was at the Evil Sky Pavilion in an attempt to improve his cultivation base. At that time, his Bluewood Heart technique was not completed yet, but he was knowledgeable enough. This binding mantra was one of the most terrifying binding techniques. He finally understood why Wuxia did not retaliate at all. This was why Wuxia's cultivation base was sealed. Only, Wuxia said with a faint smile, "Fourth senior brother, do you know who did this? I wasn't there when this happened. Why are you asking me?" Mingshi replied with a question. This reply told Wuxia that Mingshi was not on the flying chariot in Clarity Sect. In that case, Mingshi presence on Yellow Peak Mountain has nothing to do with Master. Wuxia felt relieved when he thought about this. He said, "Master's the one who put this binding mantra on me." "Master?" Mingshi was shocked. He recalled that his master had been using really unusual techniques lately. Whether it was Buddhist mudras or Taoist seals, he found them peculiar. And now, he's even using mantras? He felt slightly skeptical. Wuxia said, "There's no need to doubt me, senior brother. This was indeed done by the old man. You'll understand once you return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even if it is, you deserve it. After I was hit by this mantra, I lost my cultivation base. Danger lurks everywhere in the cultivation world. There are many sects that'll love to flay me alive. Since you're able to find your way to Yellow Peak Mountain, senior brother, others would be able to find their way here as well. Aren't you worried that Master would do something equally as cruel to you in the future as well? Wuxia asked. Spare me these discord-sowing words. You betrayed the evil Sky Pavilion, deceived your master, and denounced your Patriarch. I won't be surprised even if Master decides to kill you. Mingshi paused briefly before he said, Come back with me to face Master. Wuxia prided himself on being able to predict all outcomes. However, he did not expect his fourth senior brother to be this stubborn. He did not expect his fourth senior brother to disregard the binding mantra, seemingly not intimidated by the implications that their master might be cruel to him as well in the future. He knew there was no hope in changing Mingshi mind now. Since Mingshi could not be persuaded, he would have to go about it in another way. Wuxia put his clothes back on and said with a faint smile on his face, Fourth senior brother, combat strength is, indeed, important. However, the true deciding factor on the battlefield isn't combat strength alone. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to take me away. I'll try. The sound wave from Mingshi voice surged toward Wuxia. The space in front of Wuxia seemed to distort, but the sound wave was, ultimately, kept at bay by the layer of protective energy. It was as though a thick wall had been erected before him. Mingshi looked at the White Tiger Hall's first seat, Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing cupped his fists and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Fourth. I have to make sure that Mr. Seventh is safe. Mingshi said, What's your name again? My name's Bai Yuqing. I'm the Nethersex White Tiger Hall's first seat. You have a great cultivation base. Will you consider joining the Evil Sky Pavilion? Bai Yuqing looked awkward as he said, Thank you for the kind offer, Mr. Fourth. Since I've joined the Nether sect, I've never thought of leaving. As soon as Bai Yuqing finished speaking, Mingshi turned to look at Wuxia with eyes that were filled with mockery. His eyes seemed to say even Bai Yuqing understood that he should not betray his sect. Wuxia was not bothered by Mingshi mockery. He had been mocked by countless people throughout the years. He had been called a traitor, a person who deceived his master and denounced his patriarch, disloyal, faithless, wicked, scheming, petty, and despicable. The countless insults hurled at him had made him immune to it. Finally, Mingshi looked at Bai Yuqing, who was standing on the roof, and said, All right, I'll remember you. Although Bai Yuqing's cultivation base was more profound than Mingshi, when he heard Mingshi statement, he was inexplicably shaken. However, when he remembered he had his sect master and brothers supporting him, he felt slightly relieved. Moreover, Wuxia's on the Nether sect's side. How long could the Evil Sky Pavilion last? In the cultivation world, time was the most valuable and important asset. With his courage bolstered, he cupped his fists and said, Please try to understand, Mr. Fourth. Please leave. Please leave. Mingshi stomped his foot. Boom! The houses on both sides immediately crumbled. Mingshi shot into the sky. At this moment, he was looking down at Bai Yuqing from above. Bai Yuqing met Mingshi's gaze. At the end of the day, he had been longing to fight with a disciple from the Evil Sky Pavilion in the depth of his heart. Ever since he began cultivating, he had heard many legends and stories about the Evil Sky Pavilion. Everyone feared the Evil Sky Pavilion, especially its master, the master of his sect master. When the 4 first seats faced the Evil Sky Pavilion back then, they did not dare to attack. However, now that a good opportunity had presented itself, he could hardly remain calm. He cupped his fists and said, Do you want to fight, Mr. Fourth? Swoosh! Mingshi charged at Bai Yuqing's face at lightning speed. A solemn expression appeared on Bai Yuqing's face. He did not dare to let his guard down. He leaped into the air, and both of them began to fight. For a time, the wind blew violently in the air. Both opponents launched energy seals at each other. Wuxia shook his head at this scene. The person in charge of Yellow Peak Mountain ran over fearfully. He lowered his body and said, It's my fault. I shouldn't have let the wolf in. Wuxia glanced at him and said, I don't blame you for this. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you for being merciful. The person in charge sighed in relief. He felt much calmer now. However, today, you can retire and return to your hometown. Sect? Sect Master? This is the Darknet's custom. In light of your loyal service throughout the years, you may keep your tongue, Wuxia said calmly. The person in charge initially wanted to say something. However, since his sect master had said this, he did not dare to say anything else. He sighed and bowed at Wuxia. Thank you for being merciful, sect master. Farewell. Wuxia did not look at him. Even when the person left, he did not turn around. As the saying went, a man who does great things would never fret over trivial matters. Some mistakes could never be made. A short while later, another person walked up to Wuxia. When he saw the chaotic battle in the air, he said, Sect Master, would you like to rest inside? No need. Wuxia was in no mood to rest. Instead, he walked to the side and watched the battle between Bai Yuqing and Mingxirin. Sect Master, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. Who's going to win? There's no need to worry, Wuxia said. Bai Yuqing is a 7-leaf elite. Although 4th senior brother has a heaven-grade weapon, it's impossible for him to win. Bai Yuqing is being considerate. Although a heaven-grade weapon was powerful, it was impossible to make up for the differences of a few ranks. I understand, Wuxia said again. Spread the word that Yellow Peak Mountain's location has been leaked. Have the core members move. Understood. At this moment, the trees and grass in the area grew wildly and rapidly. Wuxia exclaimed, Looks like 4th senior brother has obtained the complete Bluewood Heart technique. Master, did you finally come to your senses? In the cultivation world, whether it was the Taoist Madras or Buddhist Brahmin chants, seals, fiend Zen, or the Confucian school's expansive Qi, all of it had to be drawn from primal Qi, whether it was to heal or to condense energy seals. However, the Evil Sky Pavilion's Bluewood Heart technique was different from the other sections. It used primal Qi to promote the growth of plants. Countless vines moved in on Bai Yuqing at the same time. Bai Yuqing was inwardly startled by this. He looked at Mingxirin, who was coming at him swiftly. He no longer held back. Mr. Fourth, here I come. BZZT. Bai Yuqing's avatar materialized. It was 70 feet tall. The instant the avatar appeared, a huge wave of energy rolled out from Bai Yuqing in all directions. The vines were instantly smothered by the firm and forceful energy blast. A streamlined energy shield appeared before Mingxirin in midair. The separation hook gleamed in his hands at this moment. As soon as the vines withered, he shot through the air. Only, When Bai Yuqing sensed a threatening aura, primal Qi surged out of his body again. He launched countless palm strikes with his hands in an extremely short period of time. Bam! 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 Mingxirin drew his separation hook across the air before himself, repelling the incoming palm strikes. A heaven-grade weapon? Bai Yuqing saw the separation hook in Mingxirin's hands. As expected of the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Fourth. However, it won't be enough. His avatar swiftly and suddenly shrunk to a height of 10 feet before it expanded again. What's this? Wuxia was puzzled by the sight. The expansive heavenly energy? He was surprised to see someone from the Nether sect cultivating the expansive heavenly energy, since the Nether sect was known as the greatest cult under the heavens. However, regardless if a person is on the noble path or the fiend path, both sides could freely cultivate the cultivation method they liked. It was normal for the Nether sect to have an expert who cultivated the expansive heavenly energy. The instant Bai Yuqing's avatar enlarged, the expansive heavenly energy pushed toward Mingxirin with unstoppable momentum. The difference between their strength was rather huge. Mingxirin flipped in the air and tried to deflect the relentless energy blasts that were coming at him. The expansive heavenly energy surprised Mingxirin as well. However, he was prepared to defend against it. He had expected one of the Nether sect's 4 great protectors, a 7-leaf expert, to have a trick or two up his sleeve. He flipped in the air and stabilized his footing after skidding a few hundred meters away. Even then, the expansive heavenly energy made his chi and blood surge. He felt numb all over. If he had been caught off guard, he would have been injured. He hovered in the air as he stared at Bai Yuqing. At this moment, Bai Yuqing had already recalled his avatar. The entire place was silent. Bai Yuqing did not feel any sense of achievement just because he bested Mingshi Yin. Instead, he was shocked. He had yet to properly gauge Mingshi Yin's strength, making him feel as though Mingshi Yin was holding back. Although there was no doubt he could defeat his opponent, he was still surprised. It seemed like there was a valid reason why everyone, in general, feared the Evil Sky Pavilion. It seemed like the rumor about Evil Sky Pavilion being able to dominate the outside world was not baseless. Thank you for letting me win. Bai Yuqing cupped his fists humbly. Old Seventh, I've truly underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have found such a helper, Mingshi Yin said as he hovered in the air. Si Wuya said, Fourth senior brother, why do you have to do this? Seventh junior brother, why do you have to do this? It's meaningless to say anything else. Fourth senior brother, please return. Please convey my message to master. Tell him I'm doing well and that eldest senior brother and I won't take this to heart. Si Wuya said. You bastard! Mingshi Yin cursed. The audacity! How dare you speak in such a manner to master? You're a disgrace. He turned to look at Bai Yuqing and said in a deep voice, I advise you to stay out of this. Get lost. The sound wave rolled toward Bai Yuqing before it dissipated several meters before Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing shook his head helplessly and said, Since you're being stubborn, Mr. Fourth, I have no choice but to do this. Whiz! His 70-foot avatar appeared again. It towered over the surroundings. Primal chi from the surroundings gathered toward it swiftly. Mingshi Yin frowned. He looked at the avatar with slight contempt. He had hidden his identity as he conducted his investigation recently. He followed his leads all the way to Yellow Peak Mountain and successfully found Si Wuya. He felt as though all his efforts were going to waste because of Bai Yuqing. He was truly unresigned. Mingshi Yin hovered in midair as energy swirled around him. Bai Yuqing pushed away from the roof and shot toward the heavens with his avatar. Mingshi Yin felt a peculiar pressure coming at him, and he retreated swiftly. Bai Yuqing did not seem to be holding back as he shot toward Mingshi Yin with his avatar like a fired arrow. The most effective way to crush one's opponent was to utilize the difference in one's cultivation base. Back then, the righteous sex elder Zhang Chunlai had used this very method to break Zhu Honggong's octagon formation. Petty tricks were meaningless before an avatar. Si Wuya looked at the scene in the skies, slightly shocked. Bai Yuqing's back was straight as he moved, and his avatar maintained the same posture as him. Si Wuya muttered softly, Eldest senior brother, is this truly your will? Mingshi Yin retreated again. The avatar was moving too quickly. The Darknet members could not help but gape as they looked at the Nether Sect elite's shocking technique. The Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Fourth is going to have a tough time. At the end of the day, Mingshi Yin was an Evil Sky Pavilion disciple. How could his pride bear being suppressed by an elite? The others shook their heads and sighed. The instant Bai Yuqing and his avatar were upon Mingshi Yin, 3 green figures suddenly appeared before Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing and his avatar paused in the air. The 3 figures slowly turned into 2 like the reflection a person would see in the water. The person wore a green robe and had long flowing hair. The person hovered in the air with his arms crossed. The sword on his back was buzzing and vibrating. At this moment, Bai Yuqing's avatar stopped moving completely, could not move forward at all. He closed his eyes before opening them again. The 2 figures were now one. The sword carried by the green-robed swordsman unsheathed itself and flew out with a whoosh. Upon seeing this, Bai Yuqing's heart sank. A terrifying name surfaced in his mind. Yu Shangrong. The longevity sword shone dazzlingly. Like a firework, it formed a fan-shaped arc as it sliced at Bai Yuqing's avatar. Swoosh! The speed of the sword was extremely shocking. As soon as the avatar was sliced in half, it dissipated in the air. Meanwhile, Bai Yuqing started before he fell. As he fell from the sky, he spat out a mouthful of blood. When one's avatar was destroyed, it was the same as being dealt a heavy blow. This slice would render him bedridden for half a year. Bai Yuqing's eyes widened as he looked at the green-robed swordsman who hovered in the air with his arms crossed. The green-robed swordsman was smiling. His long hair fluttered in the wind as the scarlet longevity sword returned to its scabbard. Bai Yuqing continued to fall. The instant he was about to hit the ground, he suddenly struck at the air and did a 180-degree flip. When he finally landed on his knees, he supported his weight by placing a hand on the ground. He panted heavily as he maintained his posture, too afraid to move or lift his head. He knew who the newcomer was. The green-robed swordsman was none other than the Evil Sky Pavilion's second disciple, Yu Xiangrong. Soon after, he spat out another mouthful of blood that stained the back of his hands. The color of his blood was crimson like a red plum blossom. Mingshi, who was hovering in the air, was thoroughly shocked as he stared at Yu Xiangrong, his second senior brother, in confusion. He did not know if he should thank his second senior brother. His second senior brother had helped him by unleashing that sword skill, but his second senior brother was also one of the Evil Sky Pavilion's traitors. Wuxia was exceptionally calm. On the other hand, his subordinates on Yellow Peak Mountain were cowering in fear. The world fell silent. In the end, Wuxia was the one who broke the silence. "Greetings, second senior brother." The others bowed as well. "Greetings, Mr. Second." Yu Xiangrong smiled amiably. He waved his hand and said, "You can dispense with the formalities." The others felt relieved. Yu Xiangrong's attitude surprised many of them. He did not seem like a villain who would commit wicked deeds. He was clearly a gentle, polite, and humble man. Meanwhile, Mingshi was struggling with himself at this moment. He was still debating if he should thank Yu Xiangrong. "Tui, why should I thank him? Although he helped me, a traitor is still a traitor." He did not think Yu Xiangrong would do anything to him. After all, he had his master's support, and he knew what kind of person his second senior brother was. Yu Xiangrong did not turn around. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and smiled gently as he asked, "Fourth junior brother, are you hurt?" "Huh? No. Thank you for your help, second senior brother," Mingshi said. "We're both brothers. There's no need to be so polite," Yu Xiangrong said gently. Mingshi nodded when he heard this. His pride and confidence that he had been carrying all day seemed to leak out of him as though he was a deflating balloon. "Second senior brother, what brings you to Yellow Peak Mountain?" Yellow Peak Mountain was in a remote location that was difficult to find. Mingshi did not think his second senior brother would disregard his pride like he did and searched all over the place like a fool. Yu Xiangrong said with a faint smile, "I have an appointment with seventh junior brother." Upon hearing this, chills ran up Mingshi's spine, and he felt goosebumps rising on his arms. He looked at Wuxia, who was standing straight. He understood Bai Yuqing was here to protect him from elites who might come looking for trouble. However, what's the meaning of arranging to meet his second senior brother as well? He really wanted to give Wuxia a thumbs up despite himself. Now that's a good schemer. After the three disciples exchanged pleasantries, everyone looked at Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing's avatar had taken a blow from Yu Xiangrong's sword. He had yet to catch his breath. Yu Xiangrong looked at Bai Yuqing and said, "Are you Bai Yuqing, the White Tiger Hall's first seat, under eldest senior brother's command?" Bai Yuqing gulped. He endured the pain and calmed his turbulent emotions before he straightened up. However, his knees remained on the ground. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Mr. Second." Bai Yuqing did not show any dissatisfaction or anger. His sect master had taught them that the Nether sect would kill gods and Buddhas alike to achieve their goal. However, there were two individuals whom they must avoid. One of them was the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch, and the other one was Yu Xiangrong. The four great protectors had always kept this rule close to their hearts. However, the four great protectors longed to spar with such an elite in the depths of their hearts. Only by fighting him would they know if the legendary sword devil, Yu Xiangrong, was truly on par with their sect master. If Bai Yuqing had any doubts, they were completely gone now. Yu Xiangrong's attack had made the difference between them as clear as day, even though the difference was only a single leaf. He accepted his defeat without complaints. Yu Xiangrong smiled and said, "Not bad. Thank you for being merciful, Mr. Second, Bai Yuqing said. You seem to like bullying the weak with your avatar? Yu Shangrong said lightly. Indeed. Bai Yuqing's move of using his avatar to crush his opponent seemed like an act of bullying. I was given an order to protect Mr. Seventh by my sect master. Mr. Fourth insists on taking Mr. Seventh away, so I had no choice but to do that. Please try to understand my position, Mr. Second. When Yu Shangrong heard this, he turned to look at Si Wuya and asked, Seventh junior brother, is that true? He did not wait for an answer as he continued saying, There's no need to answer in haste. If you say it's not true, I'll end him right here. I'm more than willing to help eldest senior brother get rid of lying evildoers by his side. Bai Yuqing. Mingshi Yin shuddered inwardly. His second senior brother was unfathomable as always. Yu Shangrong had clearly placed Bai Yuqing's life in Si Wuya's hands. Si Wuya did not hesitate as he replied, Of course, it is. Yu Shangrong was direct. He cupped his fists at Bai Yuqing. My apologies. Bai Yuqing felt his scalp prickle. He hastily cupped his fists. It's all right. After that, Yu Shangrong completely ignored Bai Yuqing. He looked at Si Wuya and said, Seventh senior brother, since it was to protect you, then you're at fault. Si Wuya's eyelids twitched. Yu Shangrong said, Fourth junior brother might seem sly on the surface, but he's actually a person who values relationships and loyalty. Knowing him, there's no way he would threaten your life. Second senior brother. There's no need to explain. Yu Shangrong stood straight in the air as he flew forward slowly. He flew to Bai Yuqing's side. Cold sweat trickled down Bai Yuqing's face. He was shaking. Yu Shangrong ignored Bai Yuqing. Instead, he looked at Si Wuya and said coldly, It's only right for a senior brother to discipline his junior. How could you behave so rudely to your senior? Si Wuya sighed inwardly. He said helplessly, You're right, second senior brother. At this moment, Mingshi Yin flew over and landed at Bai Yuqing's other side. He said, Thank you for understanding, second senior brother. Old seventh. Come quietly with me and face master. Fourth junior brother, Yu Shangrong said. May I? By all means, second senior brother. Yu Shangrong said, Seventh junior brother is intelligent and has been a great help to me throughout the years. I hope you'd consider this for my sake. An unnatural expression appeared on Mingshi Yin's face. He forced a smile on his face as he said, As you please, second senior brother. Junior brother Wuya, surrender your peacock plume and apologize to your fourth senior brother. Yu Shangrong said with a faint smile on his face. This way, your fourth senior brother won't have to return empty-handed. Si Wuya. He was starting to regret his arrangement to meet his second senior brother here. He could sense his second senior brother's displeasure. He was not certain if the displeasure stemmed from his eldest senior brother or Bai Yuqing. In any case, it was meaningless to make wild guesses. He cupped his fists and said, You're right, second senior brother. He bowed at Mingshi Yin. Fourth senior brother, I was rude earlier. Please accept my apologies. The Evil Sky Pavilion had never practiced such customs. Usually, it was the sects on the noble path that stuck with such rigid and corrupted formalities. It seemed awkward for them to be behaving in such a way all of a sudden. Mingshi Yin did not dare to voice his opinion as well. He said, I won't hold this against you. After all, I didn't think I'll be able to smoothly bring you back as well. It seemed like he was out of luck. He truly did not expect Si Wuya's cultivation base to be sealed. He was even more surprised to learn that it was sealed by his master. What had Si Wuya been up to these past few days? He shook his head. It was useless to think about all these now. He would learn about it once he returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion and speak to his juniors. Mingshi Yin extended a hand toward Si Wuya. Si Wuya waved his hand at his subordinate. In no time at all, the subordinate carried the peacock plume in his hands and hurried over. Seal. From its appearance, the peacock plume seemed to be forged from pure gold. The shining golden cylinder had two hinges. When they were pressed and primal chi was infused into it, The primal chi would be condensed into energy before it was shot out from the hinges. It was as beautiful as a peacock spreading its tail. It looked brilliant and splendid. While one was immersed and mesmerized by this otherworldly sight, it would take one's life. This was the way of the peacock plume. Si Wuya remained expressionless. Mingshi moved quickly and took the peacock plume. He clicked his tongue in wonder. He appraised it for a moment before saying, "Now you have neither your cultivation base nor your weapon. However, you do have your brain. Do you want to break my head, fourth senior brother? On account of second senior brother, I won't stoop to your level. However, I should remind you that the cultivation world is a treacherous place. Without your peacock plume and cultivation base, you do well to avoid your enemies. There's no need to trouble yourself over that, senior brother." Si Wuya cupped his fists. He made sure he looked like he was sending a guest away. Mingshi snorted. He did not want to waste any more words with Si Wuya. He leaped nimbly into the air. "You'll fall into my hands sooner or later." He left these parting words that echoed through the mountains as he vanished from sight. Si Wuya cupped his fists at Xianxia and said, "Thank you for helping me out, second senior brother. I don't know if I helped you, but I know you're certainly annoyed that I troubled you," Xianxia said with a faint smile on his face. "I dare not." Bai Yuqing had protected Si Wuya and Yellow Peak Mountain. However, Xianxia's appearance had caused Bai Yuqing to be injured and the loss of his personal heaven-grade weapon. There was no doubt he regretted these things very much. Xianxia was, naturally, privy to Si Wuya's thoughts, but he did not bring it up. Instead, he turned to look at Bai Yuqing and asked, "Eldest senior brother sent you?" Bai Yuqing endured the pain and said, "The sect master has given me specific orders. I daren't go against his words." Xianxia said, "When you return, tell eldest senior brother that I have no intention of meddling in his affairs, nor do I have the time to. However, he'd do well not to act out of place." Bai Yuqing cast a helpless glance at Si Wuya. Si Wuya said, "Brother Bai, please return." Bai Yuqing cupped his fists and said, "Well, then, take care, Mr. Seventh." He was the White Tiger Hall's first seat. He knew about the conflicts between Xianxia and his sect master. The two of them had never seen eye to eye, and the changes in the Evil Sky Pavilion did nothing to abate the conflict. He no longer dared to linger here. After all, Xianxia clearly meant to slight his master by injuring him. When he thought about it, he could only blame his own rotten luck for being caught in the middle. Mingshi sped all the way back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. After a long flight, he finally approached Tongzi Town. At the very least, he could report back to his master with the peacock plume in his hands. When he thought about this, he felt much more confident. Mingshi had focused on investigating Si Wuya all this time, so he felt exhausted. Moreover, he had to fight Bai Yuqing as well. He needed some time to rest. When he made a brief stop near Tongzi Town's information station to rest, he overheard the discussion in his surroundings. Someone pointed in the direction of Golden Court Mountain and said, "The Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier has weakened again." Tongzi Town was not far from the Evil Sky Pavilion, but it was not as if the Evil Sky Pavilion could be easily seen. However, it did nothing to stop these people from speculating. Based on this, it could be seen that many people were secretly paying attention to the Evil Sky Pavilion. If this goes on, the Evil Sky Pavilion won't last long. I think the Patriarch is doing the right thing. Dignity and honor is everything for a man. I'd rather live with dignity than let the Evil Sky Pavilion be trampled on by vermin. Mingshi was not surprised by their words. There were many strange and wonderful things in this vast world. The Fiend Path existed because there were many who shared the same ideals. As a notable figure in the Fiend Path, the Evil Sky Pavilion naturally earned the respect and worship of many. There were also those who wanted to become a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Unfortunately, since his master was getting old, his master had stopped accepting disciples a long time ago. Dignity won't save your life. Someone went to have a look yesterday. The barrier has kenned by 1/3 again. The Evil Sky Pavilion seems to have no intention of mending the barrier. It's not easy to mend it, it would take a few years to mend it. In a few years, it'd be almost time. You have a point. Mingshi gave the few individuals a glance. He did not join in the conversation but minded his own business and enjoyed his tea. I heard the Heavenly Sword Sect is prepared to challenge the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Heavenly Sword Sect must be anxious to act. When he heard this, Mingshi rose to his feet and walked to the cultivators before he sat at their table. He asked, "The Heavenly Sword Sect is going to attack the Evil Sky Pavilion?" He blended in perfectly with the people here. This was normal at a rest stop. People came and went, and all kinds of news could be obtained here. A cultivator with a beard said, "Luo Changfeng, the sect master of Heavenly Sword Sect, was killed by the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch. He was also Luo Xingkong's only son. You may not know this, but the Heavenly Sword Sect's first disciple, Zhou Jifeng, had defaulted to the Evil Sky Pavilion as well. I heard that Luo Xingkong didn't sleep for 3 days due to his rage. Luo Xingkong has sent a summon to the major sections. It's possible that they might launch an attack on Golden Court Mountain before the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch's time is up." Mingshi said with a smile. "That old geezer, Luo Xingkong, is so bold?" "Old geezer." The others looked at Mingshi. "There's no need to be so harsh, brother. This is only a small talk during tea. Don't you go bringing your own sentiments into the discussion," the bearded cultivator said with a smile. Mingshi ignored the comment and asked, "Luo Xingkong has sent a summon?" "That's right. The 10 great sects, apart from the Clarity sect, have already received the summon. I wonder if the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects would join in as well. Where did Luo Xingkong get his confidence from? I mean, look at the Heavenly Sword Sect." Upon hearing this, another cultivator said, "That's not fair. Luo Xingkong has been cultivating in seclusion for many years, and he shouldn't be underestimated. Besides, the Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier is weakening. Perhaps this is the chance they've been waiting for." Mingshi chuckled. Then, he rose to his feet before he said, "Well, I've heard these same words when they attacked the Golden Court Mountain previously. Even with the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch out of the picture, they still have the disciples to contend with. You've got a point." After that, Mingshi left the station. Meanwhile, in the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall, Lu Zhou looked at the price of the avatar, the 8 methods connected. Cost 20,000 merit points. Upon seeing the price, he decided to try his luck with the lucky draw. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Obtained reversal card X3. Not bad. Lu Zhou had earned 100 luck points during his last lucky draw. He was surprised he was rewarded this time around. Perhaps it was all a matter of timing and luck from the heavens. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Obtained critical block card X5. It's better than nothing. He remembered this item had only been successfully activated once throughout his history of using it. It seemed to be of little value. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for participating. Luck point +1. Lu Zhou's winning streak ended, and he closed the system dashboard. At this moment, little Yuan ran in excitedly and announced enthusiastically, "Master, 4th senior brother is back." "Very good." Lu Zhou glanced outside. Mingshi walked in at this moment, carrying the peacock plume in his hand. "Master, I investigated the incident at Skylark Pagoda. Indeed, it was planned by that traitor Wuxia. Yellow Peak Mountain is his information station. Unfortunately, I couldn't capture him since he's protected by an elite. I only managed to obtain his weapon." Lu Zhou remembered the merit points he obtained from Wuxia being punished. He nodded slightly. "Bring it here." Mingshi presented the peacock plume to Lu Zhou with both hands. Ding! Retrieved the heaven-grade weapon peacock plume. Refining needed before use. This was Wuxia's weapon. It was a rare, projectile-type weapon.